The Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable total mind-controlled slave, a distilled overview of the original text, inspired by the ForbiddenKnowledge.com by Cisco Wheeler and Fritz Springmeier. You may freely share this document. Introduction. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. John 8:32. Here is a remarkable and powerful book. Save it, copy it, give it to friends and therapists for compassionate work. You now have in your hands the very tools that can deprogram the dream. Once you know this, and you absorb its implications, you can no longer be blindfolded. By reading this, you may be helping millions of monarch slaves. These techniques only work by our ignorance of knowing them. Herein, let us apply the heart to the mind, and awaken a middle way, by infiltrating another piece of the cancer of sleep. As all is God in action. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the 2 million Americans and counting who have been programmed with monarch-type trauma-based mind control. This book is written to destroy trauma-based mind control before it destroys the human race. It's time for this horrendous secret to end. Blood, sweat and tears are associated with this book. The blood of the innocent victims of this mind control cries out in a single unison, along with the pungent sweat of those who have tried to minister help to the shattered humanity left by the sadistic programmers, and the pools of tears shed as this book was written. How long, O Lord, holy and true, do you not judge and avenge our blood on earth? Warning, read this first before reading the book. If there is any chance you the reader have had mind control done to you, you must consider the following book to be dangerous. If you are consulting a therapist for DID, also known as MPD, it is recommended that you consult your therapist before reading this book. The complications that could result for those under mind control learning the truth could be fatal. The co-authors take no responsibility for those who read or misuse this information. The reader's mind is like a garden. It may not be time to plant the truth in your mind. Perhaps you need some weeding or ground preparation before the garden of your mind is ready. Perhaps the weather is too stormy to plant the truth. The blessings that flow from planting the information of this book in your mind will require the presence of living waters of love. If you do not have love in your heart, this book is not for you. The information contained in this book is the biggest news story of the 20th century, and still the biggest secret. It will challenge you, shock you, horrify you and hopefully motivate you to redouble your efforts to humble yourself and seek strength from God. The programming procedures which are described in this book are based on research and consultation with deprogrammers, ex-programmers, therapists, counselors and pertinent literature. To the best of our knowledge, the statements made in this book are factual, although they may not reflect the latest or currently accepted methodology among each and every faction of the New World Order which carries out monarch-type programming. This book tends to devote more emphasis to Illuminati programming, which is the highest level of programming. For individual application and understanding a survivor of monarch programming, therapists are admonished to use this material with consideration for the monarch victim's personal case and situation. The authors disclaim any responsibility for therapeutic work based upon this material. Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler have co-authored They Know Not What They Do, an illustrated guidebook to monarch mind control. Both Fritz and Cisco bring years of experience in dealing with monarch programming to bear on the writing of this book. Fritz has researched the Illuminati, while he has worked with victims of its programming. He has authored the top 13 Illuminati families, and several other books. Introduction by Fritz. There are many dangers to the human race, some real and some imagined. I believe that the trauma-based mind control which this book exposes is the greatest danger to the human race. It gives evil men the power to carry out any evil deed totally undetected. By the time the astute reader finishes this book, they will be as familiar with how to carry out trauma-based mind control as some of the programmers. Ancient and more recent secrets will no longer be secrets. Over the years, I have spent thousands of hours studying the Illuminati, the intelligence agencies of the world, and the occult world in general. The centerpiece of these organizations is the trauma-based mind control that they carry out. Without the ability to carry out this sophisticated type of mind control using MPD, drugs, hypnosis and electronics and other control methodologies, these organizations would fail to keep their dark evil deeds secret. When one of the mind control programmers of the Church of Scientology, who has left Scientology, was asked about MPD, he said, "It's the name of the game of mind control. Research into this subject will never be complete." This book has tried to give a comprehensive view of how the programming is done. The basic techniques were developed in German, Scottish, Italian, and English Illuminati families and have been done for centuries. Some report that some of the techniques go back to ancient Egypt and ancient Babylon to the ancient mystery religions. The Nazis are known to have studied ancient Egyptian texts in their mind control research. The records and secrets of the generational Illuminati bloodlines are very well guarded secrets. Even when I've learned about the location of secret depositories of some of the Illuminati's secrets in Europe, America, and Asia, their records and secrets are too well guarded to be examined. The intelligence agencies, such as MI6, began investigating these mind control techniques early this century, but their records have been routinely destroyed and tampered with. There are some survivors and professionals who know that the British used programmed trauma-based MPD, DID, agents in WWI in January 1987. Richard Clough submitted an article to the American Journal of Clinical Hypnosis about 8 MPD patients who were between 60 and 72 years of age. Traugott Konstantin Osterreich, 1880–1949, who was professor of philosophy 5 at Tübingen University, Germany, studied MPD and demonic possession and wrote a classic study of it in 1921 entitled Possession Demonical and Other, which was translated into English in 1930. His classic work on this subject provides documented cases which reveal that the basic trauma-based mind control was going on in Germany, France and Belgium long before the 20th century. Although he is unable to put together all the pieces and the clues for what they are, the reader of this book might enjoy reading the 1930 English translation of his classic work after they finish this book. Osterreich's research in early 1900s was the type of research that the Nazi mind control programmers were very aware of. In 1921, the Germans such as Osterreich would describe personality switches by the term somnambuliform, hypnotic states, possession or demonical somnambulism, or what might be called Besessenheit von Hypnotismus und Bosengestern. The ability to study both the spiritual and psychological aspects of mind control phenomena is often lacking today. There are exceptions such as Dr. Loretta Fox's book The Spiritual Dimensions of MPD. In the 1920s, the Germans also were aware that the human mind has a variety of ego-psychophysiological states rather than one unified mind, which they term subject-closed psychology, or the psychology of having correlated psychological states rather than the concept of a single ego. The Germans and Italians under the Nazi and fascist governments began to do serious scientific research into trauma-based mind control. Under the auspices of the Kaiser Wilhelm Medical Institute in Berlin, Joseph Mengele conducted mind control research on thousands of twins and thousands of other hapless victims. Himmler supervised genetic research. The Nazi research records were confiscated by the Allies and are still classified. A trip can be made from downtown Washington, D.C. on a gray government van which serves as a shuttle to the Suitland Annex where the government's secrets are buried, including research papers captured from the Nazi mind control research. Most of Mengele's concentration camp research is still classified. Much of it dealt with mind control. A researcher can visit the top floor, but underground below the top floor are the real secrets. The real secrets are lying in millions of sheets of classified documents hidden behind blast-proof doors. There they have vault after vault, and row after row of top-secret files that only a few privileged persons with security clearances above cosmic, such as with a C3 or MJ security clearance, can visit. Everyone with these high security clearances which I have identified is connected to the Illuminati. Each underground area at Suitland Annex has its own subset of secret access words, known only to the initiated. Most of the OS records have been destroyed, a few have been left, the important ones have been misfiled or remade. This is according to a reliable British intelligence agent. Also according to reliable inside sources, the CIA is working night and day to remake old records, to expunge all the real dirty secrets from their records. The basement of CIA HQ is known as the pit. In the pit, documents are being shredded and burned on a round-the-clock basis. The large remains of these secrets are sold for landfill. The Illuminati have developed secrecy to a fine art. They train their people in the art of secrecy from the time they are born. Most everything they do is done orally. They are trained not to write rituals and other things down. There is very little paper trail left by the Illuminati. The creation of slaves with photographic memories facilitates this secrecy. But this book is not about how they have managed to keep their trauma-based monarch mind control a secret. They have managed only to keep it a secret to the general public. They have not been able to completely cover up the millions of wasted lives that their programming has ruined. For many years, they were able to shut up and quietly discard their programmed multiples by labeling them paranoid schizophrenics. But therapists are now correctly identifying these people as programmed multiples and are not only diagnosing them better but giving them better treatment. After Candy Jones's husband deprogrammed her enough that she could participate in writing a book exposing some of what had been done to her, the secret was out. See The Control of Candy Jones' Hypnotism in the CIA by Donald Bain. Ever since then, the intelligence agencies and the Illuminati have been carrying out damage control. Their biggest damage control campaign has enlisted the power of Hollywood and the controlled media. This campaign is known as the False Memory Syndrome campaign, or as those of us who know the facts like to call it the False Memory Syndrome. The headquarters of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation is located at 3401 Market Street, Suite 130, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19104. Some of the original founders were doctors of the University of Pennsylvania. The inside story about these early FMS doctors of the University of Pennsylvania is that they practiced satanic rituals during their workdays. What is unusual about this is that generally satanic rituals are performed at night, but these doctors did their carbon work during the day. I know about these men. Now you can see why these men started the FMS. They started it to cover their own sins, because many of them were abusers themselves. In other words, many of the M's people are abusers of trauma-based mind-controlled slaves, or the victims of abuse who are in denial about their own abuse from trauma-based mind control. Martin T. Orn, the person credited with founding the FMS, had ties to the CIA. Two members of the M's advisory board, Ralph Underweger, PhD and theologian, along with Holliday Wakefield, ML let the cat out of the bag when they publicly supported pedophilia, that is adults having sex with children. Their support of pedophilia came in an interview with the Dutch magazine Petica, the Journal of Pedophilia, Winter, 1993. Although the False Memory Syndrome Foundation gets upset at any mention that there might be a conspiracy by the perpetrators of mind control, because conspiracies supposedly don't and can't happen. They want us to believe that all therapists are conspiring together to implant false memories of abuse into their clients, which could not be further from the truth. Monarch slaves typically run into a great deal of denial by their therapists that anything like this could be happening. The bottom line is that multiple personality disorder, now referred to as dissociative identity disorder, is a recognized bona fide diagnosis. False memory syndrome is not a recognized medical or psychological diagnosis and does not appear in the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 3R nor the recently released DSM-IV-8. Those who followed Fritz's writings have learned about the close working relationship between the Mondevis and the Rothschilds. See his article about the Mondevi-Rothschild Napa Valley Winery. Guess who got the court precedence which gives the M some legal ground to attack therapists? The precedence was supposedly a wife who went to a doctor who told her she had syphilis. The wife assumes she got it from her husband and divorces him. Then she learns she doesn't have syphilis. The husband then sues the doctor. Upon this bizarre case rests the legal precedence for a third party to sue a person who gives advice, such as family members suing a therapist. Upon this weak precedence, an abusive father who worked for Monday in a winery in California successfully destroyed a legitimate therapist who was trying to save his daughter who was a programmed monarch victim. Supposedly the therapist had implanted false memories of rape in his daughter, when the record shows that the daughter's mother told the therapist a girl had been raped by the father. When a valid case of SRA and repressed memories went to trial in Washington state involving a police officer whose family was MPD, Dr. Richard Offshee of the false memory syndrome showed up to cause mischief. And mischief he did work. The case involved the children of a Christian police officer named Ingram who had satanically ritually abused his family for years. The daughter won in court, but Offshee of the M's was not above writing a book full of lies and distortions about the case. Lynn Crook, who was the abused daughter in the case, wrote up a paper exposing what M's person Richard Offshee did to her. The controlled media is giving full license and great coverage to the M's people, rather than fighting the government for scraps of declassified documents which have had their secrets marked out, and which may even be fake documents manufactured by the CIA. I have decided that there is a much better approach to expose the monarch mind control to the world. If a person could never go to Nepal, he can see pictures of it and believe it exists. If a person cannot get into the top secret records of the CIA and Office of Naval Intelligence and MI6, they can be given the exact recipe for creating a 9-monarch slave. I believe that by giving the step-by-step recipe, people will see that A, all the ingredients are available, B, it is possible to combine the ingredients, C, all it takes is the motive to do it, and that motive is self-evident. We'll even provide some of the names and places as we go along. This book will provide the step-by-step recipe for making a monarch mind-controlled slave. It is a trauma-based mind control which programs multiple personalities using every known technique of mind control. Every type of mind control technique has been combined into a group package which makes the total package almost impossible to break. It is this ability to synthesize all these methods into a group package which is so powerful. Edward Hunter, author of Brainwashing in Red China, testified in 1958 before a U.S. Congressional House Committee on Un-American Activities. Since man began, he has tried to influence other men or women to his way of thinking. There have always been these forms of pressure to change attitudes. We discovered in the past 30 years, a technique to influence, by clinical, hospital procedures, the thinking processes of human beings. Brainwashing is formed out of a set of different elements: hunger, fatigue, tenseness, threats, violence, and in more intense cases, drugs and hypnotism. No one of these elements alone can be regarded as brainwashing, any more than an apple can be called apple pie. Other ingredients have to be added, and a cooking process gone through. So it is with brainwashing. Hunter said brainwashing was a red Chinese threat. He said that the Chinese were the ones using these tactics. In reality, this mind control was being done in the US, and Hunter was a pawn to help justify the criminal activities of the programmers should they ever be found out behind their cover of national security. The handlers of mind controlled slaves carry around a black or gray 3-ring notebook or a laptop computer with the access codes and triggers. Some of the programmers and handlers have this all memorized. The deepest parts, Core Gems Executive Committee, False Trinity etc. are charted in esoteric language such as Enochian, Hebrew, which is considered magical, and 10 Druid symbols. I have never gotten the opportunity to look at one of these, although a number of the slaves who I've talked with have while they were being programmed. These notebooks have color-coded graphs showing the arrangement of altars, the structure of the system, the training of the altars, the history of the altars and other details. All the primary tortures carried out on a slave are coded using dates so that the memories can be pulled up by the programmers. There is a standard set of hand signals, gestures, and codes that allow a handler to work with someone else's slave, but the accepted code among the handlers is to leave another man's slave alone. As one leading psychiatrist put it, different ideologies use the same methodologies of mind control. The Illuminati have secretly put in base programming that allows them ultimate control over many of the other group's slaves. This will be described within this book. For both the ease of reading and the ease of writing, I have dispensed with most footnotes to provide my sources with double the size of the book, and many of them are confidential. In the past, when I have attempted crediting information, some people have gotten bruised feelings for having been passed over or for being named. When information comes in from several sources, it becomes difficult to pass out credit. I have made conservative judgment calls about what material I could use. Most of this information has been verified by several reliable sources. Confidential eyewitnesses are often the only source when there is such a powerful conspiracy to keep this vast NWO mind control secret. Paper trails were not left or are not available. Programmed slaves who have worked for the military as mind-controlled slaves have witnessed their files expunged and sanitized. The New World Order in 1981 made training films for their novice programmers. Monarch slave Kathy O'Brien was used to make both the film How to Divide a Personality and How to Create a Sex Slave. Two Huntsville porn photographers were used to help NASA and the NWO create these training films. Undoubtedly, other porn training films exist too. In other words, there is film evidence of the Monarch total mind control, but these porn films are kept in very secure sites. 11. During the last few years, I have visited with ex-programmers. I have visited with hundreds of victims of the Monarch type programming. I have gone to programming sites. I have visited with therapists who work with the victims of this mind control. And I have met several of the programmers of the Psi Illuminati face-to-face in the adventures of trying to save people from their programming. I hope that God gives me the strength and the opportunity to get the information I have learned out to the world in general. When this information gets out, hopefully it will help lift some of the secrecy of the Monarch programming. The Monarch programming is a foundation rock of the New World Order that when pulled up, will reveal the most evil two-legged bugs and slimy critters. When their rock is lifted, they will have to scurry to hide. Because the authors know what the programmers do, they must honestly record several areas of programming that will be controversial. The programmers are very much into demonology. Before therapists close their minds to this subject, the authors would like to point out that they personally know of cases where Monarch slaves whose Christian personalities and other alters didn't believe in demonology were talked into participating in real deliverance, and the slaves discovered much to their surprise that work they had unsuccessfully tried to do for years with their therapist was accomplished in a day or two. Some prestigious researchers have decided the subconscious doesn't exist because they can't find it. It's mysterious. To the man in the street, the concept subconscious is as mysterious as the concept demon. Both have been the objects of intense research by U.S., Brit, JER, intelligence groups. In fact, many of the concepts in this book have been purposely obscured by the Illuminati's control over the media and universities. These obscured concepts include MPD, DID, recovered memories, hypnosis, demonic possession, aliens, mind control, the subconscious, a conspiracy to bring in an NWO, truth, etc. The smokescreens of controversy will continue, but those who love the truth, if they seek it, will realize the importance of this book. It's on public record that MKUltra, the mind control research which CIA Director Admiral Stansfield Turner admitted to in 1977, spent millions of dollars 12 studying voodoo, witchcraft, and psychics. On August 3, 1977, at a Senate hearing, the then CIA Director Admiral Stansfield Turner disclosed that the CIA had been conducting mind control on countless numbers of unsuspecting victims for years, without their knowledge or consent. These CIA mind control operations were carried out with the participation of at least 185 scientists and at least 80 American institutions, including prisons, pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, and 44 medical colleges and universities. Many of America's most prestigious institutes of medical research had cooperated with the CIA as well as numerous big-name corporations. Casey admitted that day that the CIA did mind control consisting of drugs, hypnosis, and electroshock. A few of the victims of the Monarch Project were even awarded financial compensation for their misery. But what was admitted in the spirit of covering up the extent of the full truth. The compensation was actually hush money, because victims were given gag orders by judges not to talk about what had happened to them. For Christian deprogrammers, it's been a disaster for Monarch victims that so many ministers have ignored those words of their scripture, for we are not ignorant of the devil's devices. 2 Core 2. 11. This book is a must for those ministers who seriously believe having therefore these promises. Dearly beloved, let us cleanse ourselves from all filthiness of the flesh and spirit, perfecting holiness in the fear of God. 2 Core 7. 1. In 2 Tim 2, 1921, believers who name at the name of Christ are asked to purge themselves of their uncleanliness, unclean spirits. There are many top-notch Christians in the churches today who are under mind control, including many of the Christian leadership. Ignorance is not godliness. One of the character traits of God is that he is all-knowing. WHO says it is godly to be ignorant. The prophet Daniel said God reveals the deep and secret things. Dan 2:22. Jesus' advice to his disciples was in effect to be wise as serpents, and gentle as a lamb. 13. This advice certainly applies in helping the victims of trauma-based mind control. Paul in his letter to the Thessalonians, 1:5-14, says that in effect that different people need different counseling, but they all need to be treated with patience. The first step in suggesting a cure is to find out what happened. That is what this book is about. This book is about how the occult network creates the problem that therapists and a few ministers try to deal with. But the keys to open doors to healthy solutions for the victims of trauma-based total mind control will reveal themselves in this book for the reader, as this book reveals the nitty-gritty of how the total mind control happens. Satanic ritual abuse has a history that is almost as old as history itself. Good King Hezekiah was a victim as a child of SRA 2CHR29, who got free. Moses confronted the satanic magic of Pharaoh's magicians who could create live snakes from sticks. The Apostle Paul had to deal with Simon Magus, a leader of what is now known as Satanism. Solomon, one of the greatest men of faith, backslid and became one of the greatest Satanists of all history. We have no fellowship with unfruitful works of darkness, but rather approve them, as per F 5:11. While we have no fellowship with evil, the mind control programmers are counting on us being so ignorant of their devices that they can hide their control devices behind perversion and filth that many people shy away from. We must be strong enough to face evil and not shy away from it. The victims of mind control must look evil in the face and not look away to gain their freedom. We, who want to help them, must be courageous and strong enough to do this too. This book is written for that divine goal till we all come in the unity of the faith, and of the knowledge of the Son of God, unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ. F 4:13. If the body of Christ is to attain fullness, we need this book to weed out the hidden terrible cancer that is consuming the body from within. This book is written for ministers, secular and Christian therapists, and truth lovers of all kinds. If you love the truth, this book is for you. If you see something good in the human race so that our species should be preserved as well as the spotted owl and the sand flea, then this book is for you. If you love the truth, this book is for you. 14. Glossary of how basic terms are used in this book. For those readers who are not familiar with these basic terms, let us introduce you to the definitions under which this book uses them. Alter. Our usage is trying to follow the programmer's usage of this word, a dissociated part of the mind which has a separate identity and is given cue codes by the mind control programmers to trigger that dissociated part of the mind to come to the front of the mind. The alter's identity may be a gem, rock, a tape recorder, a poodle, a white kitten, a dove, a horse, or even think of itself as a person or a demon. It all depends on its programming. An alter is different from an alter fragment in that the alter fragment is a dissociated part of the mind which serves only a single purpose. The programmers will give an alter a history, and ensure that shadow alters will provide a full range of accessible emotions. Sometimes the distinctions between alters and alter fragments is vague, but examples from the two ends of the spectrum are easy to tell apart. We use the word alter in this book to conform to what the programmer's charts are encoding as alters. A typical main mentally created grid would be a grid of 13x13 principal A-coded alters, which is 169 principal alter personalities. In Illuminati systems, ceremonial altars will consist of 3 altars placed on a spinning pedestal together into triad goddesses or gods. That means that an A-coded altar on some levels is actually 3 altars spinning together, which must be locked in place to communicate with, and then rotated to communicate to the other 2. Beta. This is the second Greek letter, and it represents the sexual models and sexual altars that the programmers are creating. The primitive part of the brain is involved in this type of programming. An early sexual abuse event will be used to anchor this programming. These sexual slaves will develop sexual abilities that are far beyond what the public is aware is even possible. They also receive the worst kind of abuse far beyond what most people's imagination can picture. Beta alters generally see themselves as catch 15. Councils, Illuminati. The Illuminati has frequent meetings. Some of these meetings are organized to appear acephalous and accidental in their meetings, when in reality they are structured and planned. One group, MJ12, has gone by the following names: the group, the Special Study Group, the Wise Men, the Operations Coordinating Board, OCB, 5412 Committee, 303 Committee, 40 Committee, Pi 40 Committee, and Policy Planning Group, PCG. Some of the formal policy and ritual groups have names that all Illuminati members who have gotten high enough to learn will recognize: the Council of 3, Council of 5, Council of 7, Council of 9, the Grand Druid Council, the Committee of 300, and the Committee of 500, known as Fortune 500. Many of the meetings are conclaves without formal names. The Grand Druid Council is not something fictional, but an actual body of people who formally meet and whose membership we have been trying to keep track of. The groups which make decisions to control this planet are networked together. Each decision has its own origin and route that it takes. Delta. This is a Greek letter shaped like a triangle which symbolizes change in calculus. It has become a favorite word to use in naming things for the occult elite. Delta teams are 4-person assassination teams which usually are secret teams. Delta Forces is an elite unit that operates under the Joint Chiefs of Staff that is made up of highly trained total mind-controlled slaves. Delta models are slaves whose sole purpose is assassination. Delta alters are alters within an Illuminati alter system which are programmed to be assassins. These alters are often some of the deepest in a system and in a genie bottle or with umbrella programming. Deliverance Ministry. This book is about how the mind control is done. It is not a textbook on solutions. The use of the term deliverance ministry in this book connotates any person, who via faith in God is able to pray for divine help in a fashion. 16. That a victim is helped from demonic activity. A deliverance ministry is a natural outgrowth of a life in harmony and fellowship with God. However, this is not to be confused with exorcism of the traditional Catholic or witchcraft nature in which certain spells and incantations are used in a prescribed method. Deliverance connotes divinely inspired faith. Exorcism involves ritual. A deliverance ministry might perhaps teach a person about forgiveness, or how they can renounce an oath, or how to apply Jesus Christ's atoning blood to their life. In this fashion, the person finds deliverance through biblical spiritual principles rather than the efficacy of some ritual or hocus-pocus spell. This book is in no way meant as a blanket endorsement of every spiritual warfare tactic. If anything, this book suggests that ministers learn more about mind control, as well as grow stronger in their walk with God. Illuminati. The Illuminati are 13 elite bloodlines which have maneuvered themselves into control over this planet. They led double lives, one for society and a hidden one which is based on a Gnostic Luciferian philosophy which consists of lots of blood rituals. Monarch programming. This was a specific project carried out by secret elements of the US government and intelligence groups. There were, according to someone a few years ago who had access to the computer, which contains all the names of active monitored human slaves, 40,000 actively monitored monarch slaves. However, this book uses the term generically to include all victims who have suffered this type of trauma-based mind control. In the same way that a brand name like Hister is used to describe all lifts, when we use the term we use it in its broadest sense. This is the only way it can be used and technically correct, because as of this date, the authors have not seen who is on the active monarch program list of slaves. System. This term is used in several ways. It is frequently used to refer to a victim of 17. Total mind control because the victim consists of alters, programming, implant, internal computers, and numerous dissociative states which function together as a system. The word is also used in this book to refer to the body's functional physiological units, such as the respiratory system. The word is also infrequently used to denote the established social, economic, political system controlling the world, also known insiders as the network. Other standard meaning may also occasionally be used for the word. Multiple personality disorder. Dissociative identity disorder. Dissociative identity disorder is the situation where different dissociative parts of a single brain view themselves as separate persons. The DSM-IV, or definition of multiple personality disorder (MPD), is the guideline for determining MPD for this book. New World Order. The New World Order is the global design for a one-world government, one-world dictator and its constituents. Insiders call themselves the network and the neighborhood. Satanic ritual abuse, SRA. This is used to represent all categories of ritual abuse which would be inspired by the desire to rob, kill, or destroy something worthwhile in a person, especially their freedom of thought. Many groups carrying out SRA do not mention Satan by that name. They may make pacts to Baphomet, and call upon Rex Mundi, or Belair, or Lucifer, or the Father of Light, God, or Kali, or even Jesus or Jesus Christ. SRA is not a value judgment by the authors against some group. The victims themselves on some level know that he or she is being abused. Switching. This is when one part, fragment, of the mind takes over from another, or in simple terms, this is when one alter personality or alter fragment takes the body from the alter which is holding the body. 18. Switching can occur via the programmer's codes for calling up alters, or by external or internal stimuli that trigger an alter to come out. Switching will usually cause at least a flicker of the eyes, and for outside observers, who know the different personalities, they will observe another personality take the body. 19. Chapter 1. Science. Number 1. The selection and preparation of the victim. A selection based on genetics and dissociative abilities. B. Availability. C. Mental and physical features. One of the primary reasons that the monarch mind control programming was named monarch programming was because of the monarch butterfly. The monarch butterfly learns where it was born, its roots, and it passes this knowledge via genetics onto its offspring, from generation to generation. This was one of the key animals that tipped scientists off. That knowledge can be passed genetically. The monarch program is based upon Illuminati and Nazi goals to create a master race in part through genetics. If knowledge can be passed genetically, which it is, then it is important that parents be found that can pass the correct knowledge onto those victims selected for the monarch mind control. The primary important factor for the trauma-based mind control is the ability to disassociate. It was discovered that this ability is passed genetically from generation to generation. American Indian tribes, who had traumatic ritual dances and who would wait motionless for hours when hunting, children of fakirs in India, who would sleep on a bed of nails or walk on hot coals, children of yogis, those skilled in yoga, who would have total control over their body in trance, Tibetan Buddhists, children of Modao, Bizango and other groups have a good ability to disassociate. The children of multi-generational abuse are also good at dissociation. The Illuminati families and European occultists went to India and Tibet to study occultism and Eastern philosophy. These Europeans learned yoga, tantric yoga, meditations, and trances and other methods to disassociate. 20. These skills are passed on to their children via genetics. A test is run when the children are about 18 months old to determine if they can dissociate enough to be selected for programming or not. Mind-controlled slaves are created for different purposes, hierarchy or non-hierarchy purposes. The Illuminati create mind-controlled slaves who are to function within the Illuminati hierarchy. These slaves will usually have their genealogies hidden, and will be created to have excellent cover lives to ensure that they are not detected. They will be given multifunctional programming, and will usually be used to help program other slaves. The abuse will not be as physically visible as it will be on the bodies of slaves who are not born to be part of the Illuminati elite. Members of Mariah equals the Illuminati, Luciferian elite will have undergone as much trauma as other slaves. However, the torture scars and the control are better concealed. These children will often receive lavish experiences as well as talks to convince them that they are part of the elite. By the way, body scars will show up better under black light. That is the same black light as used in clubs. The Illuminati and other organizations have also programmed individuals who are simply expendable. These are sex slaves who are used up and killed very early in life, one-time use saboteurs, breeders, soldiers, drug couriers and so forth. The bodies of these people will often show visible torture scars. The expendable are the children of parents who were blackmailed into turning their children over to the CIA. This is all hidden by the power of the National Security Act. These are children who have been sold by pedophile fathers or pornographic parents. The programmer's masters program them with the expectation that they will be thrown from the freedom train when they get to age 30. Freedom train is the code word for the monarch trauma-based mind control. To be thrown from the freedom train means to be killed. The CIA and the Illuminati are skilled at blackmailing parents to give up their children. They would watch the mail for porn. Pedophile and murderers who 21 abused their children are warned that they will go to prison for long lengths of time if they do not cooperate by selling their children into mind-controlled slavery. In return for the parents' cooperation, they provide rich financial rewards to the parent. It's clearly a case of if you don't cooperate you lose in life big time, if you do cooperate you win big time. Ministers are often set up with betas, a sexual model who then blackmail them. The ministers do not want to lose their status and profession via scandals, so they agree to turn their children over when young to the CIA to work with. The Illuminati like to blackmail these ministers when they are finished with their seminary schooling and committed to the ministry at about 33 years of age. The idea of having nothing to fall back on after they have committed their entire life to one profession is too much for these weak-willed men, and they buckle under the threats. If they don't buckle under, the resulting consequences will remove them from ministry. The type of father who is most preferred by the programmers to offer up their children for programming is the pedophile. If a father will abuse his own little baby girl, then the programmers know that the man has no conscience. This father's involvement in criminal activity, and thereby his vulnerability, can be continually increased. They want men who they believe will not develop any qualms later on in life about what they have done. A man who waits until his daughter is a teenager to molest her is usually esteemed to have too much conscience for the programmers. A big distinction must be made between hierarchy monarch slaves and non-hierarchy monarch slaves. The reason there is such a big distinction is that they are not programmed the same way. Since this book is giving the recipe for how to create a monarch slave, we will have to cover the distinction between slaves within the Illuminati and those slaves who function outside of the Illuminati hierarchy. It is important to stress that the label monarch is used in this book in a generic sense for the modern trauma-based total mind control that is taking place. Whether an Illuminati mind-controlled slave is technically in the Monarch 22 records or out of the actual Monarch program data files kept on computer is merely a technicality. In my, Fritz's, other writings, I explain about how the Illuminati created the CIA. I know that some of its directors were members of the Illuminati and I strongly suspect that the other CIA directors were probably full-fledged members too. The two organizations need each other. If the CIA didn't have the international backing of the movers and shakers of the world, it would have been exposed and done away with. Likewise, the Illuminati, because it is so secret, needs organizations through which it can work. The CIA is a front for the Illuminati, and the CIA in turn sets up fronts. Some of those fronts are elaborate, well-staffed, well-equipped programming sites, such as many of the state mental hospitals, McGill Psychiatric Training Network consisting of 8 Montreal hospitals especially, St. Mary's, NASA in Huntsville, the Presidia, CA, and Knott's at China Lake, CA, to name a few. For a more complete list see Appendix B, the Illuminati couldn't do it alone without its fronts. Satanists within the network and the CIA took over Boys Town, NE in the early 1950s, and used that famous orphanage for a constant supply of boys for programming. Boys Town is perhaps the most famous, but there are a whole long list of others. When the Monarch programming started, the top men were Illuminati. Originally, Joseph Mengele was the lead programmer. He had already achieved the rank of Grand Master, later Oximus, within the Illuminati. He had become skilled in music, in Kabbalistic magic, in dancing, in abortions, and in torture. By the way, Mengele had a sadistic mother, and programming children. Many of the concentration camp children that Mengele programmed still survive and still love him to this day as daddy. Mengele disappeared from Auschwitz in January 1945, several months before the final chaos began in the Third Reich. He disappeared so the Illuminati could smuggle him to the US, so that is exceptional knowledge of programming. honed and fine-tuned on thousands of concentration camp child victims, could be put to use on a grand scale in the US. He traveled worldwide, but especially in Western US, doing his programming accompanied by his pair of two black servants. 23. American monarch survivors remember his spotless German uniform, his shiny boots which he wore during programming, his thick German accent, his handsome features, his cleft chin, the space in his front teeth, the way he would jab with his thumb while programming, as if he were still saying links, retched to lines of Jews coming into the concentration camps. The reason Mengele was so excited to do the selection process of inmates coming into Auschwitz was that he was choosing inmates for his numerous mind-controlled trauma experiments. He was especially anxious to get identical twins, because his genetic research related to mind control needed persons of identical genetic makeup. Traditionally, the Illuminati had been having their children inspected by a woman with the rank of Grande Mother. She would determine the fitness of the children and then present them for a formal acceptance ceremony at age 3 to the Grande Druid Council. This procedure didn't change when Mengele came over. The programming just jumped from being an occult science to one that had full access to the medical, psychiatric, judicial, scientific and governmental sectors via the power of the National Security Act and the intelligence agencies. The Illuminati's programming of multiples prior to Mengele's arrival were simplistic, compared to the sophisticated techniques engineered by the Nazi Germans, whose mind control research included some non-German nationals such as some Italians. Just as a victim who is killed by an 18th century musket is just as much victimized as someone killed by an M16, so a victim of the pre-1946 programming was just as victimized as those programmed with more sophisticated techniques. For the Illuminati, the child's programming is planned by the Circle, another name for their organization, before it is born. From the Illuminati's perspective, their plans involve generational spirits and positions within the hierarchy. The child is conceived according to their rituals, and the steps that child will go through follows a well-thought-out detailed regimen for programming it. In contrast, the children from foster homes, or pedophiles do not receive the same regimen. Hierarchy slaves will in turn be used to program and train other hierarchy 24 children, while CIA slaves and mafia slaves and KKK slaves etc. will be discarded. This is why a presidential model is thrown from the Freedom Train, the name of the monarch program in the underworld. Women and men in the Illuminati will continue to help with the programming their entire lives. The Illuminati is programming such vast numbers of children, they need every one of their able members to help. Mariah's total membership worldwide numbers in the millions. The Illuminati regimen for their children is far more controlling than the CIA's programming. Not everyone in the Illuminati gets their mind split and becomes a programmed multiple. However, everyone does get some type of mind control. Those who have been spared multiplicity still must participate in a 2-week intense mind control session that might be compared to the Army's Ranger School. Those who participate in this have learned obedience. Those who haven't learned obedience are forced into ritual gladiator-type duels or other punishments to eliminate them. Finally, a traitor's death is pictured on one of the tarot cards is waiting. Sharon Tate was left hanging in the number 12 tarot card's hangman position from the house rafters. The best therapists will quietly admit that traditional therapy is inadequate. Unless God intervenes, people who are born into the Illuminati don't escape it while alive. This book isn't a mere exercise of academic thinking, but is written with the assurance that freedom is possible. There are viable answers. Some children live in foster homes, or with adopted parents, or in orphanages, or with caretakers and guardians. Because these children are at the mercy of the non-related adults, these types of children frequently are sold to become mind-controlled slaves of the intelligence agencies. In review, remember that because many of these organizations are controlled by the Illuminati, an Illuminati slave may often work for one of these front groups, while the Illuminati maintain control over the base program. The intelligence networks were started by and run by the Illuminati. They are Illuminati fronts. The use of slaves crosses many organizational boundaries within the overall 25 network. If a slave is to be used as a Delta model assassination, they may be selected for strength and dexterity. The Delta Force is the Army's elite unit made up of monarch slaves. If they are to operate as a Beta model sexual slave, they will be chosen if they can master technique. Occasionally they might in some circumstances be selected for how pretty the programmers expect the child to become. Some parents have produced good-looking children and are actually sought after to bear children to sell into the mind-controlled slavery freedom train system. However, vastly more important for beta sex slaves are their ability to be programmed to have charm, seductive skills, charisma, and creativity. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and the programmers can put almost any kind of body to use as a sex slave. Almost any sex slave can fit somewhere into the scripts of the Illuminati New World Order crime syndicate porn movies. I place porn in quotation marks, because what they call porn doesn't resemble what the public thinks of porn. We're not talking Playboy-type porn, we're talking ghastly horrible atrocities that are as sick as anything done in the Nazi concentration camps. For instance, it takes little acting ability or beauty to have one's head chopped off while having sex. There are different types of sexual slaves, but the Illuminati wants to get beta alters which are sharp, talented, skilled, and resourceful. They will use these beta alters, such as the Black Widow alters, for espionage and blackmail. To make sure that the child's mind develops properly, the baby will be interacted with so that those areas of the brain that are important to develop will develop to the maximum. It is a well-known fact that areas of the brain grow according to how much stimulation and use that area of the brain receives. For this reason, grande dames, who are involved in programming, will spend time drawing and showing faces to the child and seeing if the child can recognize identical faces. Almost any other item will be used. Candy canes with stripes. Match the candy canes with the same no of stripes, trees, or pencils. The child must learn to match identical items very early, even before they can speak. This is so they will be able to build mirror images into their mind. 26. Chapter 2 Science to the traumatization and torture of the victim. The basis for the success of the monarch mind control programming is that different personalities or personality parts called alters can be created who do not know each other, but who can take the body at different times. The amnesia walls that are built by traumas form a protective shield of secrecy that protects the abusers from being found out, and prevents the front personalities who hold the body much of the time to know how their system of alters is being used. The shield of secrecy allows cult members to live and work around other people and remain totally undetected. The front alters can be wonderful Christians, and the deeper alters can be the worst type of satanic monster imaginable, a Dr. Jekyll Mr. Hyde effect. A great deal is at stake in maintaining the secrecy of the intelligence agency or the occult group which is controlling the slave. The success rate of this type of programming is high, but when it fails, the failures are discarded through death. Each trauma and torture serves a purpose. A great deal of experimentation and research went into finding out what can and can't be done. Charts were made showing how much torture a given body weight at a given age can handle without death. Now this is why the Nazis did all those strange concentration camp experiments, where they tested how quickly people would freeze or die from various traumas. It was for mind control. The abusers are very specific and scientific in their torture. A lab technician with a clipboard walks around monitoring the for the children when they receive their initial traumas. Heart monitors are closely watched. Still many children died from the programming. The programmers learned that when a child rolled up in a fetal position it had given up the will to live. They learned to time how fast this would occur to get an idea of how far to push the child. 27. Parents in eastern United States were taken to Harvard University for training to teach them how much trauma they could give their children at home before they would die. After the children got back from their initial programming they were to receive daily traumas to keep them dissociative. The initial splites and initial programming done at China Lake, CA. The primary or initial torture for many children in western US was done at China Lake, which officially has gone under the designations Naval Ordnance Test Station, pronounced in short as NOTS, Naval Weapons Center, NWC, Ridgecrest, the town nearby, and in Yukon, the area. The address of Nimitz Hospital is the Code 232 Naval Air Weapons Station. The base was set up to test new weapons. Evidently, the Navy decided that mind-controlled people were an important weapon to test. Most of the new weapons created at China Lake were for the most part human robots turned out in large numbers. The Monarch mind control was carried out in large airplane hangars on the base which have been able to house thousands of tiny cages just large enough for human babies. Lots of 1,000 babies was a small batch. According to people who worked in the hangars helping program, many batches were 2,000 or 3,000 babies. Many survivors remembered the thousands of cages housing little children from ceiling to floor. The cages were hot-wired, electrified on the ceiling, bottom and sides, so that the children who are locked inside can receive horrific electric shocks to their bodies to groom their minds to split into multiple personalities. These cages are called woodpecker grids. The victim sees a flash of light when high DC voltage is applied. Later, this flash of light is used with hypnotic induction to make the person think they are going into another dimension when they are blasted with high voltage. In the Peter Pan programming, the programmers tell the slaves that this is writing the light. One of the popular traumas after the small child has endured the woodpecker grid cages for days is to rape it. The rape is intentionally brutal so that it will be as traumatic as possible. Many of the technical people on the base are civilians. This is in part because part of the research involves mind control, and Illuminati civilian mind control. 28. Experts have come and gone from the base. The California Institute of Technology of Pasadena is intimately connected to China Lake's research, and by the way to the Illuminati. Also much of the work at the facility is for the intelligence agencies and not the military. Intelligence assets are often civilians. One of the things developed in the California universities and then implemented at China Lake was color programming, which will be covered later in this book. Red and green were discovered to be the most visible colors for programming. Various colored flashing lights were used in programming at NOTS. Survivors of the programming all remember flashing lights. The use of flashing lights has been introduced into American culture by the CIA. If a person goes into bars and places where bands play, you will notice multicolored lights flashing. The flashing lights create disassociation, especially in people who are programmed. How children are transported to a major programming site. A list of major programming centers is given in an appendix, along with each site's programming specialties. In this chapter, an example of just one of the bases used for early programming is given, the large and very secret China Lake facility in California near Death Valley. The children are brought into the China Lake NWC, also known as NOTS, based by trains, planes and cars. A number of the small airfields which fly these children into China Lake have been identified. One, which is no longer in use for moving children, was a private airstrip at Sheridan, or which was beside a large lumber mill. The lumber mill had an agreement to secretly house the children who had their mults tapped. Neighbors in the area were bought off, and warned that if they talked there would be in trouble for broaching national security. The area has lots of mills joined by train tracks, which were used to shuttle the children around. Tied into this network was a Catholic monastery which lies between Sheridan and McMinnville, close to the rail network. The Union train station in Portland, or has underground tunnels where children were temporarily warehoused in cages before continuing on their journey. The Jesuits were active in this part of the child procurement. Catholic adoption agencies, which are many, nuns who get pregnant, Third 29, world parents, and parents who will sell their children were all sources of children for programming. When one thinks about how many corrupt people there are and how many towns and cities are on the West Coast, and how many children are produced by satanic breeders, illegal aliens and other parents who'd rather have the money than children, the reader begins to realize how procuring batches of 1,000 or 2,000 children was no problem for the Illuminati working through intelligence agencies such as the CIA, NISH, DIA, FBI, and FEMA. The Finders, a joint CFB group, procured children for the network for years. Some of the children needed for programming are to be used for sacrifices to traumatize those being programmed. The names of some of the people who work at procuring children for programming sacrifice have been released in Fritz Springmeier's monthly newsletter. The secret FEMA airstrip at Santa Rosa has planes landing and leaving all night. Some of these flights go east and then land at the secret 1,800 square mile China Lake Naval Research Base, and are believed to carry children for programming. This airstrip is called the Santa Rosa Air Center. When I tried to get FAA information on this airstrip, they played stupid as if it didn't exist, yet it is in operation. Near Santa Rosa is the Bohemian Grove. Southwest of Santa Rosa is this air center which is not used by the public. This airport was recently used by private pilots as a FBO. It was built during WW2 as a training base for P-32 pilots, and deactivated in 1952. After the war, it was leased to private companies, such as the CIA. The paved areas are 4 feet of concrete and can land the heaviest planes in use. There are no buildings over 2 stories in the entire area, and no control tower. The FBI have a contingent in the federal building downtown Santa Rosa, and FEMA has a radio station at the airport. The Army Reserve also has some buildings in the area. However, there is some highly secret activity going on underground at the airport. 6-7 small planes sneak out of the closed base a day, and for a base of its description that is closed, that is very interesting. 30. The planes take off in the evening and do not turn their lights on until hundreds of feet into the air. The Press Democrat of Santa Rosa ran an article on Thursday, April 22, 1993 about the federal government selling 70 acres of property just to the east of the airport. However, when one reads closely, the land is going to be offered to a host of federal agencies. The property was being used by FEMA, 707-542-4534. If one thinks about it, it is unlikely that the radio station is a FEMA transmitter station. The close vicinity of this secret activity to the elite's Bohemian Grove makes this an interesting site for study. The airport used for the Bohemian Grove visitors is north of Santa Rosa on HWY 101, the Sonoma County Airport. United Express and American Eagle, which flies to and from San Jose, fly into this airport, which has a controlled tower. In 1964, the airport was reported to have also carried about 600 military operations, either a takeoff or a landing, per year. It was around this time that the federal government made an agreement with Sonoma County Airport to help pay for the runway to be extended, the runway to be strengthened and the airport to be upgraded in numerous ways. The elite from around the world fly into here to go to the Bohemian Grove, which is in the Monte Rio area. Monarch slaves are regularly abused at the Grove for the entertainment of Bohemian Grove members in kinky sex theme rooms, such as the Dark Room and the Necrophilia Room. Secret NWO outer business is conducted in the small, dark lounge with a wooden sign naming it Underground. Slaves are hunted in the woods for sport, and occult rituals, including infant sacrifice, are held outdoors in the Grove. These airfields are described in detail so that the reader can begin to catch on to the network of small planes and airfields the Monarch system uses to transport children. The children are trickled in from various collection points to China Lake. Monarch slaves, many of them children themselves, are used in this extensive child procurement system. Children are also used to entice and kidnap other children. Teenage slaves are used to escort and transport little children on trains, buses, and planes. 31. The triangular-shaped airfield at China Lake has traditionally begun very early in the morning with lots of activity. The night flights from FEMA Santa Rosa Airfield being an example of incoming flights. The airfield connects to the main base area via Sandquist Road. Children are landed at this field, while others are driven through the gates guarded by Marines, and others come through via the east-west rail line. The fact that children are driving through the gates is not alarming because inside the military perimeter is a high school, a junior high school and 3 other schools. Some of the adults of the children being programmed stay in military barracks. Quonset huts and one-story buildings. While they wait, a male monarch victim remembers a large hangar building at China Lake with a concrete floor and row after row of cages suspended from the ceiling filling the large building. One of the programmers was dressed similar to a Catholic priest. The electric current that ran to the cages made a hum, like an electric fence. There was a marble slab that served as an altar where black hooded robed people would take a bone-handled knife and sacrifice little children in front of the other children in the cages. Memories from other survivors about the place will be mentioned later. More about the secret China Lake-based Charles Manson, a programmed monarch slave who received initial programming at China Lake, lived with his cult only 45 miles northwest of China Lake at the remote Myers and Barker ranches, Scotty's Castle in Death Valley, Bakersfield, Edwards AFB, and Papaludo's Store and Tavern, with its secret underground programming center, are all in the vicinity of China Lake and have all been programming sites too. Old Route 66 went by China Lake, which now is just off US 395. The area's tavern has been named the Hideaway. The building was low, away from the highway, with a large unlit parking lot. Only people who knew how to enter it by the obscure entrance on the side could get in. The Hideaway Tavern has been a local hangout for the CIA men in China Lake. It has served them excellent steaks. The base headquarters is known as the White House, and it looks somewhat like a yacht clubhouse, northwest of the airfield, at 3964 and 433E on the quad maps. The government has built a large magical seal of Solomon, hexagram, with each leg 1/4 mile 32 long on the ground. What was it like for a victim in the early 1950s in a Knott's area programming center? One of the buildings in the area used for programming was described as having a flat roof and a tan exterior. A fence ran around the building. Inside the front door was an old oak reception-type desk. A series of 3 doors connected by tunnels were gone through. One entered into a hallway, and then took a left into the programming room. Tunnels connected the different hallways. The programming room was painted a good dissociative color white. In the middle of the room, cages were suspended with chimps. The examining table was metal, which was cold for the victim, but easy to wash for the attendants. The victim was placed in cages and could observe white dots light up in different dot patterns over the door on a panel of lights. The low-level shocks to the victim were coordinated with the dot patterns. Some of this relates to domino programming. An attendant monitored the entire scenario on charts, while the child was repeatedly traumatized with low-voltage shocks. Needles were poked in the child. The room was made dark and then lit. Voices said, love me not. This was part of the love me, don't love me part of programming. Good girls ride the silvery wings. This was to build the ability to condition trancing by the victim upon electroshock. German and British scientists mind control programmers came to Knott's after WW2, including Joseph Mengele, known as Dr. Green, or Greenbaum, and other pseudonyms. The Illuminati's Dr. Black worked out of China Lake also. Dr. White, Dr. Ewan Cameron worked on the East Coast, although he did fly in every so often to the West Coast to meet with the other top programmers. Dr. Blue was another of the important leading Illuminati programmers. These top programmers supervised other lesser programmers. If something went wrong, they might fly a child from a programming location to a specialist to get its special help for its programming. The men and women of the Illuminati helped the top programmers out. The Grande Mothers and the Grande Masters of the Illuminati participated in helping with the programming. As a child of the Illuminati progressed through its programming, 3 people had oversight over its programming. 33. Its Grande Mother, its Grande Dame, and the programmer. The Illuminati functions off a chain of command similar to the military. In fact, a big secret is that Satan's realm actually served as the model for military and political structures. As a child begins its programming, it is monitored in a fashion similar to hospitals where charts are filled and then these charts are filed. Tests and evaluations are done regularly. Goals are set, which are 6-month programming goals. These will say in effect, we need to accomplish this by doing A, B, C, D in the next 6 months. This is somewhat similar to an IEP, individual education plan, which the special ed teachers in Oregon set up for each student. At some point, the strong points and the weaknesses of the child will be identified, and then a decision will be made as to what occupation the Illuminati want to program the person to become. If the young boy is aggressive and has sadistic tendencies, the Illuminati call it a warmonger and label its chart this child will be a general, then they proceed to program it to become a general. Nurses, teachers, and child physicians must be programmed with a gentleness to their system. Other occupations, such as lawyers, can be allowed to be ruthless. Many of the children have religious fronts labeled for their programming, and a very popular occupation for Illuminati men is to become clergymen. Religious leaders make up the majority of fathers of monarch survivors that have sought help. Most Illuminati victims have parents who are important religious leaders, many of them top clergymen in the established churches. As the reader might expect, some tortures require that the child victim's temperature, respiration, pulse and blood pressure be closely monitored. What trauma does in recent times? The military and the science of psychology is paying attention to what they call PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD are the psychopathic debilitating effects of trauma and chronic nature of reactions to trauma. Intrusive flashbacks of the trauma will occur if the mind doesn't protect itself from reminders of the trauma. The mind creates avoidance patterns to protect itself from thinking about the trauma. 34. Panic symptoms occur when the person undergoes physiological arousal to traumatic cues. A trauma will create a certain shatteredness within the victim. The victim will develop life assumptions about being vulnerable, about having little personal worth, and that life is not fair. They may develop phobias to constantly check their environment for safety and constantly monitor others to make sure they are not mistreated. For centuries, warfare has taken place, and military men have experienced PTSD. However, a full description and investigation into the disorder has been done only in recent history. The U.S. military has prevented any serious counseling for their troops suffering from this. Peer counselors and rap groups were allowed and misled by the Army to believe that there would be adequate. PTSD will often lead to outbursts of rage, chronic depression, or borderline dysfunctions. The PTSD in Monarch victims is masked by the MPD dead in the programming. Then in turn, the programming masks the MPD. When the programming is complete, front alters have been created which can function with smiles and cheerful attitudes, while underneath, the mind is full of shattered hurting alters, who the slave is unaware of. Self-punishment and social withdrawal are natural symptoms of PTSD, and the programmers have no trouble enhancing and programming these functions into their alter systems. Certain alters end up holding the anger, the fear, the social withdrawal, the guilt, and the desire for self-punishment. These are held in check by the programming, and take the body when the slave steps outside of the programmed path. The bad memories in the minds of men who suffer from PTSD have been noted to recycle and self-perpetuate themselves as they lie unresolved in the memory cells. Bad memories for the victims of Monarch programming are used to hold the MPD, the programming in place, and also to keep the victim in compliance. In 1954, Maslow published his hierarchy of needs, which when applied to monarchs and PTSD victims means that they cannot progress in therapy until 35. Their survival and safety needs are met. However, the programmer's abusers know that it is important to keep the slave away from safety. To this end, the programmers employ people externally to monitor slaves, and internal alters in the victim's mind to be monitoring alters and reporting alters. Reporting alters can always reach the network of abusers via 1-800 telephone numbers which change every 2 weeks. They can also call their handler. Reporting alters are very unemotional and serve as tape recorders which mechanically report any developments that might threaten the programming to their handler. Alters programmed to commit suicide are also built into the systems. For instance, for a system hacker, an outsider, to work with the alters of an internal Grand Druid Council also known as Executive Committee alters, or Judge alters or a system almost ensures 99% of the time suicide of the monarch slave. In at least 99% of the cases where monarchs who have come in for therapy, they still lack safety, which is a higher need than trying to go against their programming. This is why so few people have really gotten free. To undo the programming, the victim needs safety. The programmers know this, and have set up almost fail-safe methods where the victim is not even safe from their own system of alters, let alone Big Brother. Therapists call their monarch victim survivors a misnomer, because in reality they are still in the middle of ongoing abuse. Some therapists may mistakenly think that it is helpful to tell the victim, these fears you are having are from the past. Deliverance ministries may also try to stop the victim's fears, without understanding the reasons behind the ongoing fear. Other chapters will deal with the extensive backup methodologies. At this point, it is mentioned in the context of this chapter to establish to the reader that the abuse and torture continue non-stop. Some of this would naturally occur anyway, but the programmers enhance this naturally occurring phenomena manyfold to ensure that the slave will continually abuse themselves. This means as time progresses, some monarch systems are timed to shatter 36 certain levels and to create new levels. If the programmers want, they can shatter a front Christian altar level and create a new level of New Age believing altars to replace the original front. The abuse can be done by the victim themselves to themselves, because programming altars are given the ability to pull up horrific memories via codes. Those traumatic memories, which shattered the mind the first time, are still capable of doing it again when they are abreacted, that is relived by the body and mind. More and more people are experiencing working with someone with multiple personalities. However, very few multiples ever discover more than the front parts of their systems. Very few people, outside of the programmers, have much idea of what an entire system of alters is like. Therefore some of the things that this book will describe will seem foreign to those people who have learned a little about multiplicity. There are several models to describe what happens inside a multiple's brain as it develops multiple personalities. The brain is very complex. Recent brain research confirms that the brain was far more complex than imagined. In an average brain there are 10 billion individual nerve cells. Each of these has 10 with 100 zeros following it worth of interconnections. In other words, an average brain has vastly more interconnections than the total number of atoms in the universe. Often about 1/2 million different chemical reactions take place every minute in the average brain, and the number can be several times that during intense activity. A monarch's brain has been worked on to be even more active than a normal person's brain. The left and the right side of the monarch's brain both work simultaneously, and the various personalities are all busy working simultaneously on different tracks. To describe the complexity of what is happening with someone's mind which has been messed with so dramatically for years, means that at times only an approximate model is presentable. There are several terms which are used in speaking about multiples, which have 37 developed several meanings. Unless these terms are correctly defined, misconceptions about them can cloud an understanding of what happens during monarch programming. First, researchers have discovered that deep within a person, the brain truly understands in a pure awareness all about itself. This is true for everyone. This pure awareness has been named various names, including hidden observer. If a man is obnoxious and seems to have a total lack of awareness that he irritates people, just know that deep down in awareness realizes exactly what he is and what he does. The multiple's brain at some deep awareness knows what has happened to it. The term hidden observer is fraught with danger though. A demonic entity called the hidden observer works hand in glove with the programmer to program the individual. The hidden observer is able to see everything the system does. The people who control the slave frequently call up the hidden observer to ask questions. In this case, it is a demonic entity, and yet it is this hidden observer, which each system has, that some therapists are trying to access to understand the system. This hidden observer only tells the truth to its master, because it is demonic. The next term which is misunderstood is the term the core. The programmers set up various altars to pretend to be the core, and the core's protector. The real core is quite hidden, and not placed within the regular grid of the altar system's chart. It will take some explaining to convey what happens to the mind, and what the real core is. The types of trauma. One thing discovered by research into the genetic transmission of learned knowledge by humans to their children was that people are born with certain fears. Snakes, blood, seeing internal body parts, and spiders are all things that people are born fearing. The phobias toward these things are passed down genetically from one generation to another. In searching for traumas to apply to little children, the programmers found that these natural phobias which occur in most people from birth will work wonderful to split the mind. Along this line, the following are samples of traumas done to program slaves. 38. A. Being locked in a small confined spot, a pit or cage with spiders and snakes. B. Being forced to kill, and cut up and eat innocent victims. C. Immersion into feces, urine and containers of blood, then being made to eat these things. These are standard traumas. Often a slave will experience not only all of the above but many others before they reach 4 or 5 years of age. It is important to traumatize the child early before it has a chance to develop its ego states. By the way, when the child is placed into a small box with spiders or snakes, they will often be told that if they play dead the snake will not bite them. This carries out two things for the programmers. It lays the basis for suicide programs, that is if you are dead, then you are safe thinking, and it teaches the child to dissociate. Traumas to split the mind are not just high voltage, or natural phobias, but encompass the full range of the emotional and spiritual being of the victim. The victim is eventually stripped of every spiritual or emotional resource by a variety of traumas, such as blood orgies where male and female genitals are cut, torture sessions on all types of medieval torture machines, staged events where actors imitating God, Jesus Christ, police, and therapists curse the victim, reject the victim, and even kill the victim in simulated drug deaths. Children are placed in hospitals in captive abusive conditions. Children are tied to innocent children which are systematically and brutally killed while the children are made to believe that they are guilty for the child's punishment. Near-death experiences such as drowning have become an art with these abusers. Trained dogs, monkeys and other animals are used to further traumatize the victims. An Illuminati slave will most likely have experienced all of the last few paragraphs above, plus much more. Toby was one of the trained Knott's chimpanzees. He was trained to be sadistic. The other trained chimpanzees at China Lake included Gabby or Gabriel, who tickled the victim while they were tied up, Rastus, who had a toy chest with diamonds, bracelets, and a scepter which electroshocked, Zorro, who could do anything mean, Elmore, who cuddled as a mother but ate raw flesh, plus others. 39. An example of something said during programming with the chimps is, 3 little monkeys in a cage, do, re, me, fa, so, la, the, do. Joseph Mengele, also known as Dr. Green, was skilled at using German shepherds to attack people. Mengele got a reputation in the Nazi concentration camps for using German shepherds. Before he was brought over to America, he used dogs to help program American children. The process church often uses German shepherds too. He was also skilled in abortions, and was involved in weird dramas involved with babies being born, or the simulated births of dead rats, or other gross things, from the vaginas of girls being programmed. When the satanic cults tie their victims with wire for rituals, some of these people will lose their toes or fingers from the wire. At times little fingers and the top part of ring fingers are lost in satanic cult rituals too. Many of the traumas and tortures are carried out by alters or persons who are sadistic. How does the network get sadistic men to torture little children? 3 different respectable studies, Harrower, 1976 Milgram, 1974 and Gibson 1990, show that essentially all human males can be taught to engage in sadistic behavior. There may be a few exceptions, but the point is that sadistic people are not in short supply for programming. Some of the altar systems have extremely brutal sadistic altars. In fact, the Mothers of Darkness altars are an important balancing point to prevent the sadistic male programmers from killing more of the children they are working on. These sadists get a laugh at hurting little children. The more pain, the more charge and excitement they get out of it. Sadists enjoy gaining total control over a person. In order to do this, they take charge over the little child's basic body functions, such as sleep, eating, and pooping. They enjoy terrorizing the little child, so monarch slaves end up watching hours of sadistic behavior done to others before they are even 5 years old. The worse the trauma, the more the sadistic programmers enjoy it. Sensory deprivation, forced labor, poisoning, and rape of every orifice of the child are popular tortures by the programmers. The child soon learns that he is at the mercy of crazy people who can only be satisfied by total submission, and the willingness to allow someone else to think for you. 40. The child will be made to eat feces, blood, other disgusting things, while the programmer eats good meals. Some of this sadistic behavior is toward a goal. Cutting a person's tongue and putting salt on it reinforces the no-talk programming. Making someone throw up to cause eating disorder programming. Dislocating shoulders to cause dissociation. When the child victim's crying is heard, they immediately apply torture so the child thinks it will suffocate. This is behavior modification, and is covered later in Chapter 9. This trains the child not to cry. Around age 3, a black mass, a sick evil communion, is performed which is so ugly that the child hides in dissociation by creating a locked-up or obscure child. This early flip provides a base for dark side programming. This locked-up child can have a powerful healing, with system-wide effects by being part of a positive love-filled communion. There are many traumas which can be carried out, which leave no physical scars, but do leave the child with the deepest emotional and spiritual scars. This is often necessary when programming young children who the outside world will see soon after their programming session. Holding one's arms out is a simple torture. Tickling and sensory deprivation are two tortures that leave no marks. Burial caskets, some outside and some at inside locations, are often used on slaves. That is why many slaves fear being buried alive. The programmers place all types of creepy insects in the caskets when they bury the person alive. Another type of sensory deprivation is done by placing the victim in salt water, for buoyancy and weightlessness. Then the victim is fitted with sensitive sensors that shock the person if the victim moves. The shock puts the person back into unconsciousness. The brain is trained to stop all external body movement from the conscious mind. This type of sensory deprivation is used to place in the post-hypnotic commands to do something at some future date far into the future. The program is placed into the mind at the same primal level that the mind uses to tell the heart to beat. One of the appropriate tortures is to place a bar between a little girl's legs which spreads the girl's loins for rape. 41. Then the bent spread legs are flapped, while the victim is specifically told she is a monarch butterfly. Many victims have created butterflies in their minds while being raped. The programmers may tell some of their victims that out of caterpillar worms come beautiful butterflies. While raping the child, the programmers will describe their sperm fluid as honeycomb, and will cry out hallelujah when they come. It doesn't take long for the child to realize it has no ability to resist what is being done to it. The will of the child victim is destroyed, and in its place remains a pliable slave. If the slave doesn't learn correctly, they receive more pain. A fishhook in the vagina is a popular one. Older males have their genitals hurt during additional or reprogramming sessions. They may have to eat the skin taken from their genitals. The mind of the victim is not only divided from itself, but the very process of torture makes the victim distrustful of humans in general. On top of this distrust, the programmers will layer in programming to isolate the person from healthy relationships, which in turn increases the victim's feeling of helplessness. They are divided from their own parts, their own self, and the world in general. For instance, the water, cave and sand tortures make the survivor fearful of oceans. The victim may be traumatized by being lowered on ropes or a cage on ropes into the water from a cliff, or may end up being buried alive in sand and watching the tide come in, or simply being totally buried alive in sand and abandoned. For a while, the Illuminati was big on water torture because they had built into their systems a weakness that water would destroy the clone armies that protected programming, and they needed their slave systems to be fearful of water. Slaves are frequently lowered into black holes, or pits containing the most scariest things possible. This is a frequent trauma, because the victim, when left in a dark hole for hours or days without any contact with the world or water and food, will develop deep emotional scars and dissociation rather than telltale signs of physical abuse. 42. This torture is used essentially on all monarch slaves. Some of the traumas are done for specific medical reasons. For instance, the person is starved by only allowing, for instance, 300 calories per day for, say, a small woman of 125 pounds. Sugar and proteins are severely limited, so that the brain is starved into submission. Water deprivation, which is taught to parents who raise monarch slaves, is used from time to time on slaves to raise the brain's temperature, which happens when the brain swells from lack of water. When the brain gets woozy and overheated, it hallucinates and has a hard time remembering events. If water deprivation is combined with electroshock, it makes it harder yet for the victim to remember anything. Heavy exercise along with long periods of little sleep, 2-3 hours a day, causes an overproduction of endorphins in the brain, and victims begin to robotically respond to commands. This was done to co-author Fritz under the pretense of military training. The other author, Cisco, experienced it as part of her mind control. The brain under such stress may flip its functions from right to left and vice versa. Hypnosis is easier when a brain is tired. Most victims remember being suspended upside down. This was home to a fine art by Mengele with concentration camp victims, while records were made of how fast blood drained from a child or adult stomach when they were dunked upside down into a tank of ice-cold water. The cold water test supplied the data on temperature levels as consciousness faded. This information then was used later on in America to help the survival rate of children given the same trauma. Simply hanging a person upside down for 1 or 2 hours will begin to play tricks on the mind. the mind will begin to dissociate, and will begin to reverse the primordial brain functions such as pain as pleasure. The person's mind rearranges. This is often done with beta alters or beta models to get them to think that the pain of sadistic rape is a pleasure. After this reversal in the mind that pain is love, the S&M kitten alters will beg their handler to slap them, tie them up, hurt them, etc. They will tease their handler, and tell him he is not a real man if he shows any mercy in how the pain is inflicted. Fire-burning torture is used in the porcelain face programming. The charismatic 43 branch of the Satanic Network, such as the Assembly of God churches, uses porcelain face programming. This is done by using wax masks upon the victim, and giving them fire torture. The person actually thinks that their face has melted. At that point, the programmer pretends to be a god and a hero, and tells the person he will give them a new face, a porcelain mask. These new faces, by the way, look like the ones sold in so many stores. The memories of abuse are then hypnotically hid behind the masks. To take off the masks is to abreact and burn again. If anyone touches the faces of alters with porcelain face programming, the alters will feel a burning sensation because their masks are not to be tampered with. This means that these alters have via torture and hypnosis lost their own faces. This is part of the dehumanization process which Chapter 10 Part C talks about. As long as these alters stay in denial of what has happened to them, they do not have to face the burn torture memories. Some alters are tortured in a fashion that the eye area is traumatized and they squint the left eye. They look like Baron Guy de Rothschild of France's left eye looks. Guy de Rothschild is a major handler programmer, but the reason for his drooping eye is not known. Perhaps it was torture. 44. Chapter 3 Science Number 3 The use of drugs. The science of pharmacology, drugs, has given the programmers a vast array of mind-altering and body-altering drugs. Some of the drugs are not used to directly alter the mind, but to change the body, make the skin burn, or make the person vomit, or some other reaction that can be harnessed to further their nefarious programming goals. If they want a little girl to develop breasts, they might give her hormones. Neuroscientists are now familiar with chemicals which cause personality traits. If one wants to create raving paranoia, simply provide the brain with too much dopamine in the emotional centers of the brain and too little dopamine in the seat of reasoning area of the brain. Reduce serotonin in the person will be unable to connect disagreeable consequences with what provoked them. In other words, they can't protect themselves from danger. Thorazine was used regularly at the CIA's Jonestown, Guyana group control experiment. Survivors of Jonestown have testified as to its effectiveness. After this gruesome experiment in mind control came to its end with a massacre, large amounts of drugs were discovered. Just one footlocker at Jonestown alone contained 11,000 doses. The authorities prevented chemical autopsies of the bodies to ensure secrecy of this sophisticated concentration camp, which was used for medical and psychiatric experimentation by the CIA. An examination of the drugs that are used in mental hospitals to alter the minds of patients offers a clear indication of what is being used in the monarch mind-controlled programming. Drugs used for mind control. The CIA Illuminati programming centers have more than 600-700 different drugs at their disposal. The following is a partial list of the drugs available for 45. Their mind control, also known as MK-Ultra programming. They can make a person feel like he is in heaven, or burning in hell. The drugs are at times used with elaborate light, sound and motion shows that produce whatever effect the programmer wants to produce. They can make a person believe he is shrinking, or that he is double, with mirrors, or that he is dying. Before describing how drugs are used for programming and control, let us list a few which we know have been used. This list comes from CIA documents obtained from the Freedom of Information Act and for what multiples used as programmers remember. Many of the new synthetic drugs are known only to the Illuminati intelligence community. 2GB, also known as CBR. This is a strong hallucinogenic which also helps telepathic communication. 2CT2 produces dark, earthy visual patterns. Acetylcholine, for EM, EDM, and for blocking memory. Adrenaline, actoprin, alcohol, Ambien, aminosin, amobarbital, hypnotic sedative. Amobarbital, sodium, hypnotic sedative. Amphetamine, addictive. Amphetamine sulfate, analazine, and actine. Succinylcholine, a strong muscle relaxant that makes one feel suffocated and drowning. The person feels terror at thinking he is dying. 46. Anhalamine, anhaladine, anhaline, anhalanidine, anhalanine, and herlonium, aphrodisiacs. Sexual manipulation by programmers. Afilidine, afilin, aprobarbital, hypnotic sedative. Atropine, speeds heart rate given with LV. Atrazine BZ, designer drug 10 times more powerful than LSD, produces amnesia. Bambusa, benisterine, baradanga, truth serum which makes people willing to follow any command. Barbiturate, belladonna, a traditional drug of witches since the Middle Ages. Benzedrine, stimulant used. Other drugs. Benzocaine, bromorhamine, bulbocapnine, causes catatonia and stupors. Butabarbital, sodium, hypnotic sedative. 47. Butyl bromolyl barbituric acid, caffeine, sodium, calcium chloride, cannabidiol, cannabinol, cannabis, also known as marijuana, a sedative. Change in perception. colors and sounds more distinct, time distorted. This drug is not used much in modern programming because it impedes mind control. It has been experimented with in combination with other drugs as an interrogation tool. The CIA listed it as being used in MKUltra, but it served as an experimental drug rather for programming. Cannibal caramine carboline carbidyl carogene chloral hydrate, a hypnotic sedative. The active sedative ingredient is the metabolite trichlorothiol, goes to work in about 30-60 minutes, also known as Nortec. Cocaine, addictive, blackmail. The availability of cocaine may pull up certain alters who are addicted to it. Coffee coramine curare, to paralyze the body. Delvinyl sodium 48, Demerol, a hypnotic, also given as a reward for good learning after an induced headache, is used in the scramble programming where the victim must overcome its effects to concentrate on what is being said. Deswaxin, used with sodium pentothal for hypnotic trance. Dexedrine, amphetamine, D-benzopyrin derivatives. Dicaine-doryl dramamine, also known as dimenhydrinate, stops motion sickness. Dronabinol, for quick access. Ecstasy, also known as XTC. Atom, MDMA. This is an illegal designer drug, but it's used by the government and cult programmers. Empathogens, like ecstasy, enhance trust between the recipient and the programmer. Its effect lasts for several hours. Ephedrine, stops hypotension. Amphetamine, epinephrine, adrenaline, ergotamine, ethanol, to inebriate the victim to induce certain behavior. Ethchlorinol, hypnotic sedative. Ethylharmyl epicaine escrine estazolam, hypnotic sedative. 49. Ethchlorinol, hypnotic sedative. Effect begins 30 minutes after digestion. Addictive, also known as Placidil. Etherothinamate, hypnotic sedative, also known as Valmid. Eucaine eucatyl unicronevable epinephrine sodium flurazepam hydrochloride, hypnotic sedative. Ginoscopolamine glutathamide, hypnotic sedative, has withdrawal symptoms, also known as Doridan. Halsim, blocks explicit memory by impairing hippocampal processing. Halioperiol, tranquilizer. Harmaline harmolol harmine methiodide harmyl heroin 50. Hexacylhistidylhistamine, causes changes in the skin. Hydractine or hydrostine, hipaloid-soluble hexabarbitone icorilindole indomethylamine insulin, shock for amnesia. Ipecac, to induce vomiting for eating disorder programming. Largitol, a powerful tranquilizer. Lafenine lorazepam, sleep induction, may destroy memory of previous day. LSD-25, used to program alters to cut their veins. They want to end their nightmare by cutting what seem like white rivers, black threads or other scary delusions. Can cause psychosis and other effects. It's used in small amounts for interrogations. Can create anxiety and a fear of death. Ascorbic acid MDA, this is a cross between mescaline and amphetamine speed. MDMA, also known as Atom, this is ecstasy. See under ecstasy for more information. MDE, also known as Eve, put someone into a strictly intellectual head trip. Manganese chloride meluril, mood changer. 51. Methaqualone, hypnotic sedative. Methitrimeprazine hydrochloride, hypnotic sedative. Methycocaine methylprilene, also known as Noidar, helpful for hypnosis. Side effects are a hangover and skin rashes. Metrol midazolam hydrochloride, Hypnobal. Versed, hypnotic sedative which can cause amnesia. Morphine hydrochloride narcoamyl nembutal niacin, helpful to stop an LSD trip. Nicotinic acid, stops LSD drug effect. Nicothamine nitrous oxide novocaine nubricaine pantocane pantopone paraldehyde, hypnotic sedative, produces sleep in 15 millimeters, has a strong odor and disagreeable taste. 52. Paladine pentobarbital, hypnotic sedative. Pentobarbital sodium, hypnotic sedative. If mixed with dextroamphetamine sulfate, it will have the stage 1 dream time when REM sleep occurs. Pentothal acid, helpful for hypnosis. Pentothal sodium percane pernostin peyodyl, interrogation, hallucinations. Phenphenamine phenolic acid, injected into expendable children's hearts to kill them. Pentyl urethanes picotoxin procaine propranolol, calms the mind so it can function better. Piligone orsanol piligone pyrahexyl pyramidone quazepam, hypnotic sedative. Quinine 53. Reserpine salsaline scopolamine S, good amnesia drug. Scopolamine, truth serum that makes people willing to do whatever they are told. Scopolamine aminoxide hydrobromide scopolamine phetamine eucatyl secobarbital sodium, hypnotic sedative. Sodium amytal, hypnotic sedative that reduces REM sleep time. Sodium barbitol sodium dialphenyl sodium ebibol sodium pentobarbital, nembutal, sodium pentothal, truth serum for interrogation, can be used with hypnosis, can be used with deswaxin, given in 4-sodium phenobarbital sodium rhodonate sodium sonoril sodium succinate sodium thiethynyl somnophen stavane strychnine 54. Styphnic acid sulfazine simpetal synhexyl telepethine tetrahydrocannabinol acetate tetrahydroharmine tripacocane tropinone thiazepam, hypnotic sedative. Thallium, confuses thinking. Thorazine, helps bring one out of an LSD trip. Tranquility, a designer drug for programming that makes the victim compliant, like Baradenga. Triazolam, hypnotic sedative, somewhat rapid. Yaginiohimbine sulfate zolpidem tartrate, Hypnotic Sedative. 55. Chapter 4 Science Number 4 Hypnosis Understanding the Basics about Hypnosis. A dissociation, trance, and history of hypnosis for programming. Dissociation is used as a defense to protect a person from overwhelming pain and trauma. It is a natural ability of the brain. Hypnosis or hypnotic trance is a form of dissociation. There are a number of types of dissociation: amnesia, somnambulistic states, localized paralyses, anesthesias, and hallucinations. Hypnosis can reproduce all of these dissociative states. The mind naturally hypnotizes itself under various conditions. Perhaps the reader has been driving along a familiar road and the next thing you knew you were arriving home, having driven in a trance. Now let's suppose you are driving to a movie and you are discussing next week's plans with your wife. The complex thinking required to drive just happens. You are awake talking to your wife, and yet on another level you are in trance driving the car. You as a subject were both in hypnotic trance, driving, and awake, talking about plans. There are 5 levels to the subconscious that the mind will naturally dissociate to. The other deeper levels require help to access. People naturally can think on 2 levels, because people's minds function on multi-levels and there is a continuum on a spectrum that runs from conscious to unconscious. It is often difficult to pinpoint just exactly what state of mind the brain is in at a certain point, because there is no single answer. A light trance is where a person is daydreaming about his girlfriend. A moderate trance is where he imagines he is in bed. A deep trance is where he physically feels he is in bed with his girlfriend. Sleep is where one dreams of being in bed. Behavior modification is carried out in the light to deep trances. The deep trance is a very creative level. 56. Hypnosis appears to affect several areas of the brain. The brainstem is modified into the hypnotic state, and the midbrain centers are inhibited so that other areas, the motor, sensory and memory areas, can be manipulated. Further, not all hypnosis works the same way. Hypnosis can be used on the intellectual part of the mind, the social spiritual part of the mind, and the primitive reproductive part of the mind. The skilled hypnotist will decide which area he wants and how to work with that area. Both Christians and Illuminati members who are skilled in understanding demonology believe that there is a demonic side to hypnosis also. It should come as no shock to people that in the World Book Encyclopedia hypnosis is listed under magic as a related article, but not under medicine. Some Christians class hypnosis as a form of divination and enchantment. It certainly can be a form of control. In occultist W.B. Crow's book Witchcraft, Magic and Occultism, it lists hypnotism as an occult science. There is open debate whether hypnotism is simply part of the brain's natural abilities or if supernatural elements are part of the process. There is no debate that historically, hypnosis for centuries has been the guarded secret of the occult world. During shock or stress, the body's limbic hypothalamic pituitary adrenal system releases substances which encode all the internal and external pieces of information being sensed into a deep level of consciousness. These memories often become dissociated from normal states of consciousness. In other words, when the mind-body returns to this state, where it was in during shock stress, the mind can re-access those memories. However, until the mind returns to this shocked state, it doesn't pick up the information it has embedded. The monarch programmers are acutely aware of how the mind functions, and how information and memories can be trapped in the mind. There are different neuropsychological states. Also, there are said to be 12 levels to the subconscious mind. Then on top of this, the mind has the ability to create amnesia barriers. Hypnosis is a valuable tool to move the mind to different neuropsychological states and to get the mind to 57 different levels of the subconscious mind. Hypnosis can also play a role in working around amnesia, since both are types of dissociation. Hyperventilation helps a person induct into a hypnotic trance. Torture, depersonalization, fear and acute anxiety stimulate the body to hyperventilate. So the fear, torture and depersonalization are aids for the hypnotist to help induct a person into a hypnotic trance. Hypnotic cues can be given to cause the body to go into various dissociative states. This could be a post-hypnotic suggestion that causes hyperventilation and an accompanying trance state. Hypnotic cues that are tied to everyday objects enhance the programming. Everything in life becomes a cue to reinforce the programming. That may seem on the surface to be an exaggeration, but it is only slightly enlarged from the truth. The programmers do in fact examine a person's life, and then tailor their cues to what the person will be around. For instance, the programmer may force the child to smoke and then tell it that every time they blow out smoke they will think about their master. The programmed alters don't dare not to smoke on fear that they will be punished. The smoking in turn reinforces the power of the hypnotist master. Much of the good that therapy can do is in effect to detrance or dehypnotize clients. Most of the alters of a monarch system go their entire lives in trance. Common objects in a person's life that can be hypnotically given a programming meaning include music, tones, colors, the side of a book or Bible, the pyramid on the back of a dollar bill, pictures of God, silk scarves, jewelry, lights, sounds, TV programs, and countless other things. The limit to this is simply the programmer's creativity. The power of hypnosis is often underrated because the power of the mind is underrated. The mind can decide to control its breathing, heartbeat, blood pressure and other things that were once thought to be involuntary. The brain produces a substance which is a tiny peptide molecule called enkephalin which acts just like morphine and reduces pain. The brain can be hypnotically trained to release enkephalin so that the brain doesn't perceive pain. 58. A common hypnotic device for washing away pain is running water. The victim is hypnotically told to go to a waterfall and wash their pain away. According to a programmer, the average healing rate is 3 times quicker under hypnosis than without. The fantastic abilities of the mind to control what happens to it are very remarkable, such as its natural healing abilities, but most of this is being kept a national secret so that it can be used against humanity to enslave us to demonic, empowered power-hungry monsters, rather than to benefit humanity. Several people in intelligence agencies quietly bemoan the fact that secret research could be helping humanity instead of controlling it. The human mind has been found to be like an immense symphony orchestra, each part doing what it does best under the guidance of a director, part similar to the conductor of an orchestra. A non-multiple's brain delegates responsibility to parts of his brain yet retains control over the process. His mind will shift from one ego state to another, and still retain its identity. In contrast, the multiple's brain also delegates responsibility and shifts from one ego state to another, but doesn't retain a cohesive selfhood or self-identity. The mental mechanisms are similar, but the experience is vastly different. Rather than an orchestra playing together, the multiple's brain is full of competing isolated parts, instruments so to speak, that are playing in isolation. Out of the chaos of all these independent amnesic parts, the programmer through hypnosis and fear then becomes the conductor to help bring order out of chaos. If the multiple is to regain a chance to orchestrate their own life again, they must re-establish communication between the different parts of what should have been their own orchestra, and get internal people to harmonize their music of life. Good programmers do not need to formally induct their victim into hypnosis. However, if they need to, the monarch slaves are well conditioned to respond to numbers being counted and fingers being snapped. Hypnosis was a well-developed art by the early 20th century, and testing and refining continued all along 59. For instance, the U.S. military was conducting extensive tests of subjects under hypnosis during WW II. In spite of all this, the CIA was still seeking better rapid induction techniques for their slaves during the 1950s. MK Ultra Subproject 128 dealt with rapid induction techniques, especially Subproject 128-1. Some of their drug testing was done at Lexington, KT Detention Hospital. The ability to distinguish between magic and hypnotism may not exist for the child in situations where they are witnesses to the power of hypnotism exercised by a programmer. This makes the adult programmer, who is a big person, look all-powerful. Another danger inherent in hypnosis are complications, side effects, that hit a percentage of those who are subjected to it. Hilgard, 1974, discovered 31% of the 120 university students participating in the study of hypnosis had complications that lasted from 5 minutes to 3 hours after trance, which included headaches, dizziness, nausea and stiff necks. Fritz is aware of one woman who, after the one and only hypnotic session she was the subject of, developed the complication of having nightmares of snakes crawling all over her. For further study, the reader may want to read McCormick, Frank, Hypnosis Complications, Risk Factors, and Prevention, American Journal of Clinical Hypnosis, Volume 31, Number 1, July, 88, page 40+. Regular gentle electrical stimulation in many parts of the brain, including the lower part of the reticular formation, can change the state of consciousness from alert to sleepy. An electrical band attached to a box is sometimes placed on the victim to produce a hypnotic state. There are several ways to alter a person's state of consciousness, but the most popular one by monarch handlers is to use a combination of drugs and hypnosis. Drugs are used to facilitate hypnosis. Modern drugs do almost all the work for the hypnotist. They place the person in an altered state and make them willing to take any order. Often survivors remember orange or grape drinks, or something else which they were given, which were used to give the child drugs. One monarch slave, Kathy O'Brien, wrote about having been given hypnotic drugs via a grasshopper ice cream drink 60. Occasionally, hypnosis must be carried out by the programmers on unwilling subjects. They have 3 major ways to get around this. They can induce hypnosis by disguising what the hypnotist is doing. They can wait until the person is asleep and talk to him while asleep, or they can administer drugs. Also, the network has some high-tech equipment which stimulates the orgiastic state, sexual ecstasy, part of the brain. By moving the body into this state, the mind opens up all the unconscious states. Then sophisticated brainwave machines program thoughts into the person. A computer disk is put into the electric shock machine and it runs a program that sends electric jolts down 6 nodes. The brain's reticular formation serves as the brain's mechanism involved in regulating alertness and awareness. Various kinds of stimuli will enter the brain through its various methods of sensing and learning, with total sensory deprivation, done by placing the victim in a saltwater tank with electrodes that shock the body until it stops all movement. The reticular formation will place the mind into a primitive state of consciousness where the programmers can place in post-hypnotic commands to do something on a certain date. The end-time programming, that has monarch slaves doing something at a specific date to create anarchy or to help the Antichrist come to power, has been put in at this level. As previously mentioned, this level achieved by total sensory deprivation of the monarch slave is same primitive level as the brain's commands to keep the heart beating. Depending on what type of signals are coming into it from the various sensing agents of the brain, the reticular formation will then make a decision what state of consciousness to place the mind in. If the reticular formation does not send out alert signals, then the brain will get sleepy. Damage to the reticular formation can cause a coma. The two thalamus lie just above the brainstem. The right and left thalamus are the brain's selective attention mechanism. That is to say, they decide what it is important for the brain to focus its attention on. The right thalamus is connected to attention to visual shapes and the left to our attention to things describable in words. 61. 10 to 15 repetitions at 1-second intervals are enough to cause the brain to lose interest in something. At this point, the neurons in the reticular formation quit paying attention to whatever it is. For instance, your brain will listen to a clock tick for only 15 intervals before it quits listening to a clock in the room. But the brain's alertness can be reactivated by a strong and sudden stimulus like a loud sound or a flash of light. This is why 3 gunshots or 3 flashes of light are used as standard access triggers for monarch slaves. 3 was also found to be the best number to get the job done. The History of Hypnosis for Programming, a Masonic magazine for hire Masonic rites where sex magic is performed, entitled Freemasonry Universal, Volume 5, 1929, page 58 states, certain forces are sent through the candidate's body during the ceremony, especially at the moment when he is created, received and constituted and entered apprentice Freemason. Certain parts of the lodge have been heavily charged with magnetic force, especially in order that the candidate may absorb as much as possible of this force. The first object of this curious method of preparation is to expose to this influence those various parts of the body which are especially used in the ceremony. In ancient Egypt, there was another reason for these preparations, for a weak current of physical electricity was sent through the candidate by means of a rod or sword with which he was touched at certain points. It is partly on this account that at this first initiation the candidate is deprived of all metals, since they may very easily interfere with the flow of currents. Long story short, the Masonic lodges have been using hypnotism and electric shock in their initiation rituals for a long time. The combination of fear and hypnotism combine to help seal the lips of an initiate from telling what in some lodges are secrets of criminal activity. The Brahmin caste in India practice yoga and other meditations where they regularly go into altered states of consciousness. Centuries ago, the Brahmin fakirs learned about drugs, tortures, and magical methodologies to produce hallucinations and altered states of consciousness. 62. The worship of Bacchus in the West and Shiva in the East were similar, as were the bloodthirsty rites of Kali and Moloch. Occultists in India have also gone to cemeteries for centuries, like the Illuminati, to draw spiritual power from graves. When Eastern and Western occultists linked up, they realized they had a great deal in common. The ancient Egyptian writings many centuries BC talk about the third eye and temple trances. Hypnosis appears to have been practiced in these ancient temples. All over the world, altered states of consciousness have been used. The fierce Scandinavian warriors called berserkers were in a mildly programmed altered state of consciousness which made them fearless. How to program with hypnosis. George Estabrook was the first major hypnotist to publicly recognize the potential for hypnosis. He contacted MI6 and other military and intelligence groups in hopes he could interest them in the military intelligence potentials of hypnosis. What was George Estabrook's connection to the Illuminati? George Estabrook was a Rhodes Scholar, which is an entry-level group for the Illuminati. For those who haven't studied this, it would be appropriate to give a brief explanation of these things. The Illuminati in 1919 created the Royal Institute of International Affairs, RIIA. The Astor Illuminati family were major financial backers of the RIIA. Waldorf Astor was appointed to the RIIA. The American equivalent to the RIIA is the CFR. The RIIA and CFR set up roundtable groups, based on the King Arthur myths, which were initially named by Cecil Rhodes' Association of Helpers. High-ranking Mason Illuminati Cecil Rhodes also created the Rhodes Scholarship to bring select men from several the English-speaking world and Germany to learn how to bring in the one world government that the Illuminati has long had planned. The Cliveden estate of the Cliveden Astors, of the Illuminati, has played an important role in the preparation of Rhodes Scholars. Bill Clinton and Fritz, the late president of the Watchtower Society, Melchizedek Elders, are two examples of men selected for Rhodes Scholarships. 63. Bill Clinton went through the program. However, France decided not to go to London in order to help lead C.T. Russell's cult as Oracle after W.T. president. C.T. Russell was ritually killed on Halloween, 1916, and his remains buried under a pyramid. He later served as president himself from 1977 to 1994. The Watchtower Society leadership is a front for a part of the Illuminati which practices Enochian magic. The power of Enochian magic is the Watchtowers. A powerful part of Bethel headquarter workers are multiple personalities, and have cult alters who speak in Enochian. Some multiples work in the art department and have been secretly placing hidden occult symbology into Watchtower and Awake magazines. Now back to Estabrook, who is also himself part of the Illuminati. In his book Hypnotism, which came out in 1946, he wrote in his chapter Hypnotism in Warfare. Again, bear in mind that Estabrook writes this in 1946 and has been advocating what he writes for perhaps the 15 previous years. This chapter is not taken from a mystery novel. The facts and the ideas presented are, so to speak, too true to be good, but no psychologist of standing would deny the validity of the basic ideas involved. He might, of course, be somewhat startled at our proposed use of these basic ideas and techniques, for he has never given this matter much thought. The use of hypnotism in warfare represents the cloak and dagger idea at its best, or worst. Even if we did know the answers to some of the weird proposals in this chapter, those answers could never be given for obvious reasons. The reader must use his imagination for specific outcomes, and specific cases have not been made public, probably never will be made public. Any top-flight physicist is familiar with the basic laws of atomic fission, and he is quite free to discuss those laws, but he may or may not know what is happening on some government research project in this field. If he does know, he is not shouting it from the housetops, probably not even whispering it to his best friend. The same applies to hypnotism in the field of warfare. Our interest here lies in some of the more unfamiliar sides of hypnotism which may make it of use in warfare. Again, no psychologist would deny the existence of such phenomena. 64. The only possible way of determining whether or not a subject will commit a murder in hypnotism is literally to have him commit one. But warfare, undoubtedly, will answer many of these questions. A nation fighting with its back to the wall is not worried over the niceties of ethics, like Nazi Germany. If hypnotism can be used to advantage, we may rest assured that it will be so employed. Any accidents which may occur during the experiments will simply be charged to profit and loss, a very trifling portion of that enormous wastage in human life which is part and parcel of war. 1 in every 5 adult humans can be thrown into the hypnotic trance, somnambulism, of which they will have no memory whatsoever when they awaken. From the military viewpoint, there are a few facts which are of great interest. Can this prospective subject, this 1 in 5 individual, be hypnotized against his will? Obviously, no prisoner of war will be cooperative if he knows that the hypnotist is looking for military information, nor will any ordinary citizen if he suspects that the operator will use him to blow up a munitions plant. The answer to this very vital question is yes, though we prefer to say without his consent instead of against his will. We do not need the subject's consent when we wish to hypnotize him, for we use a disguise technique. The standard way to produce hypnotism in the laboratory is with the so-called sleep technique. The operator talks sleep to the subject, who eventually relaxes and goes into a trance, talking in his sleep and answering questions. Now suppose we attach a blood pressure gauge to the subject's right arm and the psychogalvanic reflex to the palm of his hand, just to make everything look ship-shape. These devices are for measuring his ability to relax. We also point out that, of course, the very highest state of relaxation will be his ability actually to fall into a deep sleep while we are talking to him. We also stress the great importance of the ability to relax in this modern world of rush and worry, promising to show him how to get results as one end of these experiments. All this is by way of build-up. 65. Probably not one of our readers, if exposed to this procedure, would realize that this was preparation for hypnotism, but would cooperate willingly in this very interesting psychological experiment. We then proceed to talk sleep, much the same as an ordinary hypnosis, carefully avoiding any reference to a trance or making any tests with which the subject might be familiar, all the while checking on blood pressure and psycho-galvanic reflex to keep up the front. Finally, we make the test of somnambulism, or deep hypnotism. We see if the subject will talk to us in his sleep without awakening. If this does not succeed, the subject wakes up completely, and in this case we simply repeat the experiment, hoping for better luck next time. But if we do succeed, if the individual belongs to the 1 in 5 club, the subject is just as truly hypnotized as by any other method, and from now on everything is plain sailing. By use of the post-hypnotic suggestion, we simply say, listen carefully. After you wake up, I will tap 3 times on the table with my pencil. You will then have an irresistible impulse to go sound asleep. The next trance is just that easy to get, and the subject has no idea that it is the pencil which has sent him off. But we must go even further than this. Once a person has become accustomed to hypnotism, has been repeatedly hypnotized, it becomes very easy for any operator to throw him into the trance. Obviously, this will not do if we are to use hypnotism in warfare, so we plug this gap again by suggestion in the somnambulistic state. We assure the subject that in the future no one will be able to hypnotize him except with the special consent of the operator. This takes care of things very nicely. We sit down with the subject. We are talking about the latest boxing match when the operator taps 3 times on the table with his pencil. Instantly, and we mean instantly, the subject's eyes close and he sound asleep. While in trance he sees a black dog come into the room, feels the dog, goes to the telephone and tells its owner to come get it. The dog is of course purely imaginary. We give him electric shock which would be torture to a normal person, but he does not even notice it. We straighten him out between 2 chairs and sit on 66, his chest while he recites poetry. Then we wake him up. He immediately starts talking about that boxing match. A visitor to the laboratory interrupts him. What do you know of hypnotism? The subject looks surprised. Why, nothing. When were you hypnotized last? I have never been hypnotized. Do you realize that you were in a trance just 10 minutes ago? Don't be silly. No one has hypnotized me and no one ever can. Do you mind if I try? Not at all. If you want to waste your time, it's all right with me. So the visitor, a good hypnotist, tries, but at every test the subject simply opens his eyes with a bored grin. Finally he gives up the attempt and everyone is seated as before. Then the original operator taps on the table with his pencil. Immediately the subject is in deep hypnotism. We now add another concept. We can coach the subject so that in the trance he will behave exactly as in the waking state. Under these circumstances we could defy anyone, even a skilled psychologist, to tell whether the subject was asleep or awake. There are tests which will tell the story, but in warfare we cannot run around sticking pins into everyone we meet just to see if he is normal. So rapid can this shift be from normal to trance state, the programming state, and so normal will the subject appear in trance, that the writer has used such a subject as a bridge partner. He plays one hand in trance and one hand awake with no one any the wiser. This happens with monarch slaves all the time. Few people ever catch on that alters are under trance. Suppose we deliberately set up that condition of multiple personality to further the ends of military intelligence. Let us start with a very simple illustration. For example, we can hypnotize a man in an hotel in, say, Rochester 67. We then explain to him in hypnotism that we wish the numbers and state names of all out-of-state cars parked in the block surrounding the hotel. He is to note these very carefully in his unconscious mind but will have no conscious memory of having done so. Then we awaken him and ask him, in the waking state, to go out and get us a tube of toothpaste. He leaves the hotel and wanders around the block in search of that tube. Finally, he returns, apologizing for his delay, saying that it was necessary for him to go entirely around the block before he noticed a drugstore in the very building itself. This, he says, was very stupid of him, but apparently men are made that way. Did he notice anything of interest as he made his walk? Nothing. Oh, yes, there was a dog fight down at the corner, and he described the battle in detail. We now hypnotize him. He knows what we are seeking and at once proceeds to give us numbers and states of strange cars, very pleased with the fact that he can recall 13. He evidently enjoys the game immensely and is quite proud of his memory. Then we awaken him and see what he knows in the conscious state. How many cars are there around the building? I don't know. What are the numbers of the out-of-state licenses around the building? Good heavens, I have no idea. I think there is a California car near the front entrance, but I have no idea as to its number. A friend tries his hand. Now look here, you were hypnotized half an hour ago and you left this room under post-hypnotic suggestion. The subject gets irritated. Look here yourself. I'm getting tired of that silly joke. This is the third time today you've pulled it. Alright, I was hypnotized and saw pink elephants all over the lobby. Have it your way. And the subject sits down to a magazine, obviously angry that this man cannot find something more amusing to say. Often the hypnotic subject will react in this manner. Push him just a little too far and he becomes irritated, obviously a trick of the unconscious to end the argument and avoid any danger of being found out. The reader's very natural reaction is, why all this rigmarole? There are certain safeguards if we use hypnotism. First, there is no danger of the agent 68 selling out. More important would be the conviction of innocence which the man himself had, and this is a great aid in many situations. He would never act guilty and if ever accused of seeking information would be quite honestly indignant. This conviction of innocence on the part of a criminal is perhaps his greatest safeguard under questioning by the authorities. Finally, it would be impossible to third-degree him and so pick up the links of a chain. This is very important, for the most hardened culprit is always liable to talk if the questioners are ruthless enough. The super spy in the instance we are about to outline, we may or may not be dealing with multiple personality. The little experiment I have just cited could be successful with any good somnambulist and would require about 10 hours preparation. The example I now cite would work only with a certain number of the very best somnambulists, and instead of 10 hours preparation, we had better allow 10 months. Perhaps we had better start by defending our position. Is it unethical? Perhaps, but science merely states the facts. Now let us return to our presentation. We start with an excellent subject, and he must be just that, one of those rare individuals who accepts and who carries through every suggestion without hesitation. In addition, we need a man or a woman who is highly intelligent and physically tough. Then we start to develop a case of multiple personality through the use of hypnotism. In his normal waking state, which we will call personality A, or PA, this individual will become a rapid communist. He will join the party, follow the party line and make himself as objectionable as possible to the authorities. Note that he will be acting in good faith. He is a communist, or rather his PA is a communist and will behave as such. Then we develop personality B, PB, the secondary personality, the unconscious personality, if you wish, although this is somewhat of a contradiction in terms. This personality is rabidly American and anti-communist 69. It has all the information possessed by PA, the normal personality, whereas PA does not have this advantage. The proper training of a person for this role would be long and tedious, but once he was trained, you would have a super spy compared to which any creation in a mystery story is just plain weak. This is what the Illuminati have done. They create good Christian fronts, with Illuminati dark walters who can see what the Christians are doing. My super spy plays his role as a communist in his waking state, aggressively, consistently, fearlessly. But his PB is a loyal American, and PB has all the memories of PA as a loyal American. He will not hesitate to divulge those memories, and needless to say we will make sure he has the opportunity to do so when occasion demands. Here is how this technique would work. Skipping this story and several others, we choose a good subject and then let him in on the plot. We disclose to him that he is an excellent hypnotic subject and we wish to use him for counter-espionage. We suspect that in the near future someone is going to try hypnosis on him. He is to bluff, to cooperate to the very best of his ability, fake every test that is made and stay wide awake all the time. The test we fear most is that of an analgesia, insensitivity to pain, so we coach him carefully with post-hypnotic suggestions to the effect that even when wide awake and bluffing he will be able to meet every test which may be made here, be it with ammonia under the nose, a needle, or worse of all, the use of electricity, which can be made extremely painful and is easy to use. Under these circumstances it will be virtually impossible to tell whether this man is bluffing or really in trance. The story continues that the master hypnotist thinks he has got a good subject and has hypnotized him deep. Then the subject tells him that he was only bluffing. The whole affair provides a nightmare for any counterintelligence group using hypnotism. They can be totally bluffed, unless they turn to high-tech equipment to see what is really happening. Brooks also explains how a man can be hypnotized and told he is only testing the preparedness of security. He is told he has a fake bomb, but is really given a real bomb 70. The subject is sent to a location, and blows up with the real bomb. The subject blows up with the bomb so the evidence of the hypnotic lie is lost. Hypnosis changes the threshold of how the senses perceive. Sensitivity can be increased or decreased, hallucinations can be perceived even though there is the absence of any appropriate stimuli, and things that exist can go unperceived by the mind. For instance, our alters who are used for porn are hypnotized not to see the camera. Alters used for any type of sexual service are hypnotized repeatedly to not see faces. The slave will actually see blurs where people's faces are. The programmers like to manipulate. Children are set in front of circus mirrors that make them taller or smaller for programming. They are set in front of mirrors which duplicate their image. Here in Oregon, there is a site with a magnetic anomaly which bends light. It is called the Oregon Vortex. The programmers take small children there for programming. Anything that creates an illusion seems to be noticed by the programmers and is put to use somehow. The CIA has employed magicians like John Mulholland to help them create illusions. Magician John Mulholland wrote a manual for the CIA on how to deceive unwitting subjects. Under drugs and hypnosis, when a small child is set in front of a mirror that elongates its body and or then shortens, the reality of the programming script seems real. The programmer can hypnotically call upon the child's mind to totally hallucinate seeing something, or he can support the illusion by handing the child a doll and telling it that it is a child, or handing the child a pencil and telling the child it is a flower. A great deal of acting and props are used during the programming. What child can tell fool's gold from real gold? The bottom line is that generally, no matter which way the programmers do it, whether by an illusion or an outright hypnotic suggested hallucination, the event for the child is real. The majority of traumas are real events, but the scripts that are given are after the trauma are fictional. 71. Chapter 5 Science Number 5 The Skill of Lying, The Art of Deceit, Wizard of Oz Programming. The rule of thumb that the programmer's handlers go by is that they will say anything to get the job done. A CIA handler will tell his agent in the field whatever will work to get the field agent's cooperation on a mission. There is no height nor breadth nor length to these people's deception. They have successfully kept some deceptions active for decades, if not for centuries. The use of fiction. The history behind the Wizard of Oz programming is interesting. It suggests that the Wizard of Oz has had an important part in the occult world all along. One of the secrets of the mystery religions, especially the Egyptian Isis mystery religion, was the ability to use drugs and torture to create multiple personalities. The word Oz is known to have been used by its author as an abbreviation for Osiris. Monarch victims have the golden penis of Osiris placed into them. The Grimm brothers, who were Kabbalistic Jews, gathered the folk occult stories together. Their stories are full of spells, trances, and drugs. Sleeping Beauty is put to sleep, and the trigger to wake her is a kiss on the lips. These are serious hints that the occult world didn't stop programming people with dissociative states and triggers when the ancient Egyptian empires fell. Instead of using modern lingo such as hypnotize, they would say cast a spell. Later in Freemasonry, the right worshipful master would charge, meaning hypnotize and initiate. The occultist Bum, a member of the Theosophical Society, was inspired by some spirit who gave him the magic key to write the Wizard of Oz book, which came out in 1900. The book's story is full of satanic activity and satanic thinking. The story was chosen in the late 1940s to be the basis for the Illuminati Intelligence 72 Community's trauma-based total mind-controlled programming. As a way of enhancing the effect of the programming, monarch slaves are conditioned to place trigger items into their lives. When the movie was made, Judy Garland, who had lived a life touched by the occult world's abuse, was chosen to act as Dorothy. Judy's later husband, Mickey DeVico, was a Satanist and the chief assistant to Roy Radin, a rich Satanist who worked with the Illuminati, and who controlled the process church Carbons, which had as members mass murderers Berkowitz and monarch slave Charlie Manson. There are several members of the Carr family, who are also tied into both DeVico and Radin's process church and the Illuminati, with the numerous long-term connections between the Wizard of Oz books and movie to the highest levels of the occult world. It is not without reason that one can theorize that the original series of 14 ounces books had an ulterior motive behind them. The 14 books of the Oz series are 1. The Wizard of Oz 2, The Land of Oz 3, Ozma of Oz 4, Dorothy and the Wizard in Oz 5, The Road to Oz 6, The Emerald City of Oz 7, The Patchwork Girl of Oz 8, Tick-Tock of Oz 9, The Scarecrow of Oz 10, Rinkitink in Oz 11, The Lost Princess of Oz 12, The Tin Man Woodsman of Oz 73. 13. The Magic of Oz. 14. Glinda of Oz. These books are still being sold, and are being read to children who are being programmed with trauma-based total mind control. The 14 books came out in various editions. The originals came out in 1900 and shortly thereafter. In the 1930s, the 1940s, and the 1950s the words were retypeset and given different pages. When working with a survivor it might help to identify what decade the page 100 edition the slave was programmed with, because the pictures and the page numbers varied from edition to edition. Of course, having good pictures is an asset in programming, because the child will visualize off of the pictures when building its internal world. In addition to this, large Wizard of Oz theme parks are being built by the Illuminati to provide places to carry out programming and to reinforce the programming which traps the minds of monarch slaves. The best example of this is the audacious MGM Grand Complex in Las Vegas, although other theme parks around America also use a Wizard of Oz theme. If you have read Fritz Springmeier's Be Wise as Serpents, you will know how the Theosophical Society ties in with Freemasonry, Satanism, and Luce's Trust. Several famous members of the Theosophical Society include Adolf Hitler, a Satanist who practiced human sacrifice, and who had HPB's book at his side. Mahatma Gandhi, a Hindu guru considered a god by some of his followers. Gandhi was successful with the British in part because of the Theosophical Society. H.P. Blavatsky, the founder of the Theosophical Society. She referred to herself as HPB. She was initiated by Illuminatus Mazzini into Carbonarism, a form of Freemasonry, illumined by the Great White Lodge in 1856, was part of the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor, and spent lots of time with the Eddy Illuminati family in Vermont, who were well-known mediums. She also was a member of the occult fraternities the Order of the Druses, the adoptive branch of the ancient and primitive rite of Freemasonry, and the Hermetic 74, Masonic rites of Memphis and Mizraim. She was trained to handle live snakes by Sheikh Yusuf Ben Makurzi, the chief of the serpent handlers, and she was hypnotized by occultist Victor Mikal and to some degree from 1866 under his influence. Alice Bailey, head of Luce's Trust, Henry Steele Olcott, an important occultist, Elvis Presley a monarch slave, Manly P. Hall, an Illuminati Theta programmer, and at least a Grand Master within the Illuminati who sat on the Grand Druid Council. Frank Blum, the man who wrote the book The Wizard of Oz, was a member of the Theosophical Society. L. Frank Blum lived in South Dakota and created The Wizard of Oz book as a theosophical fairy tale incorporating the ancient wisdom of the mystery religions. The books have so much material from inside the secret world of the Illuminati, that the few who understand the Illuminati wonder if Blum wasn't an insider. The moral of the book is that we must rely upon ourselves, for we alone have the power to save ourselves. This was part of the original lie of Satan in the garden. Satan has simply dressed up the same original lie into different packaging and is distributing it worldwide as the most popular American fairy tale. L. Frank Blum explained how he came to write the book. It was pure inspiration. It came to me right out of the blue. I think that sometimes the great author has a message to get across and he has to use the instrument at hand. I happen to be that medium, and I believe the magic key was given me to open the doors to sympathy and understanding, joy, peace and happiness. Hearn, Michael P. ed. The Annotated Wizard of Oz. N.Y., Clarkson and Potter, 1973, page 73. In Blum's time, the head of the Theosophical Society, H.P. Blavatsky, had been putting out a journal called Lucifer. In other words, I highly suspect Blum knew what the Theosophical Society was all about, and that he himself was deeply into the occult. The book The Wizard of Oz came out in 1900. It wasn't until 1939 that the movie was made. This next section will cover the numerous parallels between the Wizard of Oz material and the occult world and the occult world's 75. Programming. This is broken up into 3-page 101 sections. Parallels between A. The Wizard of Oz book and occultism. B. The Wizard of Oz movie and Illuminati rituals. C. The Wizard of Oz series of books and monarch programming. For those readers who are unfamiliar with the occult world, some of these parallels at first may seem stretched. When one sees how many parallels there are, then occult nature of the books begins to sink in. The authors could provide the reader with more parallels between Satanism and the Wizard of Oz book, but we believe the following will suffice. Some parallels may also apply to the movie. A. The Wizard of Oz and occultism. Antium represents H.P. Blavatsky's Mula Prakriti and Uncle Henry represents H.P.B.'s unmanifested Logos. The carnival huckster, later seen as the Wizard, is advertised as being connected to the royal families of Europe. The royal families of Europe are secret Satanists, from powerful occult bloodlines. Dorothy is brought to Oz by a cyclone. The word cyclone originally was the Greek word cyclone, which means both a circle or the coil of a snake. In other words, the snake takes Dorothy to Oz. Dorothy's 3 companions represent the mental, emotional, and physical bodies that HPB wrote about. Dorothy acquired these 3 companions just as Theosophy says we will when we come into incarnation. To quote HPB, there is no danger that dauntless courage cannot conquer, there is not trial that spotless purity cannot pass through, there is no difficulty that strong intellect cannot surmount. Algeo, John. The Wizard of Oz, The Perilous Journey, The Quest, Summer 1993. Wheaton, Eel, Theosophical Society Namer, page 53. In the book, the Tin Woodsman was an ordinary being of flesh, but a wicked witch cast a spell on him. He kept chopping off parts of his body, which were then replaced by a tinsmith, until he became the first bionic man, with a 76, completely mechanic body. Boy, hasn't the Illuminati been trying to do this one? In step with Wizard of Oz mind control programming, the wicked witch and naughty children cannot stand water but dissolve. Robotic clones are created in the minds of monarch slaves which can only be mentally dissolved by mentally placing water on them. Dorothy goes questing in Oz. Theosophists, New Agers, Satanists, etc. go on quests. Oz is shaped like a mandala with Emerald City in the center, an impassable barrier, four-sidedness, four symbolic colors, the circle in the center. The colors and directions given in Oz may also have other symbolic meanings in the occult. For instance, Emerald City is green and green is the fourth point of the Eastern Star, women's Freemasonry, and Satan's color. The route that Dorothy follows in Oz has the shape of a T with its 3 points defining an inverted triangle. The yellow brick road suggests gold, the perfect metal. Gold is considered to be divine and the source of wisdom by the Illuminati. HPB had written there is a road, steep and thorny, beset with perils of every kind, but yet a road, and it leads to the very heart of the universe. This was the yellow brick road that the Theosophists sought to portray in his fairy tale. The book contains a great deal more perils and adventures on the road than the movie. The article shows that the great teacher is a humbug, but Dorothy and her own companions have the abilities to help themselves if they only will realize their own powers through the help of the good witch of the south. This is in line with the Theosophical Societies, the Church of Satan's, and other occult groups, page 102, teachings which teach that the individual has the capabilities within themselves to achieve anything. One of the Theosophical Society's publication states, "Prepare thyself, for thou wilt have to travel on alone. The teacher can but point the way." The voice of silence as quoted in the Wizard of Oz article, Quest, Summer, 1993, page 54. Part of the mindset of Satanism is that reality and fantasy become blurred. This blurring has been part of the brainwashing that is being systematically given to American children. 77. Within monarch slaves they have an incredibly difficult time trying to differentiate between reality and fantasy because of all the mind programming they have been subjected to. There are several techniques which will determine for monarch survivors if their memories are real. In the board game called Illuminati, put out by people connected to the Illuminati, the game states, "Don't believe any of this, it is all true." These are the type of double-bind self-contradictory statements that Satanists love to spew out. Monarch slaves are programmed full of double binds. With the Satanist penchant for blurring reality in mind, read the following quote where the president of the Theosophical Society admiringly describes the Wizard of Oz. Part of Bum's joke is that things are never what they seem. Dorothy seems to be a simple and harmless little girl, but it is she who kills the wicked witches of both East and West. The Scarecrow seems to lack brains, but he has all the ideas in the company. The Tin Woodman seems to lack a heart, but he is so full of sentiment that he is always weeping. The Cowardly Lion seems to be a coward, but he takes brave action whenever it is called for. The Wizard seems to be great and powerful, but he is actually a humbug. Oz seems to be a glorious and delightful land and Kansas to be dry, gray, and dull, but Oz is a world of illusion and Kansas is really home. Things are not what they seem, in Oz or Kansas. B. Relationships between the movie and Illuminati ritual. The close relationship between Dorothy and her dog is a very subtle connection between the satanic cult's use of animals, familiars. Those who read Volume 1 may remember the example written about on how Illuminati cankman Alfred I. DuPont's drug mummy served as Alfred's familiar spirit. Animals are very often used in ritual. This connection is very subtle, perhaps too subtle for it to be worthy of mention, except that those in Satanism will see the significance, even though others won't. What is trivial to one person may not be to the next. A monarch slave as a child will be allowed to bond with a pet. The child will want to bond with a pet anyway because people are terrifying by this point. Then the pet is killed in porn to traumatize the child. 78. This happens quite frequently. The rainbow, with its 7 colors, have long had an occult significance of being a great spiritual hypnotic device. Constance Cumby, in her book The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow, which exposes the New Age occult movement, correctly writes, "The rainbow, also called the Antakarana or Rainbow Bridge. This is used as a hypnotic device." Page 261. The Supreme Council of the 33rd of Freemasonry has used the rainbow on the cover of their magazine. In a book teaching Druidism, as in Illuminati Druidism, the 21 Lessons of Marilyn, the rainbow is described as a true sign of magic. It exists in both worlds at once. Elvira Gulch is a woman who owns 1/2 of the county where Dorothy lives in Kansas. She is shown later in the Land of Oz transformed as a witch. Many of the Illuminati elite are rich and live double lives. People who meet them at a ritual will see the dark side of these rich people. At the rituals, people are tranced from drugs, chanting, and mind control. They are over the rainbow. Professor Marvel uses a crystal ball which he claims was used by the priests of Isis. Isis and Osiris are both part of the ancient Egyptian. Page 103. Mystery religion and modern Satanism. Kansas is black and white, Oz is in color. Reality is downplayed in witchcraft and Satanism. Make-believe is considered more colorful than reality. Also, as an escape from this world, Satanists use drugs to enhance their perception of colors. Some of the famous writers took drugs which put them into altered states of consciousness in order to release their creativity. Both good and bad witches in Oz carry staffs. In Satanism and the Illuminati, priestesses also carry similar staffs. Also, the idea that there are good and evil witches, white and black magic is straight from the occult, and follows the Illuminati's Gnostic beliefs. Several scenes involve transference of power via transference of slippers from a witch. In Illuminati ritual, to transfer power, a matriarch, or mother of darkness will kill the person in a position of authority with a strike on the forehead with 79, a special mace-like staff, and then put on their slippers. Ruby-colored slippers are actually used as a symbol of authority at the matriarch level in the Illuminati. The shoes are said to be golden at the mothers of darkness level in the Illuminati. The bad witch uses poison apples and poisoned brew. Satanic covens in real life do the same thing. The wizard is portrayed as someone who rules and is benevolent. In witchcraft, wizards do rule, even though in some groups wizards are simply called witches. Winged monkeys in the haunted forest harken back to the pagan cultures which place wings on various animal idols. The trees are alive like animals in the film. The Illuminati believe that the trees have spirits. In one of the Oz films, even the stones have personality and talk. This comes straight out of Druidism. The Tin Man is a person which has been part of Illuminati ceremonies. The first initial ceremony that children of the Illuminati may remember is where a Tin Man with an axe watches over their presentation to the coven. If the parent presents the child, nothing is done, but if the parent refuses to present the children, then the Tin Man in the ritual will use his axe to sever the child's head on a chopping block. The Tin Man will also appear in Tin Man programming, and a Tin Man's castle may well be built in the monarch slave's head, but the point here is that the Tin Man is also part of ritual. Dorothy kills the Wicked Witch of the West by a sharp blow to the forehead with the witch's staff. This is what is done in the Illuminati, when an elderly witch is being replaced. In both cases, whether in the movie or in real life in the Illuminati, when a witch is killed the people have a ceremony. In real life in the secret world of the Illuminati, a scroll is used to certify that the witch is dead both physically and spiritually. The movie had this in it. Just one example of the thousands of Illuminati grande dames killed in ritual like this is the recent billionaire Doris Duke, who was ritually killed in 1993 on Halloween, also called All Hallows Eve, in the Beverly Hills, CA area. The Illuminati method for killing a grande dame and passing her spiritual power on is done with reverence. No blood is to be spilt out of respect for the elderly 80 woman who gives up her life willingly. At death, the last breath is inhaled by the replacement to transfer the power. There may be as many as 2,197 grande dames at such a coronation. The grande mothers, whose systems are mistresses for Satan and hierarchy leaders, and the next rank, the grande dames, are often veiled in ritual and would wear robes with different colored lining. The different colors of lining show the different grades. A typical grande mother vestment or robe is a black satin and velvet dress with a draped neckline, and ritual symbols down the center of the robe. After someone like Doris Duke willingly gives her their life, her head is served on a silver platter at a banquet. For the deeper altars of a high-level slave, this is part of their way of life. They are told it is their birthright and heritage. Such altars will not be able to identify with the culture at large. To give up their programming means giving up their magical powers and their culture, which they have had to work hard for. To leave they would need to see something that they perceive as better. They are locked into their slavery due to their exposure to only a secret Illuminati culture and value system. Because of their dissociation with the rest of their own system of altars, they don't perceive a need to change their lifestyle any more than a bushman would be able to feel a need to wear shoes. Why should the bushman want shoes, if he has gotten along without them? Why should a high-level slave want change, when they have gotten along without it? Experience shows that during deprogramming most of the lower-level altars will want to escape their abuse, but the higher-level ritual altars are so separated from the abuse they don't want to give up their status and culture. Throughout the movie, scrolls are used. As stated, Mariah continues to use scrolls for their official ritual functions. The Wicked Witch of the West says that her question was not to kill or not to kill Dorothy, but rather how to kill Dorothy, for these things must be done delicately. This is exactly the attitude displayed within the Illuminati. The film has occult items such as crystal balls in several scenes, haunted castles, magic and a benevolent wizard. At one point the lion says, "I do believe in spooks, ghosts. I do. 81. Today, intelligence agents are also called spooks. The lion, Tinman, Dorothy and the Scarecrow must prove themselves worthy to receive the benevolence from us. The occult is full of rituals where the participant must prove himself worthy. The phrase seeds of learning is used in Illuminati ceremonies. Staffs like the movie has are used by various occult groups. These staffs often serve as stun guns, so that shocks can be applied during ceremonies. The shocks may be applied so that the victim doesn't remember the ceremony. See parallels between the Wizard of Oz series of books and Monarch programming. The following are parts of the Wizard of Oz Monarch programming, which is a base programming put in when the child is very young. Some of the slaves know portions of the Wizard of Oz script word for word. Dorothy is told she doesn't have a brain if she has gotten into trouble. Dorothy is looking for a place where there is no trouble, which is a place over the rainbow. To escape pain, alters go over the rainbow. This is aka an Alice in Wonderland programming as going through the looking glass. Dorothy becomes unconscious, the world begins spinning, and then she sees disjointed pictures. This also happens to monarch slaves. Later in the film, Dorothy states, "My people come and go so quickly." This is exactly what happens to the monarch slave whose multiple personalities come and go. When the multiple personalities switch in and out very fast, a spinning process can start, which can be dangerous if it doesn't stop. Just like most hiccuping stops on its own, the rapid uncontrolled switching, which can be triggered by stress, usually stops on its own. Systems which subconsciously know they are going to be tortured and used may out of a subconscious fear begin this revolving switching. It is said that the monarch victim will become comatose if the rapid spinning goes on too long. Personalities are switched in what are called tornado spins or tornado spinning, and personalities called spin-off personalities come up according to the number of revolutions the slave is commanded to spin. 82. By spinning the slave, the master can choose what sexual perversion he wants, as each spin-off personality has been trained to carry out a different perversion. Over the rainbow in Oz is for the monarch slave to be in a trance, and into a certain area of the programming, to be fluctuating at both ends as an observer and not a participant, or to go to the other extreme and become a participant. The theme song of the movie goes, "Somewhere over the rainbow, there's a land where the dreams that you dare to dream really come true." These lyrics are a method to hypnotically confuse the brain to perceive that the over the rainbow experience, which is usually horrible abuse, is a dream. The dissociative mind is only too happy to call the trauma a dream, which is lived as reality for a moment, but is nevertheless recorded by the mind as a fantasy. The term for this is cryptoamnesia, which means the process where the proper functioning of memory is hypnotically messed up. The slave's internal world becomes reality and the external real world becomes the land of Oz, which is perceived as make-believe. Dwarfs are used in the internal programming. Hollywood hired a large number of them for the movie's cast. They are called munchkins in the movie. Mengele, known as the programmer Dr. Green, was especially interested in experimenting traumas on dwarfs. For bona fides and recognition signals, the monarch slaves wear diamonds to signify they are presidential models, rubies to signify their Oz programming for prostitution, and emeralds to signify their programming to do drug business. Rings are also used to signify what activity the slave is doing, and what rank or level they are in the occult. Monarch slaves are taught to follow the yellow brick road. No matter what fearful things lie ahead, the monarch slave must follow the yellow brick road which is set out before them by their master. For some slaves used as track stars, their yellow brick road was the track they had to run. The yellow brick road is the runway in which alters were trained to fly off from to exit their internal world and take the body. The yellow brick road also pertains to the assignment that an alter is given. 83. To follow the yellow brick road is to go down the road that has been assigned by command. The yellow brick road programming is placed into the child's mind via the yellow brick road of the Wizard of Oz story. Remember the keywords: follow the yellow brick road. To get someone onto the yellow brick road, you must know the access code to get them through the poppy field. The color codes are important to get an alter through the field of poppies. Fiddler is important word to get to the yellow brick road. It signifies the programmer, and the context of the programmer is here, go over the rainbow. And then the alters eat what is variously called music or a script or a letter, which are words meaning instructions. In the 1900 edition of the book on page 3132 says, programming cues are in caps. She closed the door, locked it, and put the key carefully in the pocket of her dress. And so, with Toto trotting along soberly behind her, she started on her journey. There were several roads nearby, but it did not take her long to find the one paved with yellow brick. Within a short time she was walking briskly toward the Emerald City, her silver shoes tinkling merrily on the hard, yellow road bed. The sun shone bright and the birds sang sweet, and Dorothy did not feel nearly as bad as you might think a little girl would who had been suddenly whisked away from her own country and set down in the midst of a strange land. The houses of the Munchkins were odd-looking dwellings. All were painted blue, for in this country of the East blue was the favorite color. 5 little fiddlers played as loudly as possible and the people were hugging and singing, while a big table nearby was loaded with delicious fruits, the programs, and nuts, pies, and cakes, and many other good things to eat. Scripts to ingest. Monarch slaves are threatened with fire, like the scarecrow. They also see people dismembered like the scarecrow was dismembered. For them it is not an idle threat. The front altars also have hearts full of pain like scarecrow. Certain altars are not given courage and most have their hearts taken from them. The altars who are programmed not to have hearts are hypnotically told the same thing the Tin Man says, I could be human if I only had a heart. See chapter 4, where it discusses hypnosurgery. 84. Some altars are taught they are stupid and who have no brain. Scarecrow is asked the question, how can you talk without a brain? Scarecrow answers, some people without a brain can do a lot of talking. Emerald City is used in programming. Emerald City in the programming will be well guarded and hard to reach. Several important things will be placed inside the Emerald City, including the deeper Illuminati altars. Castles are used in the programming. Lots of castles, either in the mind's imagery or purely demoniac, are placed into the slave's mind. Winged monkeys are able to watch in the movies somewhat as spy satellites. Winged monkeys are used in the programming to create a fear of always being watched. The flowers used in the movie and books are also used in the programming. The witch uses poppy flowers to put the lion and Dorothy to sleep. Opium and cocaine are used to tranquilize monarch slaves. An altar of a slave will get trancy when they enter the poppy field. Heroin comes from poppies. In the film, Dorothy says, what is happening? I'm so sleepy. She and the lion get sleepy for no apparent reason very quickly. Monarch slaves do the same thing. Waking up with snow in the movie is nothing less than an allusion to cocaine, which is a common substance given to monarch slaves to help make them dependent. Dorothy states at one point in the movie that she doesn't remember. She then follows this up with I guess it doesn't matter. Hourglasses appear in the movie in several spots, and they also occur in various contexts in people who have been programmed by the monarch programming. Some victims of the programming have hourglass configurations each created around a separate axis. The hourglasses have the ability to be rotated, which causes certain altars to be brought forward. Monarch slave masters have also used hourglasses to indicate to their slaves that death was imminent and that time was running out. This is the way the Wicked Witch used the hourglass on Dorothy, who happens to be saved just as the hourglass runs out. 85. Some monarch slave masters actually have large hourglasses, sometimes 3 feet high, like in the movie. In Kathy O'Brien's autobiography of her life as a monarch slave Transformation of America, she has a photograph of Secretary of Defense Cheney's hourglass on his desk with him seated. This hourglass was used to threaten her as a slave. When a monarch slave sees an hourglass, they may switch, but basically it is a reminder that the slave masters have the power to run a person's time out. One slave was told, "The sand that sifts through the hourglass is a measure of your worthiness to live or die." The hourglass shape is basically 2 triangles which touch at their peaks, or an X configuration with the tops of the X having lines. The child's mind is to visualize this configuration as a compass, as the 4 points N, S, E, W. They are to see the X configuration also as an X, Y axis upon which a city is structured upon. The hourglass then is tied to several other concepts which integrate themselves well with the basic X shape of the hourglass. Circles with X's are stacked on top of each other to form the different worlds which contain the altars. The 2 pie-shaped pieces of the hourglass will hold one world, while the hourglass configuration made by the other 2 adjacent pieces hold the looking glass mirror images of each altar. Each hourglass is called 2 quadrants. To remove 4 quadrants would of course take both altars and mirror images with it. In mathematics, it could be stated that regular altars are in quadrant X, Y and X, Y, and that the looking glass people, the mirror images, early splits made from each altar as a copy, are in quadrants X, Y and X, Y. See the chapter on how to structure a system. Click your heel together and be there in a snap is both in the movie and in the programming cues. Military monarch slave models are especially taught to click their heels together. Joseph Mengele, Dr. Black, Michael Aquino and others also liked to click their Nazi boots together while they programmed children. Silence is both in the movie and a command of the Oz programming. This word silence stands for a code of no talk which runs deep in the mind of the slave. As in the movie, certain slave altars will talk to their masters as Dorothy did, "If you please, sir," the keys and triggers to control the switching of 86 personalities and to give orders are frequently based on Wizard of Oz material. A monarch slave owner might use cues based on the Wizard of Oz, such as, "There's a pair of magic shoes to wear with your dress, something enlightening, to transport you faster than the old ruby slippers." Quote from O'Brien, Kathy, Operation Carrier Pigeon, Monograph, page 2. A cryptic death threat given to Kathy as a slave by handler Secretary of Defense Cheney to kill her daughter by taking off her daughter's ears was then backed up by the hypnotic command based on Wizard of Oz programming. "I'll get her, my pretty your little girl." The programming that is related to the Tin Man produces a monarch slave which is described as a well-oiled machine by the handlers. U.S. Senator Alan Simpson, one of the perpetrators of the monarch program, referred to the Tin Man programming when he told a slave, "These are but empty shells of the life they were once possessed. Like you are, empty and void of life." Phrases like "troubles melt" can be found in both the movie and in the programming. Let's now cover what programming is based on the Oz books, that isn't found in the movie. A great deal of the Oz programming comes from the books, of which only the first book was used for the movie. The public is familiar with the movie which is based on the first one, but in general doesn't know the other books exist. We will not go through the scripts of all 14 books, there isn't room for that, but by going through a few of the books, the reader will begin to see the massive amount of material which was used for programming scripts in the Oz books. It is one thing to say, The Wizard of Oz was used as a mind control programming script, but that doesn't convey the extent of it. Large sections of the 14 books are almost perfect for mind control. If you take the trouble to read these quotes, you may find yourself startled at what you thought at first glance was a nice child story. Page 38, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. "That is true," said the Scarecrow. "You see," he continued, confidently, "I don't mind my legs and arms and body being stuffed, because I cannot get 87 hurt. If anyone treads on my toes or sticks a pin into me, it doesn't matter, for I can't feel it." This is teaching dissociation. The slaves actually do have pins and needles stuck into them, or toothpicks under their fingernails, etc. If anyone asks the slave a question, they can say according to the script, "I don't know anything." The infant slave will be taught words like this: "Sticks and stones may break my back, but words will never hurt me, because I'm not here." Page 41, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. It never hurt him, however, and Dorothy would pick him up and set him upon his feet again, while he joined her in laughing merrily at his own mishap. This is teaching the programming "It's okay, it doesn't matter, nothing wrong here," that the slave is taught to tell the world. Page 40, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. Nest of rats in the straw. At the Scarecrow, the mice in a monarch system which control the turning of the quadrants clock, hide from the Scarecrow. Page 42, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. Fewer fruit trees. If the slave eats the fruit, code for programs, without permission, the dwarf munchkins will beat the altar with their clubs. Also on this page, home is called Kansas, and it is described as how gray everything was there. In other words, reality isn't as great and colorful as the make-believe internal world you can build in your mind to escape this hell we're giving you. Page 43, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. The Scarecrow looked at her reproachfully, and answered, "My life has been so short that I really know nothing whatever. I was only made day before yesterday. What happened in the world before that time is all unknown to me. Luckily, when the farmer made my head, one of the first things he did was to 88, paint my ears, so that I heard what was going on. This is the script read to new alters, to help them have a clean slate before programming them with another new script. This is coupled with the Wizard of Oz theme that the wizard gives brains, what to think, to the Scarecrow. The alters are hypnotically programmed that if they think on their own, then they are empty-headed like the Scarecrow. They can only have something in their head if they let the wizard give them what to think." Page 45, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. It was a lonely life to lead, for I had nothing to think of, having been made such a little while before. This is part of the script's read a new alter. Page 48, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. So the Scarecrow led her through the trees until they reached the cottage, and Dorothy entered and found a bed of dried leaves in one corner. She lay down at once, and with Toto beside her, soon fell into a sound sleep. The Scarecrow, who was never tired, stood up in another corner and waited. This was used to program part of a script for an Illuminati ceremony. Page 57, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. So the old woman went to the Wicked Witch of the East, and promised her 2 sheep and a cow if she would prevent the marriage. Therefore, upon the Wicked Witch enchanted my axe, and when I was chopping away, the axe slipped all at once and cut off my left leg. This at first seemed a great misfortune, for I knew a one-legged man could not do very well as a wood chopper. So I went to a tinsmith and had him make me a new leg out of tin. The leg worked very well, once I was used to it, but my action angered the Wicked Witch of the East, for she had promised the old woman I should not marry the pretty Munchkin girl. When I began chopping again, my axe slipped and cut off my right leg. Again I went to the tinner, and again he made me a leg out of tin. 89. After this the enchanted axe cut off my arms, one after the other, but, nothing daunted, I had them replaced with tin ones. The Wicked Witch then made the axe slip and cut off my head, and at first I thought that was the end of me. But the tinner happened to come along, and he made me a new head out of tin. This is an Illuminati ceremony script done by Dr. Mengele with children at a very young age. It was a blood oath to Green that if they let anyone touch the programming they would cut themselves. Page 58, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz, splitting me into 2 halves. Once more the tinner came to my help and made me a body of tin, fastening my tin arms, but Alice, I had now no heart, so that I lost all my love for the Munchkin girl. I had known was the loss of my heart. While I was in love I was the happiest man on earth, but no one can love who has not a heart, and so I am resolved to ask Oz to give me one. Page 66, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. The Scarecrow. The Tin Woodsman and Dorothy expect that the Wizard of Oz can give a brain, a heart, and send Dorothy back to Kansas. Under programming, the master as the wizard can give alters what he wants, including sending them back to Kansas, their internal reality. Page 77, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. They could see the road of yellow brick running through a beautiful country, with green meadows dotted with bright flowers and all the road bordered with trees hanging full of delicious fruits. This is used for the imagery of the yellow brick road. Page 87, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. Scarlet poppies. Their odor is so powerful that anyone who breathes it falls asleep, and if the sleeper is not carried away from the scent of the flowers he sleeps on and on forever. But Dorothy did not know this, nor could she get away from the bright red flowers that were everywhere about, so presently her eyes grew heavy and she felt she must sit down to rest and to sleep. 90. This is an important part of the programming. This is the storyline for Trancing Deep. Page 112, Book 1, The Wizard of Oz. Then the guardian of the gates put on his own glasses and told them he was ready to show them to the palace. Taking a big golden key from a peg on the wall, he opened another gate, and they all followed him through the portal into the streets of the Emerald City. This is helpful imagery in setting up the internal Emerald City and its guards. Book 3. Ozma of Oz. Page 20, Book 3, Ozma of Oz. But the wind, as if satisfied at last with its mischievous pranks, stopped blowing this ocean and hurried away to another part of the world to blow something else, so that the waves, not being juggled anymore, began to quiet down and behave themselves, used to create protective programming. Notice how the wind is personified. Page 23, Book 3, Ozma of Oz. So she sat down in a corner of the coop, leaned her back against the slats, nodded at the friendly stars before she closed her eyes, and was asleep in half a minute. Alters may be trained to trance when placed in a corner. Page 27, Book 3, Ozma of Oz. No, indeed, I never care to hatch eggs unless I've had a nice snug nest, in some quiet place, with a baker's dozen of eggs under me. That's 13, you know, and it's a lucky number for hens, so you may as well eat this egg. This has been used often to get 13 splits when torturing. Many Illuminati systems were set up on 13 grids. Page 30, Book 3, Ozma of Oz. Next to the water, programming Q to build Atlantis, was a broad beach of white sand and gravel, programming Q to build Troy, and farther back were several rocky hills, while beyond these appeared a strip of green trees. 91. Programming Q to build a green forest, that marked the edge of a forest, but there were no houses to be seen, nor any sign of people. Programming Q for altars to be invisible, who might inhabit this unknown land. This page along with others near it, have been used to build the structures in the internal world of Illuminati slaves. In brackets are a sample of how it could be used when building an internal world. Page 34 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, Why Eating Live Things, You Ought to Be Ashamed of Yourself, Goodness Me, returned the hen, in a puzzled tone, How queer you are, Dorothy. Live things are much fresher and more wholesome than dead ones, and you humans eat all sorts of dead creatures. This is used to encourage cannibalism. Page 35 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, A Large-Sized Golden Key, to encourage the imagery of golden keys, which are used frequently in the internal system. The next chapter, Letter in the Sand, has singing trees in it, which have been popular items for the Illuminati due to their druid beliefs. Page 39 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, By, and by. When she was almost in despair, the little girl came upon two trees that promised to furnish her with plenty of food. One was quite full of square paper boxes, which grew in clusters on all the limbs, and upon the biggest and ripest boxes the word lunch could be read, in neat letters. The tree seemed to bear all year around, for there were lunchbox blossoms on some of the branches, and on others tiny little lunchboxes that were as yet quite green, and evidently not fit to eat. Boxes are built internally in the slave's mind, and a box will contain a program. The food is the programming that the slave is to eat and digest. The programming in the box might be songs, nursery rhymes, or a poem or anything. On page 41, there is a full-page picture of a girl picking a lunch pail from a tree limb to eat at 92. Page 40 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, the little girl stood on tiptoe and picked one of the nicest and biggest lunch boxes, and then she sat down upon the ground and eagerly opened it. Inside she found, nicely wrapped in white papers, a ham sandwich, a piece of sponge cake, a pickle, a slice of new cheese, and an apple. Each thing had a separate stem. The lunch boxes on the tree are the programs which the programmers put in. The stems are what link the programming stories together in the child's mind. Page 42 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, I had a pair of silver shoes that carried me through the air, said Dorothy. In the programming, silver shoes are used as cues to go into altered states, that is through the air. Page 44 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, Embroidered garments of many colors, color programming for the ribbons. Page 47 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, We'll get you in time, never fear. And when we do get you, we'll tear you into little bits. Why are you so cruel to me? Asked Dorothy. I'm a stranger in your country, and have done you no harm, cried one who seemed to be their leader. Did you not pick our lunch boxes and dinner pails? Have you not a stolen dinner pail still in your hand? It is the law here that whoever picks a dinner pail without our permission must die immediately. The programming message to all of this is that no one had better touch the dinner pails which represent the programs, or they are to die immediately. Armies, like in the story, guard the internal programming of the slave. Page 51 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, these pages describe a crack in rocks that is a door. This is used for Petra programming 93. Page 52 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, Golden Key, within the narrow chamber of rock was the form of a man, or, at least, it seemed like a man. His head and limbs were copper. Also his head and limbs were copper, and these were jointed or hinged to his body in a peculiar way, with metal caps over the joints. Like the armor worn by knights in days of old, these are systems robots which are said by the programmers to be friends, and which are invisible. You can see other people's robots but not one's own internal robots. Page 53 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, this copper man is not alive at all. The clone robots are made to think they are not alive, but just robots. In reality they are little child alters suited up to think they are robots. Page 55 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, back view of the copper man, and in this way discovered a printed card that hung between his shoulders, it being suspended from a small copper peg at the back of his neck. The robots are put in by a combination of several stories. The deep-sea divers of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and the Wizard of Oz's copper man reinforce each other. Extra responsive mechanical man fitted with our special clockwork attachment, thinks, speaks, acts, and does everything but live. Manufactured only at our works at Evna, land of Ev. All infringements will be promptly prosecuted according to law. This huge sign is part of the robotic programming the clone robots receive. Notice that they are drilled into total obedience. All infringements will be promptly prosecuted. Obey the law that your master gives you. Page 56 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, Directions for using for thinking wind. The clockwork man under his left arm marked, number 1-4, speaking wind. The clockwork man under his right arm marked, number 2-4, walking wind. Clockwork in the middle of his 94, back, marked number 3, NB. This mechanism is guaranteed to work perfectly for 1,000 years. These instructions were used to build Dr. Green's, Mendeley's, boxes in the robots. Page 58 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, the words sounded a little hoarse and creaky, and they were uttered all in the same tone, without any change of expression whatever. But both Dorothy and Bellina understood them perfectly. This was used to program the internal robots to speak in unison and to repeat themselves. Page 60 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, after that I remember nothing until you wound me up again. The internal robots forget and then are prepared again for war. Page 62 Book 3 Ozma Vaz, from this time forth I am your obedient servant. Whatever you command, that I will do willingly, if you keep me wound up. This is used to teach the internal robots obedience to their programming. Page 67, Book 3, Osmo Vase. Within the pail were 3 slices of turkey, 2 slices of cold tongue, some lobster salad, 4 slices of bread and butter, a small custard pie, an orange and 9 large strawberries and some nuts and raisins. Singularly enough, the nuts in this dinner pail grew already cracked, so that Dorothy had no trouble in picking out their meats to eat. This is given to front alters as the front programming so that they see the programs as only fruit. Page 68, Book 3, Osmo Vase. Do the lunchbox trees and the dinner pail trees belong to the Wheelers? The child asked TikTok, while engaged in eating her meal. Of course not, he answered. They belong to the Royal Family Y of F. On Y of course there is no 95. Royal Family Y just now because King Evaldo jumped into the sea and his wife and 10 children have been transformed by the Gnome King. You will find the royally stamped up on the bottom of ever widen. Ner Pale, the Gnome King in the programming became the ruler of the demon system within the monarch system. Several storylines from a number of sources are overlaps to reinforce the programming scripts. The programmers will use other stories to introduce themselves into the system too. In case readers don't know, a monarch system will have hidden powerful alters that are made in the image of their programmers, that serve as personal representatives of the programmers. Page 79, Book 3, Osmo Vase. I am only a machine, and cannot feel sorrow or joy, no matter what happens. This is teaching mechanical dissociation, and coincides with Tin Man programming. Page 83, Book 3, Osmo Vase. For the Princess Langwidere is a different person every time I see her, and the only way her subjects can recognize her at all is by means of a beautiful ruby key which she always wears on a chain attached to her left wrist. When we see the key we know we are beholding the princess. That is strange, said Dorothy, in astonishment. Do you mean to say that so many different princesses are one and the same person? Not exactly, answered the Wheeler. There is, of course, but one princess, but she appears to us in many forms, which are all more or less beautiful. Doesn't this sound like MPD? Did Frank Blum know about MPD? Page 90, Book 3, Osmo Vase. Princess Langwidere's sitting room was paneled with great mirrors, which reached from the ceiling to the floor. Also the ceiling was composed of mirrors, and the floor was of polished silver that reflected every object upon it. So when Langwidere sat in her easy chair and played soft melodies upon her mandolin, her form was mirrored hundreds of times, in walls, and ceilings in 96, floor, and whichever way. This is the mirror programming that has been done to so many victims. Page 91, Book 3, Osmo Vase. Now I must explain to you that the Princess Langwidere had 30 heads. Isn't the storyline convenient for programming? Page 94, Book 3, Osmo Vase. Langwidere to a position in front of cupboard number 17. The princess unlocked the door with her ruby key and after handing head number 9, which she had been wearing, to the maid, she took number 17 from its shelf and fitted it to her neck. There was one trouble with number 17, the temper that went with it, and which was hidden, was fiery, harsh and haughty in the extreme, and it often led the princess to do unpleasant things which she regretted when she came to wear her other heads. Does the reader see how this is programming to switch personalities? And personality number 17 is locked up, which is a common programming methodology. The fiery, harsh anger, those are the demonic imps that the victim is coached to accept as normal which are layered in. See Chapter 10. Page 98, Book 3, Osmo Vase. To hear is to obey, answered the big red colonel, and caught the child by the arm. Page 99, Book 3, Osmo Vase. The colonel had by this time managed to get upon his feet again, so he grabbed fast hold of the girl and she was helpless to escape. Page 102, Book 3, Osmo Vase. Once a cyclone had carried her across it, and a magical pair of silver shoes had carried her back again. Page 103, Book 3, Osmo Vase. Fist came a magnificent golden chariot, drawn by a great lion and an immense tiger, who stood shoulder to shoulder and trotted along as gracefully as a well-matched team of thoroughbred horses, and standing upright within the chariot was a beautiful girl clothed in flowing robes of silver gauze and wearing a 97 jewel diadem upon her dainty head. She held in one hand the satin ribbons that guided her astonishing team, and in the other an ivory one that separated at the top into 2 prongs, the prongs being tipped by the letters 0 and Z, made of glistening diamonds set closely together. The way this was used for programming is that guard alters are made out of kittens, who believe they are fierce tigers and lions and other wildcats. Ozma represents the Illuminati Queen Mother with her crown and scepter. Page 104, Book 3, Osmo Vase. On this page we see Osmo Vase, the Scarecrow, the Sawhorse, the Tin Woodman, and soldiers. These characters were used in the programming. Toward the bottom of the page is something that was built into the system so that alters would stay in place in their internal world, the green carpet rolled itself up again, in order that their feet might not come in contact with the deadly, life-destroying sands of the desert. Page 117, Book 3, Osmo Vase. Dorothy took the key to TikTok from her pocket and wound up the machine man's action, so that he could bow properly when introduced to the rest of the company. Page 119, 120, Book 3, Osmo Vase. Let me introduce to you a new friend of mine, the Hungry Tiger. He displayed 2 rows of terrible teeth and a mouth big enough to startle anyone. Dreadfully hungry, answered the tiger. snapping his jaws together with a fierce click. This is programming for deeper catch in an altar system. The next page tells how this is used to teach the child altar cannibalism. The tiger. For my part, I'm a savage beast, and have an appetite for all sorts of poor living creatures, from a chipmunk to fat babies. How dreadful, said Dorothy. Isn't it, though, returned the hungry tiger, licking his lips with his long red tongue. Fat babies. Don't they sound delicious? If I had no conscience, I would probably eat the babies and then get hungry again, which would mean that I had sacrificed the poor babies for nothing, for it is the nature of tigers to be cruel and ferocious, and in refusing to eat harmless living creatures I am acting as no good tiger has ever before acted. 98. This part of the book is used to help teach the child alters which think they are tigers to be cannibalistic and actually participate in eating babies. This is all filmed to be used against the mind-controlled slave. Page 133. 1 Book 3 Ozma of Oz. No one knows, exactly, replied the princess. For the king, whose name is Rock out of the Rocks, owns a splendid palace underneath the great mountain which is at the north end of this kingdom, and he has transformed the queen and her children into ornaments and bric-a-brac with which to decorate his rooms. I'd like to know, said Dorothy. Who this gnome king is I will tell you, replied Ozma. He is said to be the ruler of the underground world, and commands the rocks and all that the rocks contain. Under his rule are many thousands of the gnomes, who are clearly shaped but powerful sprites that labor at the furnaces and forges of their king, making gold and silver and other metals which they conceal in the crevices of the rocks, so that those living upon the earth's surface can only find them with great difficulty. Also they make diamonds and rubies and emeralds, which they hide in the ground, so that the kingdom of gnomes is wonderfully rich, and all we have of precious stones and silver and gold is what we take from the earth and rocks where the gnome king has hidden them. The ruler of the underground world is not fond of those who live upon the earth's surface, and never appears among us. If we wish to see King Rock out of the rocks, we must visit his one country, where he is all-powerful, and therefore it will be a dangerous undertaking. The furnaces of the gnome king, a single spark of fire might destroy me entirely. The furnaces may also melt my tin, said the Tin Woodman, but I am going. I can't bear heat, remarked the princess. This is used to program in the dwarfs who mine the jewels. Programs. The dwarfs are often demonic imps or gnomes, rather than being real alters. Notice that the storyline fits in beautifully with the hell pit that the programmers so often put at the basement of people's minds. The hell pit would have programming to make someone burn. If someone approaches where the dwarfs live, which is deep underground, deep in the mind, they will burn. Notice again the words diamonds, rubies, emeralds, silver 99, and gold, which are all parts of programming codes. Page 139 Book 3 Ozma of Oz. But I know enough to obey my masters, and to get up, or whoa, when I'm told to. This is teaching obedience. Lower down the table were the 27 warriors of Oz. This was used to create altars within the internal world. Page 147-148 Book 3 Ozma of Oz. The form was that of a gigantic man built out of plates of cast iron, and it stood with one foot on either side of the narrow road and swung over its right shoulder an immense iron mallet, with which it constantly pounded the earth. These resounding blows explained the thumping sounds they had heard, for the mallet was much bigger than a barrel, and where it struck the path between the rocky sides of the mountain it filled all the space through which our travelers would be obliged to pass. Of course they had once halted, a safe distance away from the terrible iron mallet. The magic carpet would do them no good in this case, for it was only meant to protect them from any dangers upon the ground beneath their feet, and not from dangers that appeared in the air above them. Wow, said the Cowardly Lion, with a shudder. It makes me dreadfully nervous to see that big hammer pounding so near my head. One blow would crush me into a doormat. The Iron Giant is a fine fellow, said Tick-Tock, and works as steadily as a clock. He was made for the Gnome King by Smith and Tinker, who made me, and his duty is to keep folks from finding the underground palace. Is he not a great work of art? No, replied the machine. He is only made to pound the road, and has no thinking or speaking attachment, but he pounds very well, I think. Is there no way to stop his machinery? Only the Gnome King, who has the key, can do that, answered Tick-Tock. Meanwhile the giant continued to raise his iron mallet high in the air and to strike the path terrific blows that echoed through the mountains like the roar of cannon. 100. This was used as the script to place in Thor, a giant who protects the programming. Very severe split-brain headaches are programmed to occur to the victim whenever the internal Thor pounds his hammer. If the programming is threatened, Thor and the imps, demons, appear to protect it. There are an entire series of events using programming and obedient altars that takes place to protect the programming, if it is ever threatened. Page 159 Book 3 Ozma of Oz. There was no reply, except that the shifting gnomes upon the mountain laughed in derision. You must not command the Gnome King, said Tick-Tock, for you do not rule him, as you do your own people. The purpose of this part is to prepare the child's altars to accept that internal queens and other leading altars do not rule the demons that are placed into their system, and are not to order them around. Page 163 Book 3 Ozma of Oz. In the center of this room was a throne carved out of a solid boulder of rock, rude and rugged in shape but glittering with great rubies and diamonds and emeralds on every part of its surface. And upon the throne sat the Gnome King. Page 167 Book 3 Ozma of Oz. On this page is a picture of the Gnome King telling Dorothy and Ozma that they belong to me and I shall keep them. In other words, the imps and their jewels belong to the king of the demons. Around his throne are steps with gems, and this imagery was used to build the internal gems in a system, with Satan the Antichrist's throne at the top of the stairs. Page 170 Book 3 Osmovaz. Although this army consisted of rock-colored gnomes, all squat and fat, they were clothed in glittering armor of polished steel, inlaid with beautiful gems. Upon his brow each wore a brilliant electric light, and they bore sharp spears and swords and battle-axes of solid bronze. It was evident they were perfectly trained, for they stood in straight rows, rank after rank, with their weapons held erect and true, as if awaiting but the word of command to level them upon their foes. 101. This, said the Gnome King, is but a small part of my army. No ruler upon earth has ever dared to fight me, and no ruler ever will, for I am too powerful to oppose. This was to help build acceptance within the child of the layering of armies of demons. Page 180, Book 3 Osmovaz. For upon the edge of the table rested a pretty grasshopper, that seemed to have been formed from a single emerald. The next page has a picture of a grasshopper wearing a hat and many shoes. This was used to help the victim take the hypnotic suggestion that their programmer was a grasshopper, a cricket. Mandrilla used a clicker which helped with this hypnotic suggestion too. Page 180-183 Book 3 Osmovaz. The king returned to his throne. They were greatly page 115, disheartened by the knowledge that she was now an ornament in the Gnome King's palace, a dreadful, creepy place in spite of all its magnificence. Without their little leader they did not know what to do next, and each one, down to the trembling private of the army, began to fear he would soon be more ornamental than useful. Never mind, said the jolly monarch, if he doesn't care to enter the palace, I'll throw him into one of my fiery furnaces. Page 184 Book 3 Osmovaz. 26 officers filed into the palace and made their guesses, and became ornaments. Storyline used to program parts to become useful ornaments. He wore a heavy gold chain around his neck to show that he was the chief steward of the Gnome King. Many of the abusers signify their power to the slaves by wearing a gold chain around their neck. Page 186 Book 3 Osmovaz. On this page it states that some magical power gave the king the ability to know all that took place in his palace. By crediting their abilities to an occult magical dimension, the programmers enhanced their appearance of power to 102. The child victim. Page 192 Book 3 Osmovaz. On this page and the surrounding pages, the people who have become ornaments are also assigned colors. The Queen of Eva are all ornaments of a royal purple color, and all those people from Oz into green ornaments. Page 194 Book 3 Osmovaz. If I wore the magic belt which enables you to work all your transformations, and gives you so much other power, what color will you make the Kansas girl? Asked the steward. Gray, I think, said His Majesty. And the Scarecrow and the Machine Man? No, they shall be of solid gold, because they are so ugly in real life. This was the script to bring in the color programming. Color programming is discussed in the structuring chapter 7, and the internal controls chapter 11, dealing with the internal computers, and in chapter 4 where the codes are given. Page 192 Book 3 Osmovaz. What more do you want? Demanded the king. A fat baby. I want a fat baby, said the hungry tiger. A nice, plump, juicy, tender, fat baby. When the alters are forced to accept that they are tigers and other cats, then they are encouraged, forced, into cannibalism. Page 200 Book 3 Osmovaz. So Tick-Tock touched a yellow glass vase that had daisies painted on one side, and he spoke at the same time the word F. In a flash the machine man had disappeared. This was part of the programming to introduce daisies and switching. Page 201 Book 3 Osmovaz. Next she touched the image of a purple kitten that stood on the corner of a mantle, and as she pronounced the word F the kitten disappeared, and a pretty, fair, haired boy stood beside her. This is teaching the switching of alters and their color programming. 103. We will stop our coverage of the Osmovaz book here. We have only partially covered only 2 of the 14-ounce books, all of which were used as programming scripts. There are many more sections in this series of 14 books that served as programming scripts, but the reader has got the basic idea. It is still important to go over how some of the other books were used in programming, so that the reader begins to see how the storylines assist in programming, and how the storylines are so frequently tied together from perhaps 12 different stories to reinforce one alters programming. 104. Chapter 6 Science Number 6 The use of electronics and electricity. These photos printed in a magazine in the fall of 1981 show electric prod marks on the neck of this 2 slave who was used for porn. Another basic component of the Monarch program is lots of electroshock, stun guns, staffs with hidden electric cattle prods, and cattle prods are frequently used on the slaves. Electroshock is used to create the dissociation from trauma during the programming, and later it is used to remove memories after the slave has carried out a mission, or to instill fear and obedience in a reluctant slave. Slaves generally carry horrible body memories of excruciating electroshock tortures to their entire bodies. As the slaves begin a therapeutic deprogramming process they will recover these horrible memories, not to mention many other painful memories. A slave often shows electroshock marks on their feet, or back, or buttock or legs after they have been used. An owner of a slave will ordinarily carry a stun gun. This is perhaps a 120,000 DC volt stun gun to erase and compartmentalize memories, but some of the stun guns go up to 200,000 volts DC to erase the memory of his slave. They will apply their stun guns to the base of the skull. 105. After giving programming instructions they will usually give a high voltage shock to the base of the skull to embed the instructions deep in the subconscious. They often use hypnotic cues along with the shock. For instance, they will tell the slave they are now going over the rainbow, and that when the sun goes down they will forget everything, before they shock the body. The shock destroys and scrambles the memory which is still stored in the short-term memory section of the brain. They must shock the person within 24 hours to ensure that the short-term memory doesn't get into long-term memory as a coherent memory. This means that if a slave is being used daily, they get electroshock daily. Types of devices used by handlers. A cylindrical type cattle prod with 3/4 between the contact points is used externally and internally. This is manufactured by Hotshot Products, Inc., Savage, Minnesota, 55378, model B12. They have a red or black rubber handle with an overall length of 12 inches. The low voltage is between 10, 000 15, 000 volts. The medium voltage is 12,000 to 20,000 volts. A bruise on the buttocks will be black and blue spots about 1.5 diameter each. A handheld one-type shock prod which has 2 4 inches between its contact points. It uses a rechargeable battery pack. The prod, wand, is 12 inches long and unwieldy to handle. Various farm supply companies, livestock equipment, sell this. The medium voltage is 12,000 to 20,000. A stun gun which has exactly 2 inches between the contacts with a 9-volt battery. This stun gun was created for law enforcement and is generally regarded as the best device for dropping a victim or for inducing hypnosis or setting in a hypnotic program. Its high voltage is 35,000 to 120,000 volts. It is a lightweight, 12 Oz, compact device, 7 inches x 2 inches x 1 inches. This device will leave deep red dot, holes, scars and cancerous moles. The victim will develop moles from the repeated use of this device. The muscled areas of the victim are preferred. For instance, the muscled area just below the shoulder blade. Ferrell Instrument Company, of Grand Island, NE makes a cattle prod with an adjustable voltage control 106. Their long-distance wireless shocker called Personal Shocker can shoot a shock about 75 indoors and 300 feet outdoors. The control box is handheld, and the receiver is a leather case. The shock can be adjusted from 9 to 800 volts, current is 5 milliamps, and it lasts 1 to 2 milliseconds. This personal shocker was manufactured to be used on people. An electronic firm in Tahunga, CA makes a shock box used in programming. An electronic bark collar is used to train Illuminati and other monarch slaves in silence and obedience. On other occasions, fancy gem-studded collars and leather collars are fitted around the necks of female slaves for sex with wolves and fierce dogs, who bite these neck collars when they mount. Many of the slaves have experienced these various collars for obedience, silence, and bestiality. In trying to track down who makes the larger electroshock machines, especially the computer-guided ones, we only got started investigating. ConMed, 315 797 8375, makes medical electrodes for portable monitoring units. Sentry Medical Products, at 17171 Murphy, Irvine, California, 92714, 714-250-0233, makes skin-mounted conductive medical electrodes for tense unit machines. In Vivo Metric, in Healdsburg, CA also makes silver chloride electrodes for placement on human skin. Electro Carpenter produces bag placement systems. Unipatch Medical Products, 1313T Grant Boulevard, W, Wabasha, MN makes all types of electrodes and some of theirs go onto machines for shocking people. Classic Medical Products, 582TW 19246 Apollo DR, Muskego, WI make electrodes for diagnostic and shock purposes. Arndt Automation Enersoc, Inc., 17770 Liberty Lane, New Berlin, WI, make electrodes for ECG and EKG machines. And a Colorado company named Biomedical at Evergreen, CO makes medical electrodes. When a slave is taken to an impromptu programming site, a hypnotic drug is injected into them for a quick induction while a metal band is put around their head and a current of 100,000 volts will be run through for say 5 seconds into their heads. This will cause the body to shake, the eyes to close, sweat to pour out of the body, etc. 107. The hands are tied down with restraints. Sometimes the mouth is gagged so that the tongue doesn't protrude. After embedding the hypnotic commands deep into the mind, the programmers might adjust the automatic timer on the equipment and give the victim another blast of voltage for 10 seconds. The person's body will shake and quiver for a while after this. They may dribble spit. Finally, the person will be brought out of their hypnotic trance, instructed not to remember anything, to feel happy and sent on their way. This entire programming session can last 15 minutes. Programming sites like this can be the back of a van, a back room in a restaurant, or any other place that the equipment can be set up at. This is why a slave, who has been used recently, may hobble a little, or when they get memories feel a tight headband around their head along with awful headaches and flashes of light. The memory will feel like a robotic state to the slave. The slave handler will also carry a black or gray spiral book with all their own slaves' access codes, triggers, critic keys and programs. All this will fit into a briefcase. A working knowledge of hypnosis is helpful to understand how to deal with the slave in certain instances. Because the slave is under the most powerful combinations of mind control and is so divided against his or her own self, it is almost impossible to have many problems with the slave if the handler does what he is supposed to do. However, some handlers get drunk or loan the slave to inexperienced people, etc., and problems do develop. Of course, the slaves always end up taking the blame for everything that goes wrong. If the slave gets out of hand, because the handler doesn't know what he is doing doing, a stun gun comes in handy to control the mismanaged slave. In other words, a briefcase with the programming book and stun gun are basically all that is needed to control a monarch slave for the rest of his or her life. Some of these stun guns are only a few inches long and look like boxes. Other stun guns are embedded in staffs. The canes and the staffs that Satanists carry around, like Michael Aquino in public in fact, are actually stun guns to control their slaves. 108. The Queen Mother's staff of the Illuminati has an electric stun gun hidden in it. Children in daycare centers are reporting small boxes with wires that electroshock them during programming. An example is given in Volume 1 of how the Illuminati bloodlines connect to research about electric shocks to control people. For example, David V. Reynolds Research, who wrote Neuroelectric Research, Electroneuroprosthesis, Electroanesthesia, and Non-Convulsive Electrotherapy. Another way of using electricity for torture is to use directed energy, a new technology, on men's genitals. With skillful use of directed energy they can simulate a rape of a man or woman. Artificial sodomy via directed energy was first tested in male prisons. Elf waves will place thoughts into the men's mind as the directed energy make them feel sodomized. On August 22, 1989, Philip L. Stocklin, P.O. Box 2111, Satellite Beach, FL took out a patent, which is patent number 4,858,612, which is a device that can be placed in the auditory cortex of the brain. This device allows the following process. Someone speaks into a microphone, the microphone then has its sounds coded into microwave, which are sent to the receiver in the brain, and the receiver device will transform the microwaves back so that the person's mind hears the original sounds. In other words, a person with this device in their head will hear whatever the programmers send via microwave signals. Various types of non-lethal weapons have been created and are now being used. Directed energy can be used to sculpt clouds. Elf waves can be used to place thoughts in people's minds without using implants. In 1991, a paper trail began to appear when the CIA-connected U.S. Government Global Strategy Council came out with a paper entitled Non-Lethality, Development of a National Policy and Employing Non-Lethal Means in a New Strategic Era. Their paper was prepared by Janet Morris. The USAF School of Aerospace Medicine, Brooks Air Force Base, TX put out a report USAFAM, TR, 8730 entitled Behavioral Response of Rats Exposed to High-Power Microwave Radiation. 109. High-power, ultra-short pulse width emitters of microwaves were used to alter the thinking in rats. The report refers to two other reports, one by T. Wheeler, et al., Retrograde Amnesia in Rats Produced by Electron Beam Exposure, entitled USAFAM, TR, 833, February 83. The other report is by R. Bermant, Classical Conditioning of Microwave-Induced Hypothermia in Rats, Radio C14, 6S, 201-207, 1979. This is a clear paper trail that military research has gone on to control the brain via microwaves. Another institution in Texas, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice TDCJID, has been putting high-tech listening implants into the ear canal behind the eardrum, which lets them monitor what the ear is hearing, a great way to spy. This is according to an implant victim who with medical help discovered his implant. The Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, RARE, discovered that pulse microwave audiograms, also called analogs of the sounds of spoken words, could be transmitted to a target, and the effect on victim would be to hear voices in their head. 110. Chapter 7a Structuring of MPD Worlds. The purpose of the mind control is to build a system within the mind that is a human robot. It would do no good to torture the slave and get thousands of pieces, fragments of the mind, alter personalities, if these were not structured. Very few multiples have ever really gotten to see the deeper parts of their systems. Many of the early successes of therapists were actually only the integration of the fronts of systems, while the deeper cult parts were left fully functioning. The integration of the front alters was only a ruse to allow the therapist to think the patient was healed. The Illuminati's organization, whose identity still remains secret to the therapist, can continue to use the healed patient. Everyone was happy, therapist, client, and the abusers. Also, I might add, book publishers such as those who published Sybil are also happy. Sybil is an occult first name, but the book, movie and therapist give no hint that ritual abuse might be involved in her systems. MPD did. The Victim of One Rabbit Howls, a book and a movie, shows clear signs of having a full-blown highly structured and programmed MPD did system, but the movie doesn't even hint of programming or satanic involvement. The whole movie was a big slide. The Illuminati know the details and minutiae of every new direction the therapeutic community decides to take. Indeed, a number of their people are leading the pack, providing leads and misleads. Their first goal is to keep therapists on side roads, away from the real issues. The second goal is, if they do get onto something, to bring the slaves in, and structure in defenses so that the therapists don't go anywhere. And then when one has success like we have seen, they eliminate front structures and front alters, and turn to massive reprogramming, and skillfully linking primal traumas with the new programs. Bear in mind, the internal programming alters are also always alert and will 111 the science of structuring. Restructure the system constantly if alters work against their programming. Restructuring is a process that can continually go on, not something completed when the victim was a child. For instance, new levels of alters can and are created when the victim is in their 30s, either by the internal or external programmers. From observations, it is clear that the most drastic changes are from the external programmers, who can work much faster than the internal programmers. In the beginning, the programmer must bring order out of the chaos he has created. He must use some type of structure to place worlds. In recent years, these have been solar systems, galaxies, and planets, because they have gone to Star Trek, Star Wars, alien types of programming. Each planet may have a type of alter, a family, if you will, of alters who are similar. They will not be able to travel to other solar systems, or stars, or galaxies without transportation. Spaceships and teleporters have now replaced the elevator that the older systems used to go up and down the worlds. When the programming begins, it must be simple enough that a child can understand it. One game that was excellent to teach internal structures to child victims was Chinese checkers, an innocent game, but a great vehicle to communicate placement of alters and structures. Alter patterns would be placed upon the hexagram board with marbles. A marble would represent an alter. Notice that alter colors, and/or jobs, can be coded by what marble is chosen. A ruby alter can be a red marble. A blue-coded alter is a blue marble. Structures which are to be superimposed upon each other in the child's mind are easy to superimpose. Take one pattern of marbles off, and place the superimposed pattern of marbles over the same place. This is how several different structures can be tied together in one locality in the mind. This is one way structures can be layered in. The hexagram checkerboard was called the House of David in 1 Victim 112. B. The creation of roles internal, external, dependence, etc. Many splits in the mind are not developed into full-blown personalities. Some are simply fragments which are given a single job assignment. Generally, a system will have about half a dozen alters which frequently take the body and hundreds of alters which only occasionally take the body. Internally, the system must carry out the following functions: protect all information and history that relates to the creation and use of the slave. All the structuring and codes of the system are also secrets and need to be guarded. The programming and the very things that the slave can think about need to be guarded. The slave is meant to be entirely self-governing. The best boss is the boss who gives a directive and can go do something else while the person receiving the order carries it out without input and supervision. The monarch slave is the prime example of how to delegate authority. The delegation of authority allows both the master and the victim himself to blame the victim for the orders they carry out. The satanic cults will hide their altars which make money for the cult behind the blood and gore altars. This protects their illegal money-making operations. Altars must learn to function as designed by the programmer. If they can't work together, the Illuminati will try to get them to work together somewhat akin to a mechanic fixing a car. If the altars can't be fixed, they and their system will have to be thrown away. The dramatic disparities of all the alters goes hand in hand with what at first seems apparent, then not apparent, and then apparent again. There is a unity beneath the multiplicity. Alter functions and abilities overlap with other alters. No alter is entirely separate from several common pools of intellect and dispositions that are attributable to the entire alter system. Alters are real and separate persons, but the common traits that run through an alter system are also real. One alter system may have a streak of kindness and gentleness that runs through the entire system. There may be a few alters which have been battered enough not to display the 113 trait, but the trait is so pervasive that it characterizes the system. The programmers are also skilled at building in alters who can serve as balancing points. Unless the system of alters has balancing point alters who are calm, cheerful, and emotionally stable, a system could easily self-destruct with all the shatteredness, pain and craziness that has been intentionally built into the system. Each level or world will have a balancing point. When the system is being charted during the early programming process, a mother of darkness and the programmer and the grande dame will make a decision on how to label the chart. By the time the child is 4, the weaknesses and strengths that characterize the alter system have been recorded on charts and the child's destiny in life determined. The chart will read what occupation the child will be made into, and what its function for the overall Illuminati plan will be. This determines what types of programs and alters must be created. Most people are still unfamiliar with multiplicity and their rigid thinking is challenged by the concept that one mind can have several personalities. On the other hand, they can understand perfectly that a computer can wall off sections of memory, and they can understand perfectly that a single human mind is superior to all the computers in the world assembled together, and yet they can't let go of their basic simplistic foundational understanding of life that one mind has only one personality. They will allow a computer this ability but not the human mind. The creation of multiple personalities also divides responsibility within a person. A person who lives with a multiple, say for instance their handler, will form widely divergent relationships with the different alters. In terms of programming, each dissociated fragment of the mind may be molded into something. Some fragments lend themselves to be molded into full personalities, and some lend themselves into being molded into single-purpose fragments, and some must be discarded. A part of the mind can be developed into a full-blown independent personality with all the idiosyncrasies that any other person has. 114. Bear in mind that generally the programmers consider color identification and the coded numbers to be more critical for identifying an alter than a name. A name humanizes the alter. Names are sometimes attached later if needed by a handler. Some handlers simply refer to their sexual alters by their generic name kitten. Others may have a specific cat name such as Tabby, Best, Hecate, Adandra or the Lion of Judah for an alter. Keep in mind, if full-blown personalities are created, it happens for both the benefit of the victim and the programmers. During the Monarch programming, an average system will have at least 1,000 alters, but not all of these will be personalities designed to hold the body. For those who need to get a handle theologically on how to approach this, it is suggested that they approach it as a city of persons. A city has both a unity and a multiplicity about it. It also must carry out certain basic functions if it is to survive. All cities have administrations and city planners, and justice, and police, and garbage collectors, and entertainment, etc. The early Illuminati researchers soon accepted that their victim of multiple personalities is in essence a city of people, and so they used that understanding to construct in the victim's head, using the victim's creativity under torture and drugs to create all the structures and features that accompany a geological land. The map of the Land of Oz in the Wizard of Oz books was frequently used for the front parts of a system, with some additions and subtractions. The engineering of the structures within an Illuminati monarch slave looks like the original designs were done by engineering specialists. Perhaps even Boolean algebra was used to develop the original designs. However, once working models of systems were proven to function without fail, lesser skilled programmers and technocrats could help assemble a monarch system of alters without fully understanding the engineering and all of the demonology magic behind it. Just like in a city, some people have friends and no others, and other people are strangers and enemies, so it is with an Illuminati system of multiples. Some alters may be aware of each other, and some may even hate each other. 115. When building a system, the programmers take advantage of their knowledge of how multiplicity works. Two alters can have several possible relationships, which are a two-way amnesia, where neither alter knows about the other's existence. This is what the programmers want for most alters. They don't want multiples to even know they are multiples. B one-way amnesia, where a alter knows B alter, but B doesn't know A. This can be accomplished by setting in one-way mirrors. C co-presence. Two alters can come on top of each other at the front of the mind and hold the body together. This produces some strange behavior for the multiple as different alters synthesize their thoughts. When a tough alter comes up behind a Christian alter, the Christian alter may find himself letting loose of a cuss word without knowing where exactly it came from. When a child alter comes up behind an adult, the adult may find itself talking like a child. D co-conscious. This is when two alters are aware of what each other is thinking. As the programmers structure a system of alters, they build in no-talk walls every so often where all communication and visibility between alters is walled off. These no-talk walls are specifically built structures and not the result of normal amnesia. A 13x13 group may have, for instance, two no-talk walls. Other methods will be used to divide all the levels from each other. One method of dividing the levels is the level of transfer. Level 3 will be different than the level of transfer level 10. This will not hold true across the board, because some deeper alters are not in deep trance. One monarch slave, programmed beginning in the 1950s, described her system. Scattered parts, broken hearts, divided parts, they all live inside of me. How many times can they divide my mind? Broken hearts with divided parts scattered throughout my mind. How many times can they wipe me out before I come back no more? Can they instill a will in me that is not mine? 116. They broke my heart too many times and divided all the parts, then scattered them through time. Some are good and some are evil. How many times can they split my mind? The lights, needles and pain went on much longer than we can explain. Did these things happen, or is it what they wanted me to believe? Does God exist, or is it what I want to believe? Does the storehouse exist where the computer is? Are there computers in me that help split me? Scattered parts, broken hearts, where do I exist? Is there a castle built inside? If so, what person am I? Lights, needles, and pain goes on today, or is it lies that are made up in a mind split far too many times? Broken hearts, divided minds, scattered through all time. I don't want to mislead you. Did the experiments work, and they split me too many times? Lights, needles, and pain. They can wipe me out if I try to explain. Butterflies, lots and lots of them. I lay down at nights with them. I wrap up in a blanket made of them. I hear their hum as they led me to the lights, needles and pain. The needles and pain make it so I cannot think. I get so sleepy, but I cannot sleep. The pain races through my mind and splits it one more time. I have forgotten more than most will ever know. The computer will show how many times they can split the mind, break the heart, divided minds scattered through all time. How many times before I can come back no more? Received from therapist Annie Hilgers. Our previous book They Know Not What They Do, An Illustrated Guide to Monarch Programming Mind Control, Oregon City, or 1995, page 91, has a good description of how extensive the internal structuring is. Many systems never get to the point of seeing their internal world. Further, most alters have only a small spot in which they are to reside, and they don't get to see but a tiny fraction of the entire system. After these structures are built into the mind, they continue to work and carry out their function on a subconscious level. Sometimes it takes years of work for a system to begin seeing their internal world. They can begin doing this by turning lights on inside of their worlds. 117. To make a comparison, when a person looks at a clock they see the finished result, the time it shows, but they don't see all the mechanisms. The structures in the mind are part of the mechanism to keep the system of alters structured in a way that is useful to the abusers, but often all that observers will see is the finished result. The mechanisms stay hidden. But we are exposing those mechanisms in this picture and on this page. A therapist's client may be responding in a way that makes no sense until one realizes the internal structures that they are responding to. An alter generally must maintain the spot in the mind which it is assigned. To leave that location in the mind means traveling through a system which is filled with dangers and traps of all kinds. Only a few of our alters ever ventured where they were not to go, and they always encountered many obstacles. However, if an alter gets trapped behind mirrors, the alter should not break the mirrors. If the alter is a Christian, they can use the blood of Jesus Christ of Nazareth to bind and cast out the demons which are in the mirrors. The danger of the mirrors is the demonology involved. Some things work and some things don't. We are speaking from our years of experience. The mirrors are deadly and they were everywhere in our system, but they are deadly only if one can't deal with the demonology. The therapist should at least be aware that these images can be worked with just as if they were real to manipulate situations involving them. But if the structures are going to be worked or toyed with, the therapist and survivor need to have an understanding about the structures. If you don't understand the mirrors, or the river Nile, or whatever, then be careful what you have the survivor do to them. The structures, the images, that are built into the mind of the monarch slave are not trivial. An overview of the structures that are in our system alone will show that they went to a great deal of effort to build all kinds of internal worlds to house our thousands of altars. A list of the internal structures that were contained in our system follows: ant pits, bee traps, W swarms, black glass wall, black holes, vortexes, boxes, Dr. Green's under JJ, boxes have buttons which access certain parts, Candyland, carpet, magic, castles, castle dungeon, torture chambers, caves, 118, clocks, there are several including computer clocks, concentration camp, cords, desert, dollhouse, number doors by the thousands, W red hot knobs, elevators, Emerald City, connected to the castle, eucalyptus trees, fields of forget-me and island of forget-me-not, JJ's PRGRMG, firewall, 2 forests, singing forest with cedars of Lebanon and oaks, and a dwarf's forest which has 3 kinds of trees, fruit tree, programming tree, glass coffin, golden keys, graveyards, hallways with red doors, hell pit or hellfire, 7 levels, pepperbox. There is a glassy wall before the hell pit, hourglass, matrix, house of David, Icetown, invisible countries, keys, clock key, libraries, lightside city, marshlands, mazes, mirrors, constructed via access permissions, one-way, moat, mountains, nursery, glass, ocean, paper trees, Petra secret city, playground, poppy field, portals, for altars and demons, like the third eye, Rubicon, outer space beyond the stars, rivers, Nile, Rio Grande, Shenandoah, etc., room behind a closet, existence not confirmed, seeds, serpent tree, shafts, shells, shifting sands, shoes, gold, silver, and ruby slippers, snake pits, traps, spider chambers, stairway, torpedo town, tin woodsman's castle, tree with square paper boxes containing dad's music programming, Trojan horse, W armies, tunnels, valley of the dry bones, volcano, to destroy and remake the system, vortices, sea black holes, wasteland, water, moats, waterfalls, wind, wires, worms, and a yellow brick road. In order to use the multiple in different lifestyles, they divide up a system of altars into worlds of altars which rarely see each other. These worlds are also called cities. The words city or world are interchangeable when it comes to a monarch system. Typically, they receive names such as Atlantis, City of Refuge, Shangri-La, and Troy. Later, after Candy Jones exposed the programming, there was a major shift about this time, and many of the systems were programmed with solar systems. Each planet had a different group or race of altar or demon. The concept of Star Trek was helpful for this. Some of the systems programmed in the 1970s used Star Trek as their basis. The distribution of altars was similar to watching the various episodes of Star Trek. Altars that were created at the same time and left in an area of the system together are families. The programmers, in their efforts to dehumanize these altars, will stick to animal names such as referring to them as litters. The front level of a system would often be given a cover. The front level might see their world as a basketball court, or several houses, or a dollhouse, or a street. The front world is set up to deceive anyone from discovering the true structure of the system. 119. The programmers can link and unlink, and move altars around. Eventually they get something neat and tidy on a sheet of paper. A standard Illuminati system is built like a 13x13x13 cube with an elevator shaft running up and down from the bottom to the top. The elevator is constructed as a piece of DNA and altars can ride up and down the elevator, go up or down in trance, to move when allowed. Most of the altars have no sense of time, and most of the altars do not hold the body very frequently. For various reasons most of the altars never grow up. Obviously, if they don't hold the body very much, and are dissociated from everyone else's memories, they have nothing to stimulate them to grow up. However, the programmers must have some of the altars who can function as adults. For instance, our altars who go into bars must think of themselves as adults. The altars which will hold the body in public will be hypnotically made into adults. The network likes to leave many child alters, because most of them are pedophiles and they like the pseudo-pedophile experience of making it with an alter that thinks it is 4 years old, or just the opposite. Sometimes an adult alter will appear within a child victim, and this is a clue that this is an access reporting alter. Many of the Illuminati systems, especially Mengelay's, were set up on a 13 by 13 grid of alters. The grids are numbered top to bottom and side to side, but not in the fashion one might expect. The typical Mengelay grid will begin with 6 and proceed 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, the structure doesn't have to be a grid. Any geometric shape works and has been used, such as a sphere, cube, or pyramid. Dr. Starr and his wife, who is an auto-programmer working out of Corpus Christi, TX, likes to structure an alter system in the shape of the Seal of Solomon. The yin-yang symbol is then equated with the entire Seal of Solomon. The all-seeing eye is placed in the center of Starr's systems, just like Mengelay would put in an all-seeing eye. The hidden sun of Tifereth is placed into Dr. Starr's victim systems, as well as the 4 elements, and sulfuric acid. Altars are then placed in the various positions around the hexagram. Because therapists and Christian ministers are generally unaware of the deeper occult things, they usually miss seeing the occult philosophies behind 120. The structures. For instance, the elements of earth, wind, fire and water are not just part of magic, they are in Druidism considered the 4 zones or directions, also called rings, which are held together by the 5th ring, balance. This is the basis of Celtic geometric art, metaphysical maps, and ancient Ireland was symbolically divided into 4 regions with a unifying 5th. This was the bardic view of the universe, which is presented in the Vita Merlini, written by Geoffrey of Monmouth in 1150. Supposedly England, Wales and Scotland were also divided into 4 regions with a unifying 5th too. And all these 4 regions, Ireland, Wales, Scotland and England, are joined again in the UK in Druidism. The 4 magical elements, the sword, rod, cup and shield, are unified by the cord, while the 4 elements are unified by the spirit. Ancient Druid stone statues of triple-faced gods and goddesses still remain today. Heads were considered sacred by the early Celts, which is why the heads of the top grand dames are preserved after they are ritually murdered. If an outsider really wants to understand why Illuminati systems are constructed in the fashion that they are, first understand that there is a great depth of meaning behind what structures are used to build an internal world. An ex-programmer talks about how the programmers would call upon Satan in high-level rituals to tell me what to do, and I'll do what you want to gain wisdom in how to design these altar systems. Within a system, a few altars will be given maps to the system. There will be a structure map which takes the system down through its progressive levels down to its fundamental or primal level. There will also be internal world maps, maze maps, or what some call programming maps. 121. Chapter 8, The Science of Body Manipulation and Programming. The scarring of the brainstem. Early on it was discovered that the brain would overcompensate for scarring on the brainstem. This is a principle similar to weightlifting. By tearing down the muscle fiber by overexertion, the body rebuilds the muscle stronger. By scarring the brainstem, it was discovered that geniuses who had photographic memories could be created. Brainstem scarring was used to create the whiz kids that the NWO needed to run their big computers. For instance, the computers that just NSA alone uses require people who can work in ALGOL, BASIC, COBOL, COBOL 74, Multics, COBOL VER 4.4, COBOL CB, 4, COBOL CP6, BAL, Euler, Flip, Forest, Fortran, HAL-S, ILIAC 4, JASP, JUS, Jovial, Liapus, Lisp, Lisp2, MAP, Newspeak, Pascal, Perl, Place, PL/1, PL/1 Aperl, Planet, Praxis, Say Machine Language, Seminole, Snobble, Unix, Wang, ZBIE. It takes a good memory to remember computer languages and programming. These whiz kids, who were both programmed with Monarch programming and had their brainstem scarred, can be seen in some of the university computer departments and the intelligence military agencies' computers rooms. For instance, at FT Meade, the NSA has 2 buildings which contain a completely self-sufficient intelligence operation. The complex has its own stores, bank, dry cleaning, dentistry, barbershop, PX, hospital, as well as the normal snack bars and cafeteria that federal buildings often have. This complex, which is internally guarded by cameras watching all the corridors, has several major computer rooms where whiz kids are employed. Movement by these whiz kids requires that they have the proper ID attached to them. The CIA, which has had an ongoing project to create them, has called them Compu Kids. Some of the elevators are private and operate only with the proper key. The NSA's computers participate in electronically watching the world. Another example of where Compu Kids, slaves with scarred brain stems, work. 122. On big computers, including a B's computer, is at Area 51, Dreamland, NV. The method of scarring the reticular formation of the brainstem is accomplished electronically. The RNA piles up and breaks the continuity of the signals coming through. Different people's bodies are able to tolerate different levels of abuse. Many of the brainstem scarring victims die, or end up with a pseudo-multiple sclerosis. Many children are coming into hospitals and being misdiagnosed as having multiple sclerosis when in fact they are damaged from programming and brainstem scarring. If the victim is successfully given a photographic memory through their entire alter system due to brainstem scarring, then they are often programmed to see what are called hieroglyphics. That is the cover name, which is really just the intergalactic language that NASA developed in the 1960s and then turned around and used to program slaves with photographic memories. Under the cover of research projects like N67304217, page 3022, language structure and message decoding for interplanetary decoding, in 1967 and N6532-284-20-3414 in 1965 entitled Symbol Science for Communication Language of Humans, Animals, and Inanimate Objects, Application to Mathematics, Cybernetics, and Automation. The actual study no R/no-S for the intergalactic language is not known, but they should appear somewhere in the voluminous scientific and technical aerospace reports that NASA puts out each year. The script of this language was shown in the beginning credits of the strange movie Lawnmower Man. Some of the symbols are similar to ASCII computer language, which is a language that interfaces with many other computer languages, so that one language can be translated into another language. The monarch slaves are told that this is an alien language. Another method that has also been used to enhance memory is hypnosis. Estabrook was able in the 1930s to create multiple personalities via hypnosis and get incredible mental feats accomplished by those parts which were asked under hypnosis to have photographic memories. Still another method is to place small transceivers into the head or body of the person. These implants have been attached in the neck or other places, and 123 have been connected to various parts of the brain. They have literally created what the movies called Terminal Man. This has allowed special intelligence agents to be linked to large computers. The intelligence asset can get continuous information on anything the intelligence agencies have managed to get into their large computers. Brain implants can download incredible amounts of information to the brain. However, the ability to use this information wisely is still a skill. Having a library of information available doesn't necessarily mean a person is wiser. For more on slave computer interfacing, see the index for information on ALEX, amalgamated logarithmic encrypted transmissions, and Unix systems which are used to tie the monarch mind to computers. Drugs and torture are also used to enhance memory. Brainstem scarring is not the only method to enhance memory, but it has been a highly successful, if one doesn't count all the ruined lives when it's failed, good method. MPD also naturally increases the brain's functioning several-fold, and can help give photographic memories. In review, drugs, torture, hypnosis and MPD all work to enhance memory. Most slaves have some photographic memory capability. The most serious form of memory enhancement is brainstem scarring, which produces a strong system-wide photographic memory. Split brain work. The brain is bicameral or two-sided. The two sides, called hemispheres, communicate via a super-powerful connector called the corpus callosum. The left hemisphere is specialized in verbal linguistic transduction of speech and analytical thinking, logic, math, cause and effect, language, and sequential thinking. The right side plays more of a role in holistic metaphorical information transduction such as imagery, art, dance, intuition, subjective, spontaneous, holistic, and dream imagery. The primary role of creating imagery is carried out by the right side. Roger Sperry, a neuroscientist, won a Nobel Prize for feeding information to only one side of the brain, and also for feeding simultaneously both sides of the brain different information. 124. His results showed that the two hemispheres could operate separately at the same time. We hate to rewrite history, but the work that won Sperry a Nobel Prize was being done to unwilling human victims before his publicly known experiments. Sperry's research left people wondering if it wasn't possible to have one personality located in one hemisphere, and another person in the other. Psychologist Julian Jaynes wrote a book arguing that mankind used to have two personalities before the two hemispheres evolved an ability to integrate. His book is The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. Before the public had heard about the ability of the two hemispheres to work independently, the Illuminati and MKUltra programmers were carrying out split brain programming by two methods. One, shutting down one side and communicating only with one side of the brain, and two, by simultaneously feeding different information to each hemisphere. This is often done by the victim being locked in place with their eyes forced open, and different movies shown simultaneously to both eyes. This creates a form of split brain programming. High-speed films will be shown with one hemisphere receiving horror scenes and the other getting family settings. This makes the two hemispheres work separately and the victim feel crazy. The mind feels rips apart. One hemisphere is trying to dissociate and is having a miserable experience, while the other side is experiencing something just the opposite. When high-speed films are shown for split brain programming, the films are shown in 5-minute increments. Front alters may be shown good films to make them believe they live in a perfect world with a good family life. Right side satanic alters may receive horror films shown via the left eye. The right side of the brain doesn't verbalize well, so this is one reason slaves have emotions without the ability to verbalize. A possible third method is to use drugs that block the two hemispheres from communicating. A fourth method in split brain work is to speak into the left ear while giving the right ear confusing noise. This last method is sometimes done to force alters to concentrate when learning scripts. 125. The split brain programming done by the Illuminati is grotesque. A drug is injected at the base of the skull into one hemisphere of the brain to shut it down, while the other hemisphere is kept awake. Torture is then carried out to split the mind. What this does is create programs and alters which are associated with only half of the brain. The brain is being further divided from itself. Work is done by the programmers to develop the thinking of alters from one side of the brain to think differently from those of the other side. Split brain programming is not just hypnosis, as some have been led to believe. Split brain programming provides the programmers one way to keep the left hand from knowing what the right hand is doing. It also gives them the ability to put in body programs or memories which affect only half of the victim's body. When one hemisphere is dominating in what the brain is doing, the opposite nostril will open and take in air. When the right hemisphere is doing most of the thinking, the left nostril will be doing most of the breathing. Voluntary changes in nostril breathing can help shift the center of brain activity from one side of the brain to the other. When a person lays on his side, the downward side hemisphere will be activated, because the top nostril will breathe best. The control of nasal breathing has been part of the yogis' art to achieve samadhi. The distinctions between the two hemispheres or two brains are used by the occult world. Mariah values the intuitiveness of the right hemisphere. As one Illuminati mind control programmer said, it's the right brain that has an inbuilt propensity for accessing timelessness. There is bound to be some unconscious prompting therefore that alerts us to the imminence of forthcoming disaster. That is, if we are sufficiently sensitive to its message, unless we have the wisdom, the soul age, to effect the use of those additional facilities, to access right brain knowledge. We will find our intelligence sadly limited to the left brain logic of the material world. While this book is not about occult philosophy is part of the motivation behind some of the split brain work 126. In order for the Illuminati to create alters which are highly intuitive and which are able to access the higher demonic spheres, they need to shut down the logic hemisphere. When the left hemisphere is shut down, then the right brain, which controls the left hand and left side of the body, that is the left hand path, is able to function without competition. The victim must be able to get in touch fully with his or her intuitive side to go into the spiritual dimensions where demons exist. This is very nasty work, because this split brain work involves high-level demonology. Most of the deeper Illuminati alters are right brain alters so that they will be very spiritually intuitive. The Lesser Key of Solomon is an important teaching book of the Illuminati, the Melchizedek Standard Mind Control Tool. It states, an adept enters an abnormal plane and equips himself to charge with magical energy the pentacle and talismans. The training that this takes is called training of the higher will, and split brain programming is part of how it is accomplished. See medical technologies. Medical science has been probing the gray matter that makes up the human brain for several hundred years, and they continue to probe it. With the use of various new techniques, they can look inside the human brain in ways that were not available before. An enzyme called horseradish peroxidase, HRP, which serves as a marker or highlighter, allows brain researchers to visually look at brain cells on functioning brains. Researchers such as Frank Putnam, at the National Institute of Mental Health, have taken PET scans of the brains of people with multiple personalities, whose brain scans from one alter personality to another are very different. This doesn't occur in non-multiple people who pretend to have different personalities. The brain scans have shown that brains with multiple personalities are physically different than other people's brains. The different personalities are often in different neuropsychological states. Medical science has helped the programmers put people into different neuropsychological states for programming 127. Some of these states are dangerous unless trained medical personnel are available to ensure the victim doesn't die, which, according to ex-programmers, does happen anyway. Medical science has identified glutamate, which is an amino acid, as an important neurotransmitter involved with memory storage. After countless tests and all types of research, we still do not know completely how the brain stores memory. However, the NWO's network understands far more than they have let the public learn. Having skilled medical lab technicians having the medical know-how doesn't get the job done in itself. Obviously, the network has needed to have both hospitals and trained medical personnel. Having skilled workers is part of the success of the Monarch programming. For instance, the simple interpretation of alpha BFT instruments requires that the operator be able to understand what is background interference. Everywhere the instrument is located, there is going to be some amount of background interference. Only the good operators can realize when a pseudo-alpha wave has been produced, perhaps from the child sweating in the location of the electrode, or hair movements, or eye blinks or twitching. The Illuminati has their own midwifery training program, which will take teenage monarch slaves and train them. They also begin training their people in programming and observation from infancy up. By the time they are an adult, the programming alters know programming is second nature. They have no shortages of doctors, nurses, psychiatrists, and other well-educated people. If they have to save an important monarch slave, they may fly in a specialist from wherever the right specialist is. When it comes to research, some of it is done by professionals who don't realize how their research is going to be used. Many researchers are great on seeing the detail, but not the bigger picture. They usually don't realize how their research is going to be misused, and are very gullible people. The CIA finds that the researcher is quick to justify in his or her mind the moral value of the research they are doing. Many members of the Illuminati are involved in secret genetic research. having control over numerous big hospitals, is an important link in the ability of the 128 network to program so many people successfully. Medical personnel are participating in acts that help mind control. One Christian nurse quit the university hospital here because newborns are secretly being given implants. A few years ago, it was discovered that the Upjohn, an American multinational company, was involved in placing radio transmitting material in with their liquid cortisone preparation dipomedrone, which created an implant when medical personnel put dipomedrone into their patients. Dehistamines. Histamine is a chemical, a particular molecule, which the body uses to defend against alien cells. It also has the ability to lower blood pressure and to flare up the skin. The auditory sense can affect histamine production via programming. Histamine is a molecule which is part of the immune system. Changes in histamine levels affect moles. It affects skin changes in scars. This is how the abusers can magically make scars appear and disappear, which makes the programming seem even more real to alters. The abusers like to create invisible scars that form patterns and pictures. The most popular is the Baphomet head, which stands for Satan. Upon command, they can trigger the skin to make these scars visible. If one pricks someone's skin with a needle having histamine on the tip, it will cause the skin to flare up red. Biofeedback has allowed people to mentally talk to their skin. Hypnosis has controlled people's immune system. States of mind affect the immune system. Somehow a combination of these is used to allow the handler upon command to trigger the correct state of mind within the victim to increase histamine production within the skin area. The bone marrow of the body produces stem cells. The stem cells are capable of growing into many different types of cells. First, the stem cells grow into some basic different cells, and those in turn grow some more and further differentiate. For instance, a stem cell can become a myeloid, which can become a polymorphonuclear granulocyte, which in turn can become a basophil or mast cell. Both basophils and mast cells are leukocytes, and they are part of the body's immune system. Both basophils and mast cells are carriers of histamine 129. Histamine does several things in the body. Histamine causes dilation of blood vessels, and it allows blood vessels to become permeable, leaky so to speak, which allows other chemicals and fluid to go through the blood vessels into the area between cells and tissues. All CNS, central nervous system, cells of the body have receptors that the histamine can attach itself to, like a ship docking. When cells are damaged, or alien cells enter the body, the basophils and mast cells release their histamine. For the body to have more histamine, it must increase the number of basophils and mast cells. This can be accomplished by changing the ratio of stem cells that develop into other types of cells. The core of the histamine molecule is an ethylamine. Antihistamines are molecules that resemble histamines enough that they can attach themselves to the histamine receptors on regular cells and prevent the histamine molecules from attaching. If the histamine molecules don't attach, the body disposes of them. The point being that histamine remains in the skin only so long before the body disposes of it. Histamine levels in the body can raise if the cells which carry the histamine are increased. It is believed that breast implants have some kind of effect on raising histamine production levels in the body. Whether these breast implants are identical to what all breast implants are, or whether they have something special to agitate the body into higher immune cells production of the mast cell and basophils type is not known. However, there seems to be some relationship between the network's need to raise histamine production in their slaves, and the breast implants that they are putting in them. Putting the pieces together leads one to believe that the implants agitate the body's immune system into raising the level of its histamine-carrying cells. A number of women who have gotten implants speak about an increase in allergies. The allergic reaction is caused by high levels of histamine. Whether this happens to some or many is not known at the time this is written. The three big Illuminati chemical companies are IG Farben, DuPont, and Dow Chemical. Dow Chemical began research with implanting silicon in 1956, after 35 years of studies in which they implanted thousands of various animals with 130. Silicon, the company knew exactly what silicon would do in the human body. The FDA had public hearings in 1992 where internal documents of the Dow Chemical Company were released which showed that the company knew all along that their breast implants were very dangerous, years before they put them on the market. There is an incredible search going on for anti-silicon antibodies so that they can clean up the mess they have created in millions of people who have silicon implants. The immediate chest wall and area around the breast implant gets highly agitated. The silicon leaks through the membrane, and then causes great difficulties in the body. Many of the female monarch slaves have received breast implants. E-body programs researchers have come a long way toward understanding the mind. They have discovered, for instance, that under stress the brain will convert nerve signals into messenger molecules, who then in turn direct the endocrine system to produce steroid hormones. That can reach the nucleus of various cells and cause them to change how the body's genes are written out. These genes will then direct the cells as to how to make a variety of molecules which are used in growth, metabolism, sexuality, and the immune systems. In other words, the mind can rewrite genetics. This was the secret that helped get the Monarch program off to its scientific foundation. Now the actual mechanics of this have been observed by researchers. One of the leaders in understanding the mind-body relationship was Franz Alexander. Black was one of the researchers into how hypnosis can be used to regulate the body and the body's functions such as the immune system. Ken Bowers also worked in this area. DRSM Lambert of the Rockefeller Foundation studied how voodoo could cause death by creating certain thoughts in the mind. Most of the research in this area was monitored, if not sponsored by the intelligence agencies under the auspices of the Illuminati. The hypothetical hypothalamus bridges the mind and the body. It works as part of the limbic hypothalamic system. This system is a determining center for what state of mind the brain is placed in. 131. The immune system communicates directly with the hypothalamus part of the brain with its own messenger molecules known as immunotransmitters. This then is mind-brain link that the monarch programmers have taken so much advantage of. Barbara Brown, a physiologist at Veterans Administration Hospital in Sepulveda, wrote a book, New Mind, New Body. Barbara Brown's research was government-funded. Her book got the public interested in biofeedback. Because of repeated success at getting patients to control such things as their heartbeat, Dr. Brown is convinced that a person's heart rate, breathing, muscle tension, glandular responses are all subject to a person's will. Those who have worked with victims of U.S. government MK Ultra mind control know that what Dr. Brown writes is correct and was known years before she published her book. Biofeedback is now required training in some prisons for some inmates. It is clear from the final results that monarch slaves have programming which can carry out the following functions: control the pulse rate and heartbeat, control the body's temperature, control the temperature of individual body parts or sides of the body, such as the right side of the body might get hot, and the left side of the body get ice cold. Fritz has observed this by touching the left and right sides of a victim who was burning hot on the right and ice cold on the left. The secretions of various enzymes and histamine production has been trained into the victims and attached to various body programs to keep the slave in line. Histamine production appears to be regulated via surgery carried out on women's breast. It appears, but hasn't been confirmed, that the surgery where breast implants are placed into female monarch slaves plays some role in histamine production, and programmed control allow the body to pretend that it is dead, when actually it is in an altered state similar to being comatose. 132. The internal defenses consists in part of body programs that are triggered if the mind-controlled slave steps out of line. Here is a good list of some of these body programs: auditory problems, a bone disorder, blood flow circulation, coma, zombie death, sleep which makes victim appear dead, digestive failure, headache, split brain, heart failure, histamine production, optic problems such as blindness, respiratory failure, sleep deprivation, sleeping program, and temperature change. Body programs will be put in across the board for all alters. The same code will work for all alters when the internal programming alters want to trigger a body program. If a body program is placed into the slave, it may be anchored to something, and that might be something as drastic as the heartbeat. One of the programs causes the victim to hear a heartbeat which is refrained in their minds as the heartbeat of Satan. Some of the body programs are carried out by creating an altar which has one mental state, such as an altar fragment which is burning, or one that was created by ice torture. This altar or this feeling of being hot or cold is then attached to something in the mind. For instance, if the victim moves toward the world, a cold altar or a cold feeling of a memory is hypnotically programmed to come up behind the altar holding the body. Sometimes the sensation of burning can be eliminated by getting a fire child to back up from the front of the mind where another altar is holding the body. Many feelings, body sensations, and drugged states are attached to programs. When the altar hits a stringer, he will go through a series of memories, false memories, hypnotic commands, and body sensations that have been attached together in stringers. The stringer type of programming is often put into set in a front program which is to deceive an altar. The abilities of the human brain to control the body have been seriously underrated by people. Biofeedback researchers in the 1960s were surprised to find out that if a single nerve cell's activity is placed upon a screen, so that the subject can see its 133 activity graphed, the subject will be able to mentally identify that cell apart from any other nerve fiber cell, and will be able to have voluntary control over that single cell apart from any other. Just to show how complex the body is, a single nerve fiber cell will have 600 connections. This mental featuring is simply mind-boggling for researchers. The March 5, 1972 LA Times reported that patients were being taught how to alter their heart rate without drugs. This had already been happening within the monarch programming. The heart is controlled by the mind and works with the emotions of a person. There have been people who have literally died from a broken heart. This is a historical fact. The monarch programmers have long been taking advantage of the mind's ability to control the heart's beating. A tiny little bit of tissue not really visible to the visible eye called the sinus node sends out electrical signals that regulate and initiate heartbeats in an unbroken rhythm. The genetic code concerning the body's metabolism and the genetic code for the sinus node somehow get the entire heartbeat generator mechanism started. Two areas of the brain control the changes in heartbeats that the sinus node would make. The sinus node sends out the signals, but it doesn't change the rate. A very primitive part of the brainstem is one of the control areas, and the other control area along the spine. Both of these areas connect to the higher thinking areas of the brain. The three most frequent events that change heartbeat are emotions, sicknesses, and muscle activity. Since the will influences emotions, the higher brain can control the heartbeat and its pulse. Alters are programmed so that they will trance out if anyone tries to prove to them that they have a heart, which they have been programmed to believe was taken away from them by the programmer. The occult world learned this ability from the Indian yogis who have been controlling their hearts for centuries. Some have even shown in the scientific laboratory that they can stop their hearts for up to 30 seconds. See Green of Menninger Foundation's work. The yogis also developed the skill of changing their body temperatures. 134. For instance, Swami Rama in the lab of Dr. Elmer Green could make one side of his palm hot and the other side of his palm cold simply by mental efforts. This type of body control was learned by the Illuminati years ago, and has been applied to the monarch programming to make the programming lies seem more real to the victim than the outside world. A monarch slave can get cold on the left side and burn on the right side of his body. It has been well documented that the mind can control the blood flow to various tissues and in this way change temperature in various different parts of the body. This was first reported to the public in 1978, Barabas and McGeorge. It appears that a combination of yogi-type biofeedback techniques along with classical behavior conditioning is able to account for some of the body programs in slaves. Other body programs appear to be connected to the memories of altars. For instance, if the programmer wants the body to burn, he has the system pull up an altar which was tortured with fire who comes up behind the altar holding the body, and the body then breaks and feels like it is burning. As mentioned, one technique is the split brain programming where the functioning of the two hemispheres of the brain are separated, which allows the patient to feel the right hand path and the left hand path separately. This type of programming is very powerful in making the programming script seem more real than outside reality. High blood pressure or hypertension has been found to be largely a function of the mind. However, conventional medicine has ignored this for years, and has a large volume of confusing and misleading research to the opposite. Rather than admit the cause, the medical establishment has labeled the largest percentage of hypertension cases as essential or idiopathic, which are labels to cover up that they don't know or refuse to recognize. The cause of the high blood pressure, at any rate the cardiovascular systems, heart and blood vessels, etc. is so complex that it has been very difficult for researchers to get a grasp on many issues involved in blood pressure, such as the release of hormones into the blood, and the result of long-term stress on the cardiovascular system. 135. When tests show that the stress of unemployment increases high blood pressure problems among men, it would seem that the medical establishment would begin to see the link that the mind has with controlling blood pressure. Again, biofeedback and classic conditioning have been successfully used to radically change a subject's blood pressure. This, along with the ability to go into deep trances, are abilities that the monarch slave is programmed to have to control their blood pressure. Again, the question may be, why would they condition a slave this way? Because, if the master can call out a hypnotic trigger and change the slave's heartbeat and blood pressure, does the reader see how puppet-like the slave feels? The slave's mind and body are literally owned by the master. The slave is not even allowed to control his own body. This is what total mind control is all about. 136. Chapter 9: The Science of Mind Manipulation by Psychological Programming Methods, Behavior Modification, Psychological Motivation and NLP. One way to explain how the slaves are conditioned is to relate an episode where the two authors observed a satanic family carrying out conditioning to reinforce their children's mind control as their family ate at a restaurant. After relating this interesting incident, the chapter will cover the various psychological methods used to condition slaves. Observations of a satanic family carrying out monarch conditioning on their children. The husband of the family was about 28 and the wife was about 26. A young man, perhaps an uncle of the children, about 25, also sat at the table with them. The family had 5 children, ranging from about 1.5 years old to about 7 years old. During the entire time we watched them, which was over an hour, we never saw one act of love, not one act of nurturing on the part of the parents. Everything was programming and more programming. The husband had an attitude of control over his children. He was a young, somewhat wild cocksure type. From piecing together things, it was clear that he made a good salary and that he and his wife enjoyed profanity. His wife had the most dead-looking eyes we have ever seen in a person. She looked every bit the part of a satanic priestess of the worst type. The young man of about 25 had a very large knife hidden on his back that we noticed only by close observation of his movements. Although it was 1 o'clock, the adults were calling their meal breakfast. The main male child was about 5 years old. He had an older sister and 2 younger sisters, and they all had a baby brother. During the entire time that the family was there, the children ate almost nothing. The 5-year-old boy munched on a watermelon rind, trying to draw some sustenance from it. 137. Part of mind control is depriving the body of food. The poor children never once asked for anything. That is a clue that something wasn't normal. During most of the time that the family was in the restaurant, the mother and father took turns shooting one question after another at the 5-year boy. The questions were like, what is the capital of Florida? What is the 78th element on the periodical chart? What are the names of the first 5 presidents? What is the square root of 121? The boy would robotically answer each question successfully. The questions were not questions but programming and commands. The mother sternly said, "What make of car was that? That's a question." Actually what she was saying was a command. Around this time they said, "Wake up, wake up, wake up." Hypnotic command. A couple which was in the restaurant was watching how obedient the children were, and they were also overhearing how excellent this little boy could answer difficult rapid-fire questions. They were impressed and the lady came over to tell the parents how wonderful their family was. After roodling for 10 minutes over how great this family was, the woman went on to other things. It was difficult for both of us watching to stomach the compliments this stranger was giving to these parents. The natural impulse was to get her to shut up her compliments. She naively made all these compliments, little knowing that these parents were practicing one of the most hideous, if not the most hideous, type of mind control invented. Asking questions rapid fire is another mind control technique. In fact, all of the elements of what Fritz watched at the table that day were practiced on Fritz, the co-author, when he was in Beast Barracks at West Point, USMA. The little girl was repeating her programming, "I don't have anything inside me." She was actually singing it. One of the girls had different alters coming out and was having a conversation with herself between different alters, personalities. She placed her hand over her temple in scarecrow fashion, Wizard of Oz, programming. Her head movement was a dead giveaway to those of us familiar with monarch programming. The parents had chosen the spot to eat because of the large surreal picture 138. Above them on the wall with blue and red flowers, water and mountains. The picture was acting as a scrambling scattering mechanism. When the boy studied the picture, which he did for the longest time in a trance, the middle girl was dropping crayons into a styrofoam cup and saying, "Get it to the fire." Then she would say, "I'm purple, I'm pink, I understand you're purple, I understand you're pink, get out of here for a minute." What she was doing was giving the crayons personalities. In the monarch programming, the person is totally dehumanized so that some alters think they are ribbons, some monkeys, some clowns, some dolls, some trees, some lions or tigers, etc. The sexual alters are often programmed to think of themselves as cats and butterflies. While the girl was coloring, her father reached over the table without warning and took her colors. "You don't deserve these colors and I should have taken them away before now." The girl had done nothing wrong. This is part of mind control. The person learns that there isn't a right or wrong, only that they must be obedient. The little girl did not even respond when her colors were yanked away. When the mom talked to them, she said children. She never once personalized things. The parents began another programming session and said something like, "I will spank you. If you don't count then you can be spanked. We will count 20 times. The constant double messages were obviously breaking down the children to think as programmed rather than respond like normal people to the outside world. The woman turned to her little baby and said, "Tell daddy goodbye." When the child waved goodbye, the woman snapped, "You're not going anywhere." This serves to create confusion. Then she kissed him and said, "Baby, do you want a picture?" We decided to say something to them, and we did so in the form of a compliment about their children. Neither parent showed any pride in the children when the earlier lady had gushedly complimented the children, nor when we complimented them with a sentence. Instead, when we complimented the children, the father began shooting off a series of difficult questions to the boy 139. This was simply more programming, but apparently he must have thought that we'd be impressed with the boy's ability to answer difficult questions that seemed way beyond what many teenagers would know. Two strange things happened during the course of our verbal interaction with this satanic family. First, the waitresses had given the family free ice cream coupons, but the parents gave them to us without the children even batting an eyelid. Second, I asked the father what the age of his children were and he didn't know, or acted like he didn't know. Then he blurted out, "They are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 years old." His wife knew that answer must have looked bogus to us, and she reprimanded him, "You don't even know the age of your children," to which he replied, "Yes, they are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. His second answer was equally implausible, but his wife didn't protest, and the poor mind-controlled children were experiencing just one more element of satanic mind control. They are not even allowed to realize how old they are. Dates, and times, and ages are kept very confused in the children's minds for secrecy and control. Not only that, but by giving a hypnotic induction 1, 2, 3, the father had lowered each of the altars which were holding the bodies of his children into a deeper trance. With these altars tranced, another word from the father could have easily pulled up other altars. Other items that parents do to their monarch children. Double-bind communication is commonly given multiples by all of their abusers. Some of these double-binds are well thought out and some just occur due to the craziness of the entire thing. For instance, in ritual or programming, the child may have the option to stab or be stabbed. In fighting the programming, if an altar goes toward health, the programmers have set in a booby trap. Which evil does the slave live with, the lies of the programming or the lies of the external world? How does one tell the truth to a therapist, when the therapist is not capable of hearing the truth, and yet still demands to be told the truth? Yes, double binds abound. Another trick is to alternate leniency with harshness. 140. This trick is done in the military also, and has been worked with success by the Chinese government upon the people of Red China. When leniency is alternated with kindness, the effect is devastating and disconcerting because the person loses the ability to predict what is going to happen. Everyone likes to control his or her life. Predicting what is going to happen is part of a person's mind gaining control over their environment. Even that control is stripped from a slave. They soon learn to quit trying to protect themselves, and they quit trying to think for themselves but docilely submit to whatever fate assigns them. The mind can't figure life out, so it quits trying to understand life, and just fatally submits. Dr. Green, Mengele, was very gentle when drawing blood, and he was very gentle when giving the children x-rays. He would sweet-talk them and give candy, but he was very sadistic when he'd follow this up with abuse. The programmers have preferred to be inconsistent with the children like this. Soon the child doesn't know what hate and love are anymore. The person, who claims he loves them, gives them torture or abandons them to be tortured by someone else. A third trick is to give the victim monotonous tasks. such as chanting or copying long amounts of written material. This helps prod the dissociation, and is a torture that doesn't leave marks. An overview: all of the elements of mind control are incorporated into the Monarch program. If a person surveys what the everyday cult mind control, which is not part of total Monarch mind control, looks like, you will find the same elements of everyday cult control also employed at various places within the Monarch programming of a person's altar system. This didn't happen by accident either. The Illuminati have examined all these lesser cults to see what they could borrow for their own mind control. Some of the elements which the Monarch program shares with other typical types of cult mind control are: 1. The needs of individuals are promised to be met, but are ignored for 141. Group goals. The Illuminati handler, master, will promise to meet individual needs of altars, but these needs are ignored for group goals. For instance, certain Monarch altars of a person's system may be told they have no faces and no hearts. They are programmed not to see their faces and not to hear any heartbeat. If a pulse monitoring machine is hooked up to the altar will go into a trance. For instance, the handler might promise faces and hearts but will never give them to the Monarch slave when he could. The promise is a control mechanism. 2. Isolation from the world, so that the only reality is the leader's reality. The Illuminati isolates the slave so new ideas are available or allowed except their cult leader's ideas. Whatever the Papa Bear, master, says is reality, each altar will only communicate with a few other altars. What this does is divide the person from their own parts. The will and mind is broken so that there is no organized resistance, nor any access to other altars who might know something. The slave will often be denied mother, grandmother, grandfather, aunts, sisters, children, grandchildren, and friends. They will be deprived of all naturally occurring relationships via the mind control. This doesn't mean exist in a vacuum, it means that the handlers will prevent natural relationships to develop. Isolation is very key and parts are made to feel like animals rather than people to isolate them from humanity. No ideas are allowed the slave to confront their programmer's lies. They are programmed to hate Christ and the God of the Bible, so that they are isolated from the true God and his abundant spiritual resources. 3. The person's sense of identity is lost. The Monarch slave loses her sense of self to the cult and to the person's master. No sense of where I begin and end, and where the master begins and ends. The Monarch programming goes beyond what many cult have done. The altars are hypnotized to not see their faces, which is part of their identity. 142. 4. Altered states and hypnosis is used. The handlers programmers use hypnotic techniques. They induce dissociation by songs, chanting, guilt-inducing sessions, torture, isolation, as well as using songs, repeating triggers 3x, and lots of hypnosis. 5. A sense of peace is induced, especially when one merges with whoever is leading. The head of the cult will take credit for what the slave is. They induce a sense of peace leading to the fantasy of merging with leader, often suggested by leader. Then the victim has the abuser placed internally in them. For example, the master may say he was one with the slave and that he created the slave. The handler will claim to be God. 6. Out-of-body experiences. Out-of-body experiences, OBEs, are induced by the torture and Illuminati training, as well as split. 7. Sensory bombardment and fatigue. Sensory bombardment used, such as prolonged sleep deprivation, environmental control, and love bombing. Cages, love bombing of certain altars, and a sterile nursery toddler room are employed. 8. Critical thinking and disagreeing with the leader is forbidden. The slave must suspend the ability to think critically or disagree with leader. The slave must never question the master, also called the handler, never get angry at the handler, or else the slave wants to be punished. The slave must always obey or pay with pain. The altars are splintered from others so can't use their information for analysis. 9. The slave must reorganize reality through identification with aggressor, Illuminati master. Strong identification is created with the master. The slave is programmed to protect the master. 10. Individual sees location of control with the master and the Illuminati rather than self. 143. Programming overrules self. 11. Black and white thinking is created by the programming. Many of the Gnostic cults, see the Fritz's Be Wise as Serpents book for an examination of what a Gnostic cult is, have employed these tactics. People in the Jehovah's Witnesses and CUT, which are Gnostic cults, as well as members of many other groups, such as the CIA, will recognize that these methods were used on them. The CIA is in reality just another Illuminati-controlled cult. Isolation for children who are being taken out of daycare centers and programmed without their parents' knowledge. They will be isolated from their real parents. The abusers will tell the children that they are actually the real parents and that they intend to come and take the child away from its parents later. They will make the innocent child feel like it is cut off and rejected by everyone, including the world at large. In a sense, this is true, because the child is expected to endure the most horrible abuse and yet has no one to talk to. Feelings of isolation and despair take control over the child's mind. These ways of thinking are also spiritually enhanced by rituals to bring in demonic spirits that will help ensure the child is dominated by feelings of hopelessness. During the entire life of the slave, the handlers and programmers are always trying to sow distrust in the victim. The programming is often designed to sow distrust in everyone on the outside except the godlike figure, the master. Even the master is not trusted so much as feared and obeyed by the slave. The slave is also subjected to isolation as a child, being placed into freezers, closets, dark rooms, boxes and isolation tanks. Sensory deprivation is a serious thing that has been discovered to cause people to hallucinate. The brain goes into an altered state just from sensory deprivation. Polar explorers who see only white for days on end must deal with this danger. Handwriting modification psychology developed over the years a number of projective, objective and subjective tests of personality. Ludwig Klages, of Germany, H.J.I. Sunk, of 144, England, and M.N. Bunker, of the U.S., are some of the notable researchers who took handwriting analysis out of the occult realm and into the scientific realm. The co-author, Fritz, happens to be a certified graph analyst through IGAS, who has done graph analysis professionally. IGAS has strict standards not to allow members to do anything associated with the occult, but insists they keep their work on a scientific basis. When a person writes, he will use about 200 separate muscles in the hand, arm, and body. The mind coordinates all these muscle movements. A good handwriting analyst has about 800 different things that he can look for in a sample of handwriting, such as how hard did the writer write with his instrument, how big, where did he start on the paper, how did he cross his T, etc. In other words, the mind in order to write had to make hundreds of decisions within seconds. There are too many decisions to make them all the decisions consciously. This is why document examiners can authenticate signatures. Most of the many decisions as one writes are done subconsciously, and the decisions are influenced by state of mind, personality, the state of the physical body, and the environment. The good handwriting analyst is able to work backwards. Why was the decision made to make the capital P look like an L? Why did the person start their writing halfway into the paper and waste half the piece of paper? Through scientific studies and observations, a vast wealth of understanding has developed by graphologists about why certain decisions are made. Some graphologists use a holistic method, others, like graph analysts, analyze each stroke. Both methods will give the same results if the handwriting analyst is skilled at applying the principles of graphology. Handwriting analysis has not gotten the credibility it deserves, in part, because it is such a powerful diagnostic tool. The intelligence agencies have wanted to keep it to themselves. However, the nation of Israel uses handwriting analysis to hire with, and a high percentage of the businesses use it in hiring also 145. The nation of Israel has had a high rate of success with handwriting analysis. How does handwriting analysis play a part in the mind control? Several ways. A number of the programmers are skilled in handwriting analysis. They are well aware that the abuse of their slaves will show in the handwriting. Through behavior modification, usually torture, the front alters are trained to write in a fashion that hides the abuse. The abuse will show in the handwriting of most of the alters, so many of them are programmed not to read or write. This is why some of the child alters will have older alters write for them. The programmers were also aware of how the mind heals, changes itself via handwriting therapy. If the mind will place enough energy into writing a particular way, it will go ahead and put enough energy into becoming what it writes. In other words, if I am lazy, but I get determined enough to focus the brain so that it doesn't make handwriting strokes that indicate laziness, then my brain will also change its lazy attitude in other ways. In other words, I can begin to change a personality trait by working on the handwriting decisions that stem from that trait. The programmers can and do help modify their slaves' personalities this way. They of course will employ a number of personality changing techniques as a group package. The goal is to bring as much pressure to bear as possible to get the original trait modified. This will be done in accordance with the programming goals for the various alters within a system. Remember, some alters need to be outgoing and other reticent, some melancholic, and others sanguine or choleric. The programmers know what they want and how to modify what they have to get the temperament and personality traits they want. Behavior modification. Behavior modification comes in various packages. One package has been called ALT, electrolytic TRTMT, developed by HCTN. One simple version of behavior mod is to find out what someone has done which is good, and praise and reinforce that behavior, then state the goal, and then continue to reinforce promptly the good things 146 the person is doing. The goal in mind must be measurable. An example of this might be for a handler to praise his kitten and to purchase it nice things if a client is satisfied with the sexual service he got. The reinforcement needs to be soon and appropriate. Thinking behavior is a term that behavior mod scientists use. Adverse conditioning is another. Anectine, which paralyzes the body and makes one think they are suffocating, can be used for aversion conditioning. The victim is told not to do a particular behavior or else experience discomfort. When behavior modification is done in programming, you can be sure that there is paperwork done to chart the progress. Rather than worry about what a person is thinking, the behaviorist charts a person's behavior and then gives reinforcements of correct behavior or the opposite adverse rewards of punishment to modify it. Victims are conditioned to carry out certain behaviors. If an alter does something wrong, there is an immediate consequence set up for it. Soon it is conditioned not to do what the programmer doesn't want. The behavior mod scientists believe that creativity can be controllable. When a child creates a new form, he is rewarded. Soon the child learns to create. Illuminati Delta Beta alters will be trained in espionage. They will be trained to recognize a person's physical identity instantly. One method of training which has been used is to teach people to remember reflexively rather than analytically. Thousands of faces or thousands of license plates, or whatever, are flashed on a screen, and when a repeat is shown, the person must press a button. If a mistake is made, the slave is treated to a nasty little total shock. After a while, a person develops the correct reflexes. Slaves are being trained in recognition from the time they are small children. This is important so that they can build their internal worlds with mirror images and other confusing things. The following deeper programming is an example of classical conditioning. The child's hand is cut so that the child goes into a trance of shock, and then each time they use the word deeper, they cut deeper to enhance the shock trance state. By pairing the word with this trauma, when they are through, the word deeper asleep will throw some alters instantly into a very deep trance. 147. Psychological motivation. When a person has been knocked down and degraded, traumatized by poor sleep and little food and water, he is more susceptible to suggestion. He can then be told that he himself is the cause for his own degradation. If he just behaves better, his treatment will improve. When the person accepts his guilt for the bad situation he is in, then the programmers give a target for the blame, God, country, or whatever the person had depended upon. The programmer then aggravates these hostile feelings and keeps nurturing them until the person is livid with anger toward the object of blame. The victim is coached to project their blame onto this target of blame. When this is accepted, the conditions for the victim improve. Once the person has targeted their blame, then the programmer becomes the friend to help one fight the evil target. Anything and everything is rationalized in this. All becomes fair in war. Enemies are easy to create. People readily accept them. The intelligence community has long played on people's fears about communism. People might be shocked to realize that this was one of Hitler's favorite methods to recruit loyalty from people. It is why the Nazis secretly burned down the Reichstag, and then blamed the communists. The Illuminati are masters at making Christianity the fault for everything from homosexual suicide to the world wars. Neurolinguistic programming. NLP means neurolinguistic programming, which are practical communication skills. Programmers were using NLP before it became known as NLP in 1976. Some NLP techniques are obvious truths, and some are more subtle truths in dealing with human nature. NLP can be more of an art than a science. One of the truths in NLP is everyone lives in their unique reality built from their sense impressions and individual experiences of life, and we act on the basis of what we perceive our model of the world. O'Connor, Joseph and John Seymour. Introducing NLP. San Francisco, CA, Aquarian Press, 1993, page 4. That is why alters have their worlds created by their programmers, and then the occult alters are indoctrinated with satanic beliefs. Chapter 11 Part A deals 148 with this indoctrination. Let's list some other assumptions that NLP practitioners believe in without explaining them. Almost all communication is non-verbal. Knowledge of content is not required to make behavioral changes. Our internal representation of the world is not the world but only our own feeble map of it. The map is not the territory. People will choose predicates which correspond to what representational system they are using, and which one they choose can be seen from my accessing cues. If one studies NLP, one will find that NLP books such as Basic Techniques Book 2 by Clifford Wright teach people how to create dissociative states which are alternate personalities, and that they teach people how to develop different states of mind and pseudo-multiple personalities. It is difficult to express all the different crossovers that NLP has with monarch programming, but at different times the concepts of NLP certainly would be helpful to the handlers. However, it must be stressed that NLP is not monarch programming. One of NLP's suggestions is that a person assess their present state and their desired state. This simply common sense suggestion is often carried out during programming. The programmer will tell the victim what kind of alters they want to produce and how many when they begin the torture. The motivation to do this is also suggested by NLP and is accomplished by the programmer's threats to the person's life, and by the person's desire to be free of pain and torture. Milton Erickson's work on altered states has been picked up by NLP. Likewise, at least part of the programming hypnosis is based on Erickson's ideas. Clues for observing a victim. Lateral eye movement, LEM, can be a useful skill to the programmer. Monarch victims are sometimes programmed so that the real LEM is not done publicly by the victim, to prevent people from getting visual clues as to what is going on in 149. Their mind. A person who is thinking in visual images will generally speak more quickly and at a higher pitch than someone who is not. These types of clues help the programmers be more skilled, but it isn't a necessity. Anchors. NLP researchers have noticed that people have emotional states in which the entire body will take up a posture in carrying it out. Memories can come into a person that causes the body to take up the negative states again. The NLP practitioners have developed language which includes such terms as anchors, emotional states, and triggers. These words are used to describe ideas that have long been in use. For instance, let's say that when you heard a particular song at some point in your life you were having a good time, emotional state. Now that every time you receive a trigger to that memory, such as the song, you regain that good feeling that is attached to the memory of the song. Every time you hear the song, you feel good, which then in turn, continues to act as reinforcement of the association of a good feeling to the song. A stimulus that is linked to and triggers a physiological state or emotional state is called an anchor. Our lives are filled with naturally occurring anchors, such as our favorite childhood smells, or the alarm clock. One of the Illuminati kingpins in Germany, a Krupp, liked the smell of manure, and built his house so he could smell horse manure all day. NLP is the art of building associations with an anchor. A past emotion can be linked to something today. If a person is afraid of public speaking, then a good feeling can be linked to giving talks. The skilled programmer will link an emotion with several sense cues, including auditory, visual, and touch. The person visualizes an emotional state from the past. When the state is reaching its peak, the anchor is placed in. The anchor needs to be unique, distinctive, and easy to repeat in the exact form that it was done. Much of the trauma-based programming is actually setting anchors using Extreme Trauma 150. When the anchors are tested, fired, if the emotional state is pulled up, then the anchors have worked. Firing two separate anchors at once is called collapsing anchors. Two separate states can be fired at once. There is a methodology for collapsing anchors together. Future pacing can be used to help program a person toward his occupational objective which was charted for the victim when they were small. Future pacing is a mental rehearsal that is practiced in the imagination so that the person can deal with some future challenge. Expectations can often become self-fulfilling prophecies. NLP also is used to teach people how to learn. It teaches people to learn a variety of methods for a single skill. However, this type of self-help info is not freely given to the slave. It might be used if the programmers needed to develop the person hypnotically in a certain direction. Pacing for hypnosis. Because Milton Erickson stands out as a genius among those who have used hypnosis, and people are still trying to figure out fully what he did, it is appropriate to mention his work. We don't know how these ideas of Milton Erickson's are used by the programmers. We do know that the CIA has paid close attention to his ideas, and that some of the programmers have some of the smoothest tongues. If there is some way to utilize Erickson's work to help control mind-controlled slaves, then the intelligence agencies have no doubt found it. On the flip side, several deprogrammers used Ericksonian methods to unlock the programming of the people they want to help. What we describe in this section is just a small sampling of Erickson's methods. Another type of NLP pacing besides the one just previously mentioned was developed by Milton Erickson. He would gain rapport with anyone by describing to them what they were feeling, hearing and seeing. He would induce a peaceful state by speaking slowly, using a soft tonality, and pacing his speech to the person's breath. Gradually hypnotic suggestions are introduced to lead them into what is called downtime. 151. He would gently encourage people with gentle suggestions such as, "It's easy to close your eyes whenever you wish to feel more comfortable, but you may wonder how can anyone know what someone else is thinking?" Erickson developed language that was vague enough for people to match their own thinking to what he described. He would use smooth transitional words such as while, and as. The type of vague sentences he would say are it is well known that people can read books and make changes. Milton Erickson learned to distract the dominant brain hemisphere, and also speak in a complex way that all 7, plus or minus 2 parts of the conscious mind, would get engaged in trying to figure out what his ambiguous statements meant. Milton found that he could say anything if he set it up in the context of someone else saying it. He also found that the unconscious mind does not process the linguistic negative. Rather than tell a child don't fall, tell it be careful. Reframing with metaphors, some from Druidism or from some other occult teachings, are used by the programmers. For instance, the seasonal changes that leaves on trees make as an example of a programming metaphor. For those readers who don't know what refraining is, the following in the book Refraining, Neurolinguistic Programming and the Transformation of Meaning by Bandler and Grinder, Moab, UT, Real People Press, 1982, is an excellent story to explain it. A very old Chinese Taoist story describes a farmer in a poor country village. He was considered very well-to-do, because he owned a horse which he used for plowing and for transportation. One day his horse ran away. All his neighbors exclaimed how terrible this was, but the farmer simply said maybe. A few days later the horse returned and brought 2 wild horses with it. The neighbors all rejoiced at his good fortune, but the farmer just said maybe. The next day the farmer's son tried to ride one of the wild horses. The horse threw him and broke the leg. The neighbors all offered their sympathy for his misfortune, but the farmer again said maybe. The next week the conscription officers came to the village to take young men for the army. 152. They rejected the farmer's son because of his broken leg. When the neighbors told him how lucky he was, the farmer replied, maybe. The meaning of an event depends upon the frame we place upon it. Those frames are perceptions. Occult fairy tales are great for refraining events. A frog turns into a prince. Rudolph's embarrassing red nose becomes a guiding light to bring happiness to people. Many of the common things in our everyday life are refrained by the programmers to have hidden mind control meanings. The teddy bear the child is given by her daddy is to remind her how helpless she is to prevent him from raping her. The carousel toys to remind the child of dissociation and the internal carousel built into the mind. Many of the things that parents, who are intentionally raising a programmed child, do, look nice on the outside unless one can reframe what they are doing in the context of total mind control based on trauma and fear. Refraining can be done by collapsing anchors. For instance, the sober part of an alcoholic and the drunk state of the alcoholic are given the same anchor and then these are collapsed together to get the drunk to stay sober. The 2 states are taken in a process of integration for the refraining to occur. Refraining someone with MPD is almost impossible without integration, but refraining a particular alter with metaphors is not out of reach. The programmers have much more chance to reframe while they program than the therapist, because the programmers set in defensive programs to prevent others from reframing. Power words, reversals and puns in NLP. 7 senses are taken into consideration. First we see, then we hear, and finally we have the senses of internal kinetics and our emotions. The programmer also takes into consideration what are called power words. Those are words which have specific meaning for the person. The programmers also love to use reversals and puns. For instance, in Disney's DuckTales the character says, "I stole him fair and square." Other typical reversals are life is death, and death is life, pain is love, and love is pain. Another example is one used on Kathy O'Brien, where the words service entrance were used to mean serve us. Entrance, 153. Naming an alter Alice in Wonderland. A pun on Alice in Wonderland is another example of a programming pun. The programmers love to use these types of things. The mind's natural alarm clock. The programmers have made use of the mind's natural ability to wake itself up like an alarm clock if it wants. Slaves may be given the coded message that the draconian enforcer will come by to pick them up at 1 a.m. The slave will automatically wake up in the middle of the night, and in a trance like a sleepwalking. A deep LGP alter will take the slave out to the street to be picked up. Many slaves are being used at night without their families suspecting anything. Sleeping patterns are also related to personality. REM sleep is believed to help restore the effectiveness of certain brain pathways in which norepinephrine is a transmitter substance. By programming different alters to have certain sleep patterns, their personalities can be adjusted. Of course, this is done in conjunction with many other aspects of mind control. The right brain and the unconscious. The programmers are also aware that right-handed people use their left brain hemisphere for highly conscious processes which require good attention, focus and intentional decisions, while their right brain will tend to work on the unconscious and automatic chores. Split brain programming takes this contrast into account. 154. Chapter 10. The 10th Science. Using spiritual things to control a person. The spiritual foundation for programming LAID by the programmers are the generational spirits which are LAID in the womb and introduced to the child when verbal as the child's friend and spirit. Guide. Point 2. A clan's guiding spirit is also called a totem. The keepers or guardians protect the spirits within an Illuminati system. There will be one altar which knows all the demons which have been LAIR'd in. From the age of 5, the child's cult parts will be taught the 2 genealogical histories of their spirit guides. At the age of 12, some candidates for American tribal chiefs had to wait in the wild for their totem to guide them. They must remain in the forest until their guiding spirit appears. This is why the Illuminati study the Zabalian mysteries written in the Popol Vuh, the Mayan Book of the Dead, whose initiations used psilocybin mushrooms. Saving this chapter for last, of the mind, body, spirit chapters, is like saving the best wine for last. The authors know firsthand that the Illuminati fears more than any other information getting out, that the spiritual aspects of programming would be revealed. This chapter has been organized into the following parts. A. Using spiritual principles against a person. B. How the monarch program miniaturizes what is done on a larger scale. C. Dehumanization. D. Fear. A. The use of guilt, shame and ridicule and anger. F. Teaching that the master is God. G. Portals. Focal points. 155. H. Vows and oaths. I. The use of demon possession, layering, etc. J. The use of angel altars. K. The use of scriptures in programming. L. Theta programming. The 10th science includes some of the most secret elements of the monarch programming, and certainly some of the most controversial. Psychologists and psychiatrists are an unlikely group to delve into demonology, although there have been a number of studies done in this area. 6 examples of such studies. Broad, S.E., 1988. Mediumship and Multiple Personality, Journal of the Society for Psychical Research, 55, 177-195, Krittner, 5, 1987. Cross-Cultural Approaches to Multiple Personality Disorder, Practices in Brazilian Spiritism, Ethos, 15, 273-295, Rogers, R.L., 1991. Multiple Personality and Channeling, Jefferson Journal of Psychiatry, 9, 313, Rogo, D.S., 1987. The Spiritual Side of Multiple Personality, in D.S. Rogo, The Infantile Boundary, A Psychic Look at Spirit Possession, Madness, and Multiple Personality, pages 243-246. New York, Dodd, Mead, and Company. Ronquillo, E.B., 1991. The Influence of Espiritismo on a Case of Multiple Personality Disorder Dissociation, 4, 3945, Smith, R.D., 1981. Hypnosis, Multiple Personality, and Magic, a Case Study, Voices, The Art and Science of Psychotherapy, 17, 2023. The gamma programming is the secret layering in of demons. However one wants to describe these demons, the victim has to deal with the reality. The ceremonies to demonize the victim occur even before they are born. Generational spirits are very important to determine how the programmers program a person. But this 10th science goes way beyond just demonology, because it deals with the fundamental issues that affect our views of God, our fellowship with Almighty God, and our view of the occult sciences of astral projection, telepathy, etc. 156. part of the use of spiritual principles to isolate the system from God in the course of deprogramming monarchs and rubbing shoulders with programmers. It became clear that the programmers of the monarch program are fully aware of the spiritual principles which are in operation for everyone. In 1930, a leader of one of the groups which today carries out trauma-based mind control, wrote that the occult masters are not interested in uplifting the souls of men, but that these masters have in reality no interest in soul or astral development, except as a means of forming passive Illuminized tools, completely controlled in mind and actions. The monarch victims of today are the tail end of centuries of efforts by the Kabbalists, Freemasons, and the Illuminati adepts to completely control other human beings. The following quote comes from a communist manual on how to brainwash a nation. It could just have well been written by monarch mind-controlled programmers. The first thing to be degraded in any nation is the state of man, himself. Nations which have high ethical tone are difficult to conquer. Their loyalties are hard to shake, their allegiance to their leaders is fanatical, and what they usually call their spiritual integrity cannot be violated by duress. It is not efficient to attack a nation in such a frame of mind. It is the basic purpose of mind control, to reduce that state of mind to a point where it can be ordered and enslaved. Thus, the first target is man, himself. He must be degraded from a spiritual being to an animalistic reaction pattern. He must think of himself as an animal, capable only of animalistic reactions. He must no longer think of himself, or of his fellows, as capable of spiritual endurance or nobility. As it seems in foreign nations that the church is the most ennobling influence, each and every branch and activity of each and every church must, one way or another, be discredited. Religion must become unfashionable by demonstrating broadly, through Show 157, political indoctrination, that the soul is non-existent, and that man is an animal. Later this chapter will describe how a person is dehumanized. One spiritual principle is that if you can get a person angry at God, you can get that person to commit any sin. Great effort is taken, via staged events, to make the victim being programmed certain that God has rejected them. For instance, some victims had someone play God and walk away from them when they needed help in a life and death situation. The 1980 Hollywood movie Altered States, which is about a university professor in the 1960s who experiments with mind-altering drugs and sensory deprivation tanks, shows some scenes where God turns into a goat. Some of the religious scenes in this movie match some of the anti-God religious programming of some monarch slaves. The monarch slaves are repeatedly warned that God is cruel and judgmental, and that he wants to destroy them for the wicked things they have done. Bible verses that tell of the wrath of God and God's anger are read to the victim. An example of how the slave is programmed to hate God: a hypnotic drug will be given the victim when they are about 6 years of age. This will relax the person and allow the programmers to take the child into the deepest trance, so that the programming will be sure to enter into the very fiber of the child's being. After several hours of being in a deep trance, as the drug begins to wear off, the child will be strapped very secure into a tight-fitting coffin. A man with long white hair, and a long robe, with sandals, staff and a white robe will present himself before the child, and announce that he is God, the great I Am. Then God will look in a big book and announce he cannot find the person's name, so he will have to send the person to hell for being bad. The coffin will then be lowered into a deep pit, like a mine shaft, and the victim will be told that when they can no longer hear God's voice that there will be a cat and not human. God can't find them in the book because they have no soul, and are a cat. Deeper and deeper the child is lowered. They are told this is the penalty for having tried to pray to God. 158. The programmers make sure that the slave is implicated in many gross sins, such as the murder of innocent children, in order to ensure that the person is sure that God hates them. Then the victim is told that God is a consuming wrath who hates them. The injustice of God creating a world of suffering is also taught to the slave. All this is to ensure that the victim hates God. That hatred toward God will express itself in the victim system's willingness to do any sin, without conscience. Part B. The monarch programming is a miniaturization of what was being done to entire peoples or cities. Demons are attracted by the scent of people. We are made in the image of God, and we are attractive prey to those who hate God Almighty. Cities are magnets for demons. When demons target a person or people, a common tactic is to make trouble for the person. When a person's problems reach a crescendo, they will be in a state of mind to grab any solution that is passing by. People then make pacts with demonic forces. They sell their souls hoping for relief from their problems. All this is clear as a bell to the spiritually enlightened, but the demonic forces are able to dull the senses of their victims to the point they no longer have the slightest realization that they have sold their souls. People make a choice to accept the falsehood offered by the demons for their relief, rather than stick with the truth which seems to hurt. The demonic lies may be that colds and flus are caused by evil spirits, when in reality they are caused by viruses and bacteria. Or the opposite type of lie may be given, that demonic forces have no influence over disease, that only viruses and bacteria exist. In Africa, modern medicine is often viewed as white men's magic, because they fight disease with incantations which the demons have taught them to use to cure their problems. Authority to demons is transferred to them by festivals, ceremonies and pilgrimages. 159. Strong demonic manifestations usually occur around festivals, ceremonies, rituals and pilgrimages which are being done every day around the world. These ceremonies and rituals are welcome mats for demonic forces, giving them the right to rule. Every area of the world has them, and often demonic signs and wonders occur at these rituals and ceremonies. The power of a lie has to be preserved and fueled by tradition, which is manifested via rituals. Without tradition, the power of the lie would die out. If the tradition is being rejected by a people, the demons often augment it with new deceptions. The first lie doesn't stand a chance. The pre-existing bondage then is strengthened by new deceptions that seem more appropriate. If you were asked now, how does Satan enslave people? You should know the answer because it was just given it to you. The answer is Satan's control is trauma-based. A trauma is applied to the lives of people. They reach out for some type of answer to the trauma, and the demons offer some type of answer, so many Hail Marys, or so many sacrificed cats, or pray to some idol which is a disguised demon. The lies are turned into myths which the people believe. The myths are a blurring of reality which the people on one level may know are false, but their minds can't break loose of the power of the lie. The power of the myths are fueled by tradition and demonic manifestations and demonic attacks. Anyone who steps outside of the demonic lie is attacked. The people feel they are being personally attacked when their traditions are ignored. Because a people has willingly sacrificed the truth for the falsehood in their need for relief from their trauma, they have chosen to be deceived. This choice to be deceived has a great deal of spiritual power to it. They are no longer truth lovers. It is not enough to come to these people with the truth. They have rejected the truth. They must at some point will to seek the truth again. These people can have all the proof shown to them about the truth, and they will continue to reject it. Their demonic bondage needs to be broken somehow. This bondage can be broken in a number of ways. Pointing out the inadequacies of the lies is sometimes sufficient to break the demonic spell over people. 160. But after the lies are broken, they need to be followed by the truth, and the love of truth. The monarch mind control programming is simply the sophisticated application of what has been done to humanity on a large scale being scaled down and applied to a single human body. Trauma and lies are used in the same way. The different alters sell their souls to the lies in return for their safety. A basic ingredient to the programming of a group of people or a group of alters is the same: trauma and fear. The land of Oz was ruled by a shadow leader, the Wizard of Oz. Most countries are ruled by unseen people and unseen powers. The Wizard of Oz story is so representative of how life is for Satan's world. No wonder it is the programming base for so many monarch mind-controlled slaves. The solution to Satan's control was that the disciples of Christ would be so united in love that the world would see the solution, that they all may be one. That the world may believe. For the monarch slaves, the therapists have wanted integration. For the world, Christ wanted integration. But there are formidable spiritual strongholds which divide us. These spiritual strongholds are far stronger than most Christians can imagine. The heartbeat of the body of Christ is to bring all humanity to their Creator God. This can be done by breaking down all the lies and programming that separate the parts of the body of Christ so that those of Christ are so well integrated in love and spirit that the world believes on the power of Christ. Each of the programming acts has a spiritual, mental, and physical side to it. The slave has his or her will stripped from them, so it becomes unnecessary to think in terms of their guilt. They are slaves who no longer have the freedom of choice. If they kill, or steal, or tell an untruth, lie, they have not done it intentionally. Still, the programmers know that there are spirits involved to spiritually prepare the slave to do these acts. For instance, they implant spirits of greed and lust into the victim. An Illuminati value system is drilled into the victim. Any person who is not taught to dedicate personal rights and possessions to God will end up with all types of surface forces such as insecurity, worry, anger, envy, jealousy, and 161. Tension. This goes for multiples or non-multiples. These surface forces will in turn cause all types of surface weaknesses such as lying, stealing, cheating, and arguing. If these surface weaknesses are displayed by anyone, they are evidence that a deeper spiritual problem exists. However, the slave is not being set up to display these vulnerabilities as they will, but only as they are programmed. An Illuminati beta model can have sex only with who her master allows her to have sex with, nor is she granted the privilege of refusing to sexually service someone. If the slave is allowed free will, they often will reject the lifestyle programmed into them. The reason they can reject the spirits of seduction and lust that have been layered in to ensure that these moral weaknesses exist is because the will of the altar being programmed was being coerced. There was duress involved. Satan has some claim, but not the stronghold that comes from those whose active will is involved in a sin. That doesn't mean that some slaves don't develop a taste for their perversion. The point is that the ability to have these personality weaknesses, should the programmers want them, can be spiritually set into the slave by teaching the slave to resist the grace and love of God. It may be shocking to realize that the slaves are specifically programmed to resist God's grace and love, and to hate Him. This is not left to chance, and is accomplished by a number of events in the slave's life. Another spiritual area that is tampered with is the self-image of the person. They are not allowed to think of themselves as made in the image of God, unless they are front altars created or allowed to be Christian. Instead of allowing the victim to learn about Jesus, the victim is consistently belittled and compared to others. This is in violation of a spiritual principle found in 2 Corinthians 10:12. For we dare not make ourselves of the number, or compare ourselves with some that commend themselves, but they measuring themselves by themselves, and comparing themselves among themselves, are not wise. John 5:8. 544 and 2 Core 1017, 18 teach how it is to be done correctly. Fritz, co-author, knows of one programmer who is still programming who is fully aware of these scriptures and how they apply spiritually. 162. When people are not allowed to accept themselves, they end up resisting the will of God. The wrong attitudes are built into the slave, so that they will always resist the will of God. Again, if the programmers want a Christian front, they may program the correct thinking into the front altar. To do this doesn't threaten their hold on the system in the least. To have satanic altars and Christian altars which are diametrically opposed to each other's thinking only ensures that if they would discover each other in the mind, that they would reject wanting to learn about the other part, and would go into denial of the part's existence. The programming in mind control is being linked to a belief system. Taking this one step further, we can also say that the programming is also a conflict between two faiths. The faith that the altars place when they visualize and create their occult system, that is their faith in demonism and magic, versus the faith of those who follow the God of the Bible. The method of creating hardcore satanic altars from traumatized Christian altars is an obvious example of this. Some secular therapists have been slow to admit this conflict. If we look at the Illuminati's brand of Druidism, we will notice that the Book of Pharaoh, which is a Druidic book for rituals, gives 4 symbols which can be made to evoke the 4 elemental forces, also called the 4 basic portals. Visualization is said to be the key to the occult, and to opening portals with these 4 signs. As the deeper parts of a slave are drawn into such activity, they are in reality placing their faith in that belief system. How can you take something away, without giving something in return? An alternative faith in a God and belief system that is not connected to mind control is an important therapeutic aid. You cannot hate something passionately if you are unaware of it. When two groups are very similar, in order to highlight their individual identity, they will have a high level of animosity toward each other. In order to create strong satanic altars who hate God, the Illuminati actually encourage the young 2-year-old victim to understand and accept the love of God. Upon this faith in a loving God will be built a rejection and trauma to create wounded altars who hate God because they feel rejected. 163. Rejection is a tool of Satan across the board in the world. Rejection creates a sine wave of hills and valleys. The way of the Lord is made straight, leveling these hills and valleys. When a person or nation is rejected, they will often shift to one of 2 extremes. Either they try to perform to meet up to expectations, or they will retaliate against rejection. Both are extremes, the hills and valleys of the shadow of death, of the what resembles a sine wave. Both rejection and retaliation are tools of bondage. The enemy will work a person to get them to feel either rejected or angry. If either side of the sine wave is latched onto by a person or nation, they will set in motion a dynamic where they will end up with the other side of the curve. This is because the human mind has an inbred desire to balance things out. If we feel rejection, then we may retaliate or try extra hard to perform. This sets up a bondage loop. The Kabbalistic tree of life is the knowledge of good and evil, performance. The programmer, by repeatedly rejecting the slave, built into the slave a high level of performance. The slave is not allowed to get angry at the programmer, which is the opposite peak of the sine wave. The human mind will naturally try to balance the performance peak with increasing the anger or retaliation peak to match it in opposite intensity. Because the slave cannot get angry at their programmer, they turn this anger inward and upward toward themselves and God. The performance of the slave for the master is a form of false love. Performance love is false love. If you do this for me, then I'll love you. Christ loved us when we were yet sinners and unlovable. This is the type of godly true love described by Paul in 1 Cor 13, which seeks not its own. Self-preservation is a tool of death. That is one reason Christ did not preserve himself, even though he could have called angels. He wanted to show the world true love. Fear gets its root in death. The threat of death of a spouse, of oneself, of one's dreams, of one's identity, or of one's fleshly body creates fear. Death comes from Satan, life from Yahweh God. Fear is built on a threat of some kind of death. Self-preservation then is actually based upon fear, which is in turn based on death. 164. This is why Christ said one must lose their life to gain it. To escape the satanic bondage loop of self-preservation built on fear, we must reach out for the love of God. Self-justification is not normally seen by people as a bondage loop, but it often is. Only the sureness that Almighty God loves us gives us the strength not to get caught in the self-preservation tactic of self-justification. There is a place for defending the truth, but it must be done in love. Christ and his disciples taught that we are justified by faith in God, not by self-justification. Self-justification can easily be related to the self-preservation bondage loop. We simply have to have an inner knowing that we are made in the image of God, and that he is working in each of our lives. Since we are his work, he will justify us. All of the monarch slaves are a work of God. The cult has simply refashioned what God created. The slave needs to recapture the loving view God has of what he created. God doesn't make mistakes. He has placed lots of beauty and value in each person. Each person is his handiwork. Isn't the human body fearfully and wonderfully made? After someone who has been made to participate in crimes against humanity, the programmers intuitively have created a situation where the person may fall into self-justification. For example, they deserve to die. This is a subtle but dangerous tool of bondage. Much of the trauma-based mind control is based on simple fundamental spiritual life, spiritual death issues. The Spirit of the Lord does not give fear. It comes from the enemy. Abductees, who claim to have met aliens, claim that the aliens feed off of human fear. Fear brings spiritual death. To show this dynamic in another way, let's describe a common thought for alters of monarch slaves. This thought is, if I stay with the programming, I'm safe. This is the same thought that society in general is taught via fear of self-preservation. If I stay with the crowd, if I stay with the system, then I will be safe. This is why peer pressure, which seems safe, can lead many young people into death. All this fear of self-preservation by remaining in the programming, whether individual or societal, will be transferred to loyalty of the Antichrist. That is the plan. The truth shall set you free. Anytime we reject the truth for safety and peace because of our fear for self-preservation, we accept a lie. If the truth sets a person free, then by definition, slavery means to not to have 165. Truth, all lies led to bondage. They create strongholds. Many religious groups are built upon a collection of truths and lies. The truths are used as the enticing attractive front, the lies are used as the enslaving bondage. This is why there is almost no end to all the lies used to program monarch-type drama-based total mind-controlled slaves. An important mind control programming dynamic is the creation of images. This will take some explaining. One spiritual dimension of humans is that we like to behold our God. This was built into us. Archaeologists have noticed that ancient man has always worshipped. It is built into man to worship, and we like to behold whatever we worship, whether that is God, ourselves, or some other image. In other words, worship is image-oriented. This is the power of images. One of the most ignored commandments of God, of which Fritz wrote a book about in 1977, was the commandment God gave: thou shalt not make any likeness of anything that is heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Acts 20. 4 Students of God's word are warned to examine everything carefully, hold fast to that which is good. 1 Thess 5. 2:1. What is significant is that God's commandments in Acts 20, which were a distillation of his laws, could have simply stated thou shalt not make any graven image, but instead went on to make a big issue in that same passage about any image of God's creatures. The word translated things has historically been understood as living things. In DT 4:15, puzzle images, that is images formed out of any material with a tool, axe, chisel, or engraving tool, and the likeness of male or female in similitude of any figure are forbidden. Next, it again forbids the likenesses of living creatures. The word image occurs about 100 times in the Bible, and is usually accompanied by judgments such as I will cut down, destroy, break down, smote, in a number of verses, EC 7:20, PS 106 hours, and 29 minutes, 39. The scriptures speak about how man is always seeking inventions that provoke God to anger. The creation of images of many varieties was a big part of Egyptian magic, and still is. Because the creation of images is so esteemed today, a balanced 166 view discussion of the spiritual ramifications of images, and their creation, is a rare subject. For the invisible things of him, from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. RM 120, cf. Isaiah 6. 3. One ex-programmer has talked at length that part of the motivation for the many programming images is so that they can establish a world built by Satan, because they want to ensure that there is no testimony about God's power. By the way, some deliverance ministries are having success in helping heal victims by pointing out that satanic programmers only build from elements God has already created. Mirrors, and lots of them, are important in occult programming because they make images. They create so many internal images one doesn't know which way to go. Images are lies. We often create false images of the people we want to love. Do we love them or their image? Movie stars are loved for their image, and rarely for who they really are. Some of them have acknowledged that they don't feel loved by their fans, because their fans are only worshipping an image. Again, we must remember the truth shall set us free. What is our real identity? Who are we really in God's eyes? Why did he allow us to be born? What was his real purpose for us? These real questions, which are so hard for so many of us, are the reality that we need in our lives. The bondage of images has yet to be understood. The word duplicity is based on the word duplicate. Machiavelli taught the elite how to rule through duplicity, that is to rule via imitation images. This is nothing more than one of the operational principles of mirror images placed within the monarch mind-controlled slaves. Whatever gives life is duplicated in a mirror image by Satan. Life swallows up death, as the kingdom of God's genuine light gets progressively brighter. The copy of this is that performance must get progressively better, that is, technology must change to get better if we are to have life. The Amish show that society's penchant for technological progression does not improve life. They have a very successful lifestyle free from divorce and crime. 167. Missionaries to Africa have come back at times wondering if the primitive tribe they spent time with didn't have many things which our technologically advanced society had lost. This doesn't mean that an invention won't help mankind, it is that mankind will not get life from technology. Technology must be understood in the entire context of life. If a person catches on to the lie of technology or performance, they may try the opposite lie, platforming. Many troubled people reach out to God, receive help, and then platform by saying, "Thanks for the help, God, but I'm okay now." God's love is not performance-based, but we still need to continue to press toward the mark of the high calling of God, transforming and renewing our mind, ever growing spiritually. Things which do not grow are labeled dead. How do we grow without being performance-oriented? That is the message that Christ tried to bring people. The programmers get their slaves caught in a performance loop. The slaves are not going to get freedom if a minister of some church traps them into some religious group that is performance-based, rather than unconditional godly love-based. It is sad to see victims of mind control free themselves at great cost, only to run from one controlling group to another. If we neglect to look at the spiritual dimensions of mind control slavery, we then are neglecting to see some of the elements of total mind control slavery. In summary, some of the first things attacked, what is often the first thing which is attacked in individuals and nations in order to control them, it is their sense of identity as a spiritual moral being. Both individuals and nations are targeted to destroy their ethical self-respect. The individual and the nation must be brought to think of themselves as animals. Another primary tactic or tool is to traumatize the victim who is to be controlled, and then provide relief when a demonic lie is accepted. Rejection is an important trauma, because it creates a desire for performance and retaliation, and gets people trapped in a bondage loop. 168. Lies put people into bondage. Images are a type of lie that led to bondage. This is why so many images and lies are placed into the mind-controlled slave. These images and lies are inherently bondage makers. Fear and self-preservation are grounded in death. To preserve ourselves, we will allow ourselves to be enslaved. Eventually, mind-controlled slaves in society in general, in order for peace, safety and self-preservation, will transfer their allegiance to the master programmer, the Illuminati's Antichrist. Part C. The dehumanization process. The dehumanizing of a multiple, that is of a fragmented personality, is done to most of the alters, but the front alters are allowed to be human. Because alters take on the characteristics of what they were created from, the front alters have to be some of the first splits so that they have a sense of family and that they are human. That does not mean that the first series of splits can't be dehumanized later. They are turned into gems, crystals. How do you make an alter into an animal alter? It may not be quite as difficult as some may imagine, because they can create alters with clean slates. That is, they are the plain tablets that Dr. White, DRDU and Cameron prided himself that he was able to make out of adult minds. When a part of the mind has no reality to reference, and is tortured and told lies, then it will accept what the programmer says is real. When an alter is created via torture, if you want a cat alter, they will have the child tortured in a cage surrounded by cats of some type. The new alters will be told they are cats. Their programmers will actually kill a little child in the worst way in front of these alters and tell them that that is what happens to little girls and boys. Do they want to be a little girl? No. After watching the horrible things that happen to little girls, they do not want to be little girls or little boys, as the case may be. They want to be a cat, because as a cat they will not be killed and tortured like the children. The alters are forced to eat like cats. With catch 169. They are repeatedly shamed and degraded and repeatedly told they are cats. Lie detector instruments are hooked up to the child to determine if the alters actually believe they are cats. When the alter can actually state, "I'm a kitten," or "I'm a tiger," and pass the lie detector test, then the programmers know they have succeeded. But what if the mind resists being told it is a cat? As long as the child is a girl, it is given feces to eat. But the cats are fed wholesome meals in front of the victim. The little girls in the other cages are dirty and tortured and ill-fed. Do you want to be a little girl? A great deal of simple torture is applied to make sure that the correct answers are given. If your life depended upon saying you were a cat, you'd be a cat too. Further, children have a vivid imagination. Normal children can easily roleplay, and they can easily imagine they are something they aren't, because their personalities and egos have not solidified. Again, nothing is left to chance. A fake blood transfusion of cat blood may be given the child. Very often high-speed films of kittens playing and having fun are shown in one eye, while the other eye is forced to view little girls having to undergo the worst of tortures. This viewing is forced upon the child, as its eyes are held open and the child is strapped into a viewing chair. The dehumanization process will make alters into various types of birds, cats, dogs, aliens, horses, earth elements, gemstones, rocks, and countless other items. They will then place in backup programming to ensure that the alters continue to believe they are not human. The ingenuity of the backup programming to ensure that they continue to believe the lies are extensive and ingenious. A great deal of hypnosis, and drug-induced states, and drug hypnosis is used to carry out the dehumanization process. The programming will be reinforced by a cat alter's environment, because the alter's handlers will always refer to them as kittens or other types of cats. The painful rape of a child with its legs held in a butterfly configuration is used to get butterfly alters. To get a puppet, the body is given a drug which paralyzes the child. 170. Then electroshock is applied to certain muscles upon the command of the programmer. The effect is that the child has no control over his body, and the programmer can make the child's body parts jerk and move by electroshocking the muscles. The child actually becomes the puppet of the programmer. This is a very powerful program. One of the names connected with monarch programming is marionette programming. The child literally becomes a marionette. This concept appears to have been cooked up by the Germans under Hitler. An alter system as a child is physically shown that they are a marionette puppet. Their muscles are electroshocked in such a way as to take advantage of the natural reflexes. When electroshocked that way, the victim's body parts jerk out of our control at the whim of the programmer to prove to the victim that they are a puppet. At this time, the rules are given, and rule number 8 is that the alters are their puppet. Illuminati programmer Dr. Mengele used puppets in a dollhouse as he programmed. He did skits with his puppets. Dance marionette dance, he'd say in his thick German accent. Pinocho's story was used to name the spirit god Jiminy Cricket. Along with rule number 8, he taught the following rules at this point. 1. Listen to your instructions 2. There is no room for error 3. The game timer, these were the specifics of how to move, the melted mirror, etc. 4. There is a chain of command, the king's men 5. Your master would chart your course 6. You will receive orders, what to do, a memorized script to follow and fulfill 7. The creator and master would always own you into infinity 8. You are puppets on a string. Dance marionette dance. You are to speak only those words told to you, and to only speak those words when your string is 171. Pulled 9. There is no room for questions 10. The controller always plays the role of the white rabbit. Dark side alters of a system are taught to know these rules as part of their being. Dr. Joseph Mengele, known as Dr. Green, carried a violin, which was used during programming. He programmed slaves to respond to the keyword fiddler. During programming, the victim will be made to believe that all their insides have been removed and tape recorders placed into them and surgically hooked up. To the child being programmed, this is real. This is part of the dehumanization process to protect them from spiritual growth and freedom. The programmer's dehumanization parallels what is done in the army when the drill sergeant yells at the new recruits names such as maggot and worm. Porcelain face programming. The porcelain face programming was already touched on earlier in chapters 2 and 7 when the fire tortures and gatekeeper altars were written about. Fire torture and melted wax is used to make the child victim believe their face has been burned. Then the programmer generously gives the traumatized altars a porcelain mask. The altar getting the porcelain face may be given a gem hypnotically like jade and that becomes their secret name. There are several different methods that are available to lay in the porcelain face programming. There has been a great deal of porcelain casts made of people's faces and then masks made of them. In fact, when a handler dies, at least in one case the replacement handler wore a mask to look like the previous handler. Human baby skin is used to construct a mask from the victim's facial cast. A mask is worn by the Illuminati victim when they are married to the Antichrist. The porcelain masks are often part of the Camelot and Shakespeare programming. Another use of porcelain masks which was only experimented with was to place masks on pawn altars which were used as altars who would guard things by 172, scaring other altars with their fearful porcelain countenances. This programming has spiritual ramifications, because it is one of the programming methods to steal altars of their faces. The altars getting porcelain face programming will only see a porcelain face in the mirror until the programming is taken down. As long as the computer on their level is operating, the programming to that altar will be intact. Hearts of stone. The programmers leave no stone unturned when they strip the altars of a system of any vestige of humanity they might have. The programmers make the altars believe that the programmers have surgically removed their hearts and replaced them with a stone. To reinforce this programming, the victim is hypnotized to fall into a deep trance if at any time the victim's deeper altars are hooked up to anything monitoring the heart. If and when someone tried to prove that these altars have a heart by taking their pulse, they may be surprised when these altars trance deep enough that the machine doesn't even read. This is how the programming keeps the lies safe from exposure. The programmers will hypnotically take the hearts for a number of reasons. One is blackmail. They will promise to return the hearts if the victim obeys, returns home to the cult when needed, and is present when the Antichrist needs the victim. It is doubtful these altars would get their hearts back by their cult considering all the false promises that are typically made. The programmers will give the hearts to a Queen Mother altar for safekeeping. They may be hidden somewhere like in the Temple of Moloch, MLK. ZDK is the dual play of the illusionary game. The Temple of Moloch in some survivors is used as a depository for memories of child sacrifices. It is not a place any altar could or would want to go in the internal world. In return, the programmers give the victim stones, yes, hearts of stone. Stone-like protectors will stand guard in the background. Their voodoo doll appearance reflects the voodoo images that are built into Monarch internal 173 worlds. By removing the victim's hearts, it removes any chance that dark altars would have a soft warm spot in their heart for anyone. They will be told that they are incapable of having friends or of loving others. This is quite effective in separating these altars from others. That isolation is a part of the mind control. Because the altars believe they have no life source within themselves, that is no heart, they have to look to their master. If the master places his hand upon the victim's chest, they may feel alive. Because people need a heart to feel, altars are programmed to believe that they are incapable of feeling and have no feelings. They cannot cry during their own suffering, and are encouraged to feel incapable of caring for the suffering of others. In spite of all the brutality and isolation of the programming, the altar's humanity will lay in the background, but whether altars will ever acknowledge that humanity is a big question. If people ask these heartless altars to give their hearts to Jesus, they may be told that they don't have one. In all covenants, something is given to the cult. In this case, the victim's hearts are, hypnotically, given to the satanic master. There is a keeper of the seals who keeps the items given when a vow or covenant is made. If a person is a traitor to a vow, then the cult has an object to carry out voodoo or magic upon to punish the person. Monarch mind-controlled slaves know their orders, and are locked into obedience. Hypnotic surgery. After the programmers steal the deeper altars' hearts, their identities, their free will, their real families, and their faces and their humanity, they are kind enough to sew back into the victim's chest via hypnotic surgery black stones. They do all this surgery by hypnosis. Via hypnosis, the programmers can heal the victim's wounds after they torture the victim. They can basically make or remake reality to be what they want. 174. Chapter 11a Teaching occult philosophies. Learning plays an important part in perception. The programmers try to get their victims to subscribe to philosophies and ideas that will make it hard for them to rebel rebel against their controllers. This is what is termed indoctrination. The same methods of teaching that others find useful are employed. Ways of thinking are incorporated by the slave via handlers, programmers, and the cult they belong to. Everyone tries in their own way to make sense of life. This is a natural brain function, so that the human mind can understand how to deal with the future. The mind takes raw data, and then applies some type of logic, and comes to conclusions. Once accepted, these conclusions can be as hard as nails, and they will defy any attempt to change them, even in the light of new evidence. If the programmer is smart enough, he can get an alter to logically believe anything. Once the belief is embedded, it will remain there tenaciously. In the Illuminati, great masters and adepts teach hidden mysteries. The slave feels the authority that emanates from this teacher with special gifts and abilities. The slave is hardly in a position to question the teachings being given from on high. Circular reasoning, lies, and other tricks are used to convince the person that the occult world is true. For instance, God abandoned you, therefore you need to cling to us, the only ones who would see any use in you. The truth is that the cult staged a crisis where their actor playing God abandoned the child to the cult's abusiveness. The whole event was simply cult abuse, with God taking the blame. We are trying to fashion a better man, a man with far more capabilities than before, with better genetics. Those who oppose us are trying to keep humankind back in the Dark Ages. This is circular reasoning and outright lies. They are not interested in helping mankind, only destroying it. Science number 11, Internal Controls 175. To make occult philosophies more palatable, the occult world attacks the character of anyone whose life would dispute their false claims. They also use a great deal of rationalization, where the end justifies the means. Many slaves have had to sit and listen to their masters rationalize their brutality. Within the Illuminati, ranks are achieved with much learning and ritual. Within the Temple of Set, a member is required to read certain books. Fritz, the co-author, has a list of books a Temple of Set member is asked to read, with the comments attached by the Temple of Set to each suggested title. In their suggested required reading category 19 entitled The Metamind is Metropolis by Theo von Harbaugh, their comments are an expressionistic portrait of a negative utopia in which humans are controlled by machines. The basis for many electronic audio, visual ritual techniques employed by the Church of Satan and further developed by the Temple of Set, page C21-2. Another is Physical Control of the Mind, Towards a Psycho-Civilized Society by Jose M. R. Delgado. Their comments: Delgado, professor of physiology at Yale University, is one of the most distinguished authorities in the field of electrical chemical stimulation of the brain, ESP. This book is necessarily dated, but it is so well written that it deserves to be perused as a preface to more recent works on the subject. PC 16-2. The Psychology of Anomalous Experience by Graham Reed. Their comments: this book addresses unusual, irregular, and puzzling experiences, déjà vu, illusions, delusions, hallucinations, etc., in terms of the mind's normal psychological processes of gathering, monitoring, processing, and storing information, IBID. This is just a brief look to illustrate to the reader that leaders of groups like the Temple of Set are avid students of mind control. An almost complete membership list of this group at one point in time is provided in Appendix A. The librarian of the Multnomah County Detention CTR shared with co-author Fritz that Sheila, formerly second in command of the Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh's commune at Antelope, or studied, via jail prison interlibrary loan, books on Hitler's mind control techniques. Many other examples could be given of how mind control is being studied and taught by these groups. 176. One more book on the Temple of Set's reading list would be worthy to point out, The Psychology of Man's Possible Evolution by Peter D. Ouspensky. Their comments should be read especially by those members whose magical ability is hampered by flaws in their balance factor. A series of lectures which explain the Gurdjieff approach to the concept better than G himself was able to do. There is an important link between Gurdjieff, mind control, MPD, etc., but the subject is big and needs to be further investigated. Co-author Fritz has been investigating this link, including talking with leaders of the most successful Gurdjieff commune. As with so many groups, what you see is not what you get. Teaching the ideologies of war. One of the ways to control a person is to get them angry and then channel that hate. Wars have been used for centuries by the oligarchies that run things to control their people. Right now, the New World Order is carrying out a drug war, an environmental war, and a Bosnian conflict for the express purpose in their own plans to control us. They have a mock alien invasion plan to further justify more control over our lives. Over the years, mankind has created an entire industry around warfare. There are long traditions within military units that for some reason must be upheld by the men who serve in those units. When people buy into the philosophies of war, they can generally be persuaded to give up or do anything to contribute to that war. After all, any sacrifice will be minor compared to the large numbers of bodies that will end up dead. One of the large purposes of the monarch type of trauma-based mind control is to produce robotic soldiers who will do anything. Normal military training is usually sufficient for most military needs, so it is clear that monarch slaves have some ulterior uses that the military doesn't want the public to know about. Various Delta forces, the military as well as other groups, have created numerous Delta teams, Delta forces, Delta groups, etc. 177. Delta assassination teams. These teams are projects that the satanic hierarchy and the CIA collaborated together on. The programming that was placed into people was ingenious and very complex. As the program progressed over the years, the programming became more sophisticated and past mistakes were improved upon. The Delta teams were programmed to carry out various assignments such as political assassinations. The members of these teams are housewives and other ordinary people who were programmed years ago. The Delta teams are part of the CIA's psychic warfare bag of tricks. The CIA works so closely with the military that the Delta Force is easily expected to be tied in with the CIA and U.S. intelligence. Delta Force. The system tapped Frank Burns to create the Delta Force. Frank Burns was a Green Beret. What kind of things did Frank get involved with after joining the military? Hold on. Frank Burns was an SDS, Students for a Democratic Society, an Illuminati organization, organizer. He was also deep into Zen Buddhism, which is the same as mysticism. Frank Burns as an officer also studied under the Esalen Institute. The Esalen Institute is at Big Sur, California, and is the American equivalent of the infamous Tavistock Institute. The Esalen Institute created sensitivity training programs for the business world under the title Organizational Development, OD. Esalen people were brought into Fort Ord, where Frank Burns was the commander, and began training people. The Army promoted Burns to work in the Chief of Staff's office as a senior organizational effectiveness consultant, which allowed Burns to introduce Esalen programs all through the Army. This could not have accidentally happened. Frank Burns, in a conversation with a two-star general about the need for holistic soldiers, coined the slogan "Be all that you can be in the Army." Burns' phraseology began the Army's recruiting slogan. It refers to the human potential movement that the Army has incorporated from the New Age movement. The Army is moving toward becoming an occult fighting force that practices 178 witchcraft with its warfare. Some of the units moving that direction are PSYOP operations, which has included Satanists within its officers. The Delta Force network of various generals and other high-ranking officers is merely one facet of the drive by the Illuminati to transform the American Army into something akin to occultic warriors that will be as fierce as the Nazi Death Head units. Bear in mind that George Bush, Commander-in-Chief of Burns' armed forces, has come from an Illuminati family, and the Skull and Bones chapter that was part of the secret support for Hitler. They have been using as an insignia what they themselves, the Skull and Boners, call the Death Head. It is not surprising then that support for the Delta Team activities has come from the very top. Frank Burns set out to create a warrior monk. Lieutenant Colonel Jim Channon, in Delta Forces, also put forward the idea. Channon visited more than 130 New Age groups in California doing what was called social experimentation. It is an idea that the occult have repeatedly carried out. Hitler's SS were a special elite group of warrior monks from which about 3,000 went through religious initiations. As the war progressed, the primary focus of the SS shifted from being the Black Order to merely being a reliable military group called the Waffen-SS. There were 3 levels of initiation, the last reserved for the hardcore Satanists at the top. The Nazi initiation seems to have been an attempt to get the force of the Vril, the Ordensbargen, castles of the Order, or training centers for the elite Nazis, including the SS. Having been in the military, I know firsthand that the success of the SS and Waffen-SS units in being fierce warriors is attributed by some of our leading military men to their training to be warrior monks. One group of the SS called Knights of Poseidon volunteered themselves for castration, in an experiment to change them back to the supermen of the mythical and magical Hyperborea. Some of the best Sufi organizations were warrior monks. Burns and his task force Delta generated the 1st Earth Battalion, which is an occult military unit trained in martial arts and witchcraft. Men who are selected for 1st Earth Battalion are given an occult initiation which includes the following oath. 179. I have the capacity and therefore the duty to contribute to the development of myself, my associates, and our planet, simultaneously now. I take personal responsibility for generating evolutionary conspiracies as a regular part of my work. I will select and create conspiratorial mechanisms that are not costly in time or resources because I am aware of the 5 channels available to me, such as radio, television, and word of mouth. I will organize a self-supporting high commando group that will create and perform evolutionary breakthrough actions on behalf of people and planet. One people, one planet. I will then pass this concept on to others who are capable of generating further self-organizing commando teams. Whatever happened to defending this nation? Military units such as the 1st Earth Battalion, although they are supported by American tax dollars, are not here to protect America. They are global-minded. They are here to protect an occult world government. They are out there actively promoting the New World Order. Several years ago, Eggendorf states that $4.5 million, which came from you and I, and other Americans, had already been spent on Delta Force's 80 different projects. The Green Berets is another organization that has been heavily targeted by the Satanists to indoctrinate and recruit. The Green Berets are increasingly moving toward being warrior monk group. Many of them are now programmed multiples. One man who is being looked up to by many American patriots and Christian patriots as the leader to help them oppose the New World Order is Bo Gritz. He was a recent presidential candidate. Bo Gritz was a Green Beret and a Delta Force commander. Bo Gritz is very proud of the fact that he wrote the manual for the Delta Forces. He also worked for the CIA. Bo Gritz is one of the military's best programmed multiples, and perhaps one of the most dangerous. Insiders have told me he is the most dangerous. Numerous insiders both for and against Bo have talked about Bo Gritz, and that he is a programmed multiple 180. According to Bo Gritz's campaign literature for president, he was a commander in Delta Forces. Reproduced on a previous page is Bo's own presidential campaign literature where he states that he is intelligence officer and reconnaissance chief, Delta Force. He is also chief, special activities, U.S. Army General Staff, the Pentagon and principal agent, National Security Council, intelligence support activity. Under qualifications, Bo states that he is a security and counter-terrorist specialist. Within the government, they are already referring to Christians who are against the NWO as terrorists. Bo is their greatest counterintelligence counter-terrorist they have. He came in like a storm and took control of the Patriot movement, and it has been like pulling teeth to warn patriots about who he is. Bo Gritz himself was a Green Beret, and was used to assassinate 300 people. His bloodlust caused him at one point during the Vietnam War to shoot 30 prisoners in cold blood. I also heard Bo talk about being Temple recommend Mormon. That means he was at that time in good standing with the LDS Mormon Church so that he could go to the temple and participate in its rituals. Those who are alert realize that the temple rituals are like Masonic and witchcraft rituals. Now he is no longer a Mormon, but he still continues in the military philosophy he believes in. Bo Gritz is going around the nation teaching spy training to anyone who wants martial arts skills. Bo has done an excellent job in identifying for the New World Order every person in the nation who could threaten their plans for a martial law NWO takeover. Bo Gritz likes to call attention that he is one of this country's foremost counter-terrorist agents. This is true. The New World Order believes patriots and Christians are terrorists because they stand in the way of the world's acceptance of their world dictator. Bo Gritz has done a great deal to infiltrate and neutralize the opposition to the New World Order. He has been their best counter-terrorist agent 181. The internal computers, perfect delegation, internal computers which auto-control the slave if the master has to constantly spend time whipping and motivating his slave, as well as forever watching that the slave doesn't escape or do shoddy work, or physically or verbally injure the master, then controlling the slave can end up to be a full-time job. When the master gets too much involved in the controlled process, he ceases to be master, and becomes a slave to the controlled process. The intelligence agencies knew that they would have to create mind control slaves who could police themselves. If the master has to constantly guard his slave, the slave will be more trouble than he is worth. Many successful people have gained their success because they knew how to delegate. The most successful supervisor is the one who can delegate the best. The programmers had to find ways to cut their supervisory requirements to the bone if they were to make owning a monarch slave worthwhile. The method chosen was to build computers into the slave's mind that would internally regulate everything. They do this by taking hundreds of the alters and dehumanizing them and turning them into parts of a computer. For instance, the shutter on the all-seeing eye of the computer, which is seen in the mind like a camera shutter, is a child alter whose job is to open and shut. Another primal part is inside the eye's pupil. This shutter part knows what goes on in all the systems subconsciously, but if discovered by a therapist and pulled to the front of the mind will not be able to vocalize about the system. The software for this computer could be programmed into it, and all the individual programming of every alter can then be tied back to the computer. In other words, each alter would be programmed on how to view life, to act, to think, and to function in their job. This programming would be linked to a computer. The programmers invented the perfect method to decentralize their control over their slaves and yet still supervise with the tightest of control. Each alter is linked to a computer, internal not an external one, built from a 182. Foundation of fear and trauma. Since each section of alters was to remain secret, each section of alters for a slave is given its own computer, and then linking computers were built to link the various sections, and then finally a major backup computer is built, and then finally the internal beast computer. Bear in mind that this is all built internally in the mind of the victim. We are not talking about the actual physical computers built out of physical microchips, wires, condensers, etc. If the programmer concentrates on a single point when giving instructions, he will get better results. Rather than complicating things for the slave, you gain power over the slave and any subordinate if you can give simple, clear instructions. For this reason, a large share of the alters in an alter system are given very clear, straightforward jobs. Because their jobs are so straightforward, these alters will often remain fragments, rather than alter parts with full-blown personalities. The programmers don't cloud the issue. An undeveloped alter will be given one single clear, basic job. By stringing 1,000s of alters together with single tasks, a highly sensitive system of alters can be created. Each piece of the system is separated by some degree of dissociation to make it a separate piece. By dividing the mind so much, it is incapable of fighting what has been done to itself. Before we begin describing the technical details of an internal computer, bear in mind that every monarch system is unique and yet they all follow certain patterns and methodologies. Most of the models for the first few decades follow these patterns. Some of the newer ones have more updated imagery. Power sources in an Illuminati system. A computer is created for each section of altars. That computer will be given a power source, which if unscrewed like a light bulb will go out. The light from one of these power sources might be emerald blue or emerald green or other color. The reader may want to refer to Chapter 4 for the codes to understand the structuring of the various computers and systems. 183. Color codes and ribbons. In a standard 13x13x13 Illuminati altar system, 13 colors were used, and each computer was given a color. These would be pink, orange, yellow, white, red, brown, blue, green, black, purple, silver, gold and platinum, and clear. Color programming is reported to have been developed at UCLA. Whatever the case, systems all over the United States have color programming. The hierarchy of colors in a system is often as follows: from top power down: platinum, gold, silver, purple, black, red, green, brown, white, orange, yellow, pink. Clear is also used as a color for secret areas of the system. This hierarchy of color coding can be switched. The internal programmers can reassign colors if they need to, in order to protect the programming. Altars, sections, and parts of the computer are all color-coded. The color coding for altars is not the same just because the altars are in the same section. The color coding within the Illuminati mind control is fairly consistent. However, a sample of an alternative Illuminati color scheme will also be provided. A survey of colors is as follows: clear. Secret or shell altars who can take on any color are coded clear. These are altars who serve as images or as a stage for other altars. This would include Guardian of the Veil altars. Gold. This color is for the supreme leadership in the system, which includes the Grand Druid Council. Silver. This color is for the satanic altars who perform high-level satanic rituals. The Mothers of Darkness have silver coding. Purple. These altars see themselves as the abusers, rather than the Illuminati. These altars were involved with the programming. They have been taught to forget the abuse and to reframe it in their mind as training. Black. These altars were born out of satanic ritual, and are moon children. The Delta and Beta altars are black-coded. They do the dirty work for the cult, such as blackmail and assassination. Red. These altars see themselves as witches. They were born out of witchcraft ritual, believe they have great spiritual power, and tend to deny that they have 184 been abused. Green or emerald green. These cat altars recognize they have been abused. They still see themselves as belonging to the cult family, and deny that they have been abused to protect their cult family. Blue altars. Clonus, armies and the ribbons appear to have blue coding. These altars will go so far as to hurt the body to protect it from leaking information or deprogramming. White. These are Atlantean altars who have been given Aryan-type racial nonsense to think they are superior. They believe in genetic engineering, and a master race. Orange. These special protector altars are scouts who warn of danger from internal or external threats. Yellow. These are the strong Christian altars of which there will only be a few in the system. They help serve as a balancing point to control the system as well as to hide what the system is all about. Pink. These are correlated altars. They maintain the true feelings of the true self apart from the cult programming and the cult family's programming. These altars are viewed as weak because they are emotional and often break down and weep. They are fragile emotionally. An alternative color scheme that is used: dark emerald green. This color is assigned to the Antichrist Satan altar. Green is the occult color for Satan and happens to be the most sacred color. Few people outside of Satanists know that green is more sacred for them than any other color. Light green. The gods and goddess altars, which are triads which function in Illuminati ceremonies, get this color coding. White. The internal programmers who come around in white robes get this color assigned to them, as if they are doctors or angels of light. Red. Sexual altars are given the natural color of sex and arousal. Red. Black. Connecting altars that are nexus altars between various system parts. 185. Pink. Reporting altars. Dark blue. Non-hierarchy cult altars. Light blue. Altars in charge of the way the system runs, such as the judges. Yellow. Altars which are ritually and sexually twinned with altars of other systems. Orange. Guard altars which are heavily programmed for obedience. Violet purple. Front altars and small child altars placed into boxes. Clear. Shell altars to deceive the outside world. Gold. The traumatized altars upon which the programming is built on. Joseph Mengele and the programmers who worked with and under him used a large dollhouse with 26 rooms. Each of the rooms were painted with one of the 13 different colors in order to build into the child's mind the 13 front and the 13 back computers. The internal computers worked off of color codes, as well as other codes. A dollhouse was used to instill into the child's mind the compartments of the computer. Each room was done up in a different color. One particular room was a secret room, and this represents the secret world of Petra, which is hidden behind two large rocks. This secret world is coded the color clear. Besides the special color clear, the following colors appear in the system: gold, silver, purple, black, red, green, blue, brown, white, orange, yellow, and pink. Each color has meaning and a rank. Just as the hourglasses could be turned, the color coding can be switched in rank. This is why in some systems there is a computer operator black, a computer operator green, and a computer operator purple, etc. During the programming, a black box with needles and wires which attach to the body for electroshock is used. While electroshocking the victim, colored scarfs coming out of a box are showed to the child. The scarfs would help form the imagery needed to build colored ribbons internally. Alters would be created using the 12-book of make-believe story of the Pancake People 186. Using this as a base or foundation, the alters would then be dehumanized one step further into thinking they were ribbons, such as ticker tape, which could transmit information from one computer to another area of the mind. The ribbons had the ability to travel between the different levels and to transmit messages through the system, especially to the computers. It is believed they could do this because they were spirit. When a system is accessed by a programmer, one procedure is to obtain a ribbon alter and then inform the ribbon what he wants. The ribbons transmit messages to the internal computers. The ribbons on older systems use Morse code. Who are the ribbons? The ribbons are the beginning of the Luciferian alter like demons and alters. They are primarily the message bearers from the computers to the different computers, levels and alters. The ribbons might have angelic names, Muggle, Gabriel, etc. The word angel means messenger. The ribbons serve a very similar function. They transmit ticker tape with Morse code messages. They are at work most of the time for a system. A sample cover story for what they guard, which is the main computer with the gems in the core, is that the ribbons guard the system's Garden of Eden. Some more of the cover story that may be given is this. Ribbons were supposedly formed out of the dust of the ground and were placed in the Garden of Eden to create every pleasant tree. See Genesis 1. The ribbons relate to the tree of life, but to eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil will cause death. The name of the first river of 4 in the garden is Passion. Out of the first river come 4 heads. The river Passion has gold, bdellium, onyx, rubies, diamonds and precious stones. These gems are the programs the dwarfs mine. If the system has charismatic programming, the alters will have porcelain face programming. In this case each ribbon's color will match the color of the stones in the masks. That is yellow, white, blue, green, purple, red and black. The colors of the ribbons correlate or match the colors of the dollhouse rooms. What do ribbons do? The ribbons serve the programmers in the computers, who in turn serve the evil master spirits 187. Things that the ribbons do for the computers have been identified as follows. A. The ribbons eat from the system's internal tree of good and evil. B. Ribbon programming consists of several things, where they reside, who they are and what they are to protect. C. Ribbons must protect the computers in order to protect their own life. The ribbons will be programmed to believe that reversing the computer will reverse the ribbon's life. The ribbons themselves operate with mechanical hearts, not human hearts. The cover stories may include the following. All ribbons are hid behind a little girl, who is a front for them and who tells the creation story. The little girl will tell the creation story which included the ribbons. Behind her runs a silver cord. The silver cord has to do with heart programming. The silver cord has 3 strands that cannot be broken as per ECL 412. This silver cord goes off if the ribbons are touched. Ribbons are set up so that suicide programming is triggered if they are cut. Actually, French braiding conceals a 4th strand. In review as stated, during the programming, a box with colored scarfs was shown a child while severe electroshock was given to the body. A colored scarf represents a ribbon which runs a message from a colored room to a similar colored altar. In a system which is structured into families and cities and worlds and sections, these geographically different structures in the mind of the victim can be connected via the color coding. In other words, the altars are structured into a 3D cube structure. Then the 4th dimension, the color coding, is added to tie in all of the 3 dimensions. A central computer was placed in at the bottom of the mind. Using various techniques the victim is brought to the deepest altered state possible, and a computer is built into the mind via hypnosis and alters. This can be done by freezing the entire body and just keeping the head active, or it can be done by bringing the body to a comatose state where the heart is beating faintly. This step can only be done under the strictest medical supervision. The memory storage area for the computers include the Emerald City Library, staying with the Wizard of Oz theme, which contains alters whose only function 188 is to memorize and retain with photographic memories pages and pages of information. The layout with codes of the entire system can be stored in a storage bank, so the programmer could access this area if his own records were lost. The libraries contain the historical genealogies of satanic iniquity from early ancient times to present. This ancient occult information has been reported by at least half a dozen Illuminati slaves as being retained internally by demons. How monarch slaves are designed to interface with the Unix system of the beast computers in line with what is being done by the Illuminati around the world with their network of computers. The computers have access codes similar to 666, 666, 666, and back out and close down codes similar to 999, 999, 999. These are the codes that the Unix universal system uses, and the monarch slaves are being created with codes that interface with the Unix system for computers. On some systems if the computer is shut down it will request an input code of 666FFF 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 666. This can then be reversed if 6F6F6F6F6F6F6F6F6F6. The Unix system is being used to allow the New World Order's big beast computers to communicate with any known computer, including the minds of their monarch mind-controlled slaves. In the 1960s, the U.S. Department of Defense began linking computers together into a superhighway now developed into the Internet. Hundreds of thousands of computers around the world are tied in. Like buildings in a city, each computer has its own unique address. Most of these addresses are registered at the Network Information Center in Menlo Park, CA. Individuals can also be registered at the NICTU. The U.S. military links into the system with their ARPANET and MILNET networks, which tie together such divergent things as MIT computers, West Point computers, NORAD computers, Air Force Systems Command Space Division computers at El Segundo, CA and U.S. Army Darklam at Second HEM, JER, to name a few. These are all being tied together to form one vast electronic brain 189. There are 9 secret beast computers of the New World Order. At the time this was written, Big Bertha is the nickname of the beast computer located at the secret military installation called Dreamland at the secret Groom Lake, NV test site facility. Papoose Lake is referred to as S4. The other super-secret facilities in the area are named S2, 86, and S66. This area has become the Illuminati's prime programming facility for turning out monarch slaves, and the monarch slaves which are turned out from this area have turned out to be the worst basket cases. In other words, the programming is very severe which is carried out in this area. This area has also been used for the space program, for the U-2 and SR-71, for the CIA's A-12 spy plane, for the stealth fighters, Lockheed F-117A attack plane, and bombers, the Aurora, and for the U.S. government's above top-secret flying saucers. The Big Bertha computer, named after the Illuminati Mother of Darkness Bertha Krupp, can be talked to in half a dozen languages and will answer a person back in the language they speak. On a daily basis, airplanes fly into the Groom Lake facility. The call name of flights bringing workers and people go by the call name Janet. About 12 Janet flights come into the facility every day. These flights are usually Boeing 737s and arrive from places like a secure terminal run by EG&G at McCarran Airport in Las Vegas and from the military's Palmdale, CA facility. These 737s are unmarked except for a red stripe running down the fuselage. Large military C-130 arrive with cargo, and Illuminati dignitaries arrive in smaller twin-engine craft. Victims for the programming are brought in via planes and other routes. One of the beast computers occupies 3 floors of the headquarters of the European Economic Community building in Brussels, not far from the important Illuminati Mother of Darkness worldwide headquarters castle near the FR, Belle border near Muno, Belgium. Another beast computer is in Luxembourg. In observing the operations of the Illuminati, it has been seen that telephone area codes are used as part of a mind-controlled slave's code. We do not understand everything about their codes, but it does tie in with other things that are happening. 190. Every person in the world has been assigned an 18-digit tracking number, which consists of 3 groups of 6 numbers. The first 3 numbers assigned in the beast computer to everyone are 666. The next is one's national code. The US national code is 110. Then the next 3 numbers are your telephone area code, and then finally your 9-digit social security number. The code then is 666 plus nation code plus tel area code plus social security no equals beast ID no for an individual. According to Dwight Kahneman's book The World's Last Dictator, Second Ed, Woodburn, or Solid Rock Books, page 256, Visa has already begun issuing Visa cards using the beast 18-digit number. When an American makes a bank transaction on an auto within a matter of seconds, the beast has been informed of the activity. These computers use Unix. The particular programs for the economic transactions just described are a worldwide computer network called SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Transactions. The SWIFT works off of the Unix system and can communicate with any computer. It was developed by AT&T and uses C language. Bear in mind that there are dialects of Unix, such as the standard AT&T Unix and for instance Berkeley Unix. The Unix system uses both time-sharing and multitasking. The mind of a monarch slave also does both multitasking and time-sharing. One of the nice Unix features is protected memory, which is also part of the monarch programming. A kernel is what the Unix programmers call a protected person. It is very similar to the internal person, or alter, who helps the monarch slave's programming functions. The big item about Unix is that it has permissions granted. This is similar to the monarch programming. Permissions are granted to 3 types of entities. The top programmer or goddess is called, of the Unix system receives what is called the individual permission. The next permission is called group permission, and it is given to insiders who work with the system. The final permission type is the world, which has very limited access. The parallel between this and the monarch programming is surprising. 191. In some cases the programmers may have matched things on a one-to-one correspondence. The monarch program also has a top programmer who is called God to the system. He has total control over the system. His programming permissions cannot be deprogrammed out by others who might want to usurp his power. Hidden from the casual user of the Unix system are the demons and demons. The Unix programmers decided to use the Old English spelling for demon equals demon. These are computer processes which work secretly behind the scenes and are given actual demonic names, some corresponding to actual names of historically known demons, such as Asmodeus. Asmodeus is also a demon which is placed into many monarch slaves. In the Unix system, these demons are treated like persons in the computer's user director. Demons in the computer system do not have to log on to the computer, but they work behind the scenes and are given the same powers that people users are given. They are set up in the same structure as how the computer treats people. Permission in the Unix system is granted using an 8-bit count with 0 through 7. The three kinds of permission are the read, write, and execute permissions. If no permission were granted in any way, the Unix system would indicate on the screen, which means 000000000 or 9 zeros. The super user called God is given the code 777, which means super user. However, the permission of 666 gives the user the power to everything the 777 permission gives, except that the 777 permission allows the God, the master programmer, to execute not executable programs. The postmaster daemon is the head daemon, and his permission level in Unix is 666. In the Monarch programming, Mr. Postman is a code word used internationally. The most important part of the Beast system is its communication power. The electronic mail system of the Beast allows it to communicate worldwide, and along with electronic mail comes levels of permission to super user. God is called root. A programmer on the Beast must get permission. His program must get 192 permission. That program that gives permission must also get permission. In other words, there are levels of permission that must be gone through. This is similar to the Monarch program. For instance, the altar's personalities, which would control the body during Illuminati gatherings, have very tight access permission. It is very hard to access these hierarchy personalities. Both the Unix system and the Monarch programming creates children by spinning. The child spins off. When the child is finished, it is killed in Unix lingo. When the programmers created child processes in the computer, they were having problems with the child processes killing the parent processes. The same type of problems have had to be dealt with in the Monarch programming. The initial programmer is often the biological parent of the child, and this parent is very responsible for extreme tortures being applied to the child who is being programmed, not to mention all of the expendable children who are killed in front of the child to highlight the reality of the trauma. The natural reaction of the child being created is to hate the programmer. Naturally, the Monarch programming had to overcome that natural tendency, which it does very successfully. The Unix system uses an internal clock within its computer system. The Unix clock is called cron. Cron checks files to see if the programmer has put in any files to run. The Unix system uses data bus lines, which are like the Monarch programming ribbons, which go through the system. These ribbons or data bus lines take information and commands from the computers to other computers. Within the Unix system, insiders have revealed that the daemon processes of all the Unix systems have a security flaw. That flaw is that the postmaster daemon has access to them in spite of who the God is of that particular Unix computer system. So while owners who purchase Unix systems think that they have exclusive control over their system, an external postmaster daemon coming from the Beast could use its permission levels to override the power of the local owner of the system. The Monarch system has a similar feature. The Illuminati programmers know in 193 how to access the base or primal anchors to the programming and yank out any programming they want. All the slaves of these lesser groups such as the CIA, Church of Satan, Mafia, etc. can all be reprogrammed rather quickly to serve the Illuminati, if they are not already, due to the Illuminati programmers' extra knowledge on how to get into the base programming. In these many ways, the Unix system serves both real computers and also for the internal computers of some slave's mind. The slave system becomes a computer system. It functions as a series of computers that are connected to the master computer, which is sunk into the mind at the lowest hypnotic level, which is a level often placed even below an internal helpet. To access the different computers, combinations of cards were used for the codes. Numbers are also used. See Chapter 4. Various parts of a Monarch system correspond to what any computer would have. A microprocessor register has 3 sections on a computer to make it functional. In Monarch systems, you would find these 3 represented by 1 store data in the library and altars with photographic memories, 2 an instruction section with codes, and 3 stacking mechanisms. Linked to all this were a crystal, clock, hourglasses, a compass, and an entire demonic command structure. The iron front of the big computer will be protected by legions of spirits. The front big computer runs front quadrants and the back computer runs the deeper quadrants. The software, so to speak, for the Omega programming computer may be set up to include a stacking program called the Potter's Wheel. The Potter's Wheel is a misuse of the Bible, and is a type of programming that the charismatic Pentecostal movement carries out. The Mormons and the Catholics have their own distinctive software programs. An initial stacking mechanism would work by telling altars to stand in order according to rank and serial no. Another code along with a hand signal would place the gatekeeper altars up on the Potter's Wheel for their creator to work on them. A group of altars could be taught to go up on their Potter's Wheel by seeing a pattern of dominoes. It is whatever the programmer decides. 194. The dominoes were used for coding, but they also had the programming feature of being able to tie altars together so that if the system is tampered with out of sequence, a domino effect would take place. This domino effect is for one program to set off another program to set off another program. Soon the Monarch slave's mind is trying to deal with dozens of suicide programs running simultaneously, along with perhaps other programs such as scrambling programs. For instance, one storyline used is the mice run up and down and open up new levels of programming and are tied to the pendulum clock mechanism. The mice can activate the hourglass, and a gold-winged green-scarlet fairy whisper balances the hourglass on her wings. If the slave goes toward freedom, the slave's mind triggers programs of all kinds, and the mind ends up not knowing if it was coming coming hour going with all the different programs which activate. A more exhaustive look at all the craziness and activity of the Omega and Gamma programs which activate to defend the Illuminati's mind control are given in other chapters. The programming has been designed that if it was taken out improperly, it is to come back 7 times 7 stronger. This is also a clue that the programming is partly a demonic manifestation. Cf. MT 1243-45 et al. Components of the controls at the center of the system are the mechanisms that control it, such as the master computer, the all-seeing eye, the compass, the master clock, and the quadrants that tie in together. The system may have 3 hourglasses spinning on axes. These hourglasses can also be called matrices, which are on your standard 3 axes, a x-axis, a y-axis and a z-axis. The worlds are various sections of these matrices. There are backup worlds and mirror image worlds. Occasionally, there will be a double system. Some of the more important altar system are even far more complex than a double system or a double-double system. Each altar is split so that every altar has another altar created from it. Then there are demonic doubles, demonic mirror images in the system. The double images shown in the picture are very real when describing our System 195. Some therapists have noticed satanic guardian angels which talk to their patients. They do not know what to make of these. Some classify them as hallucinations, because they do not have any room in their belief system for demonology. These are the demons that do control the multiple's mind. Thor, with his Hugh hammer, is a painful demon. Thor's image is made of cast iron and carried an iron mallet. Thor is a black strong figure. When his hammer strikes, the slave gets split brain headaches. Programmers can use the story of the giant with the hammer in the Ozma of Oz book, pages 141-155, to give the imagery when programming. A special series of sweeping motions with both hands will relieve the split brain programming, but some altars can only tolerate these hand signals being done by the master. By the way, Thor is an important protector in satanic occult beliefs, and the religion of Thor now has equal stature popularity in Germany as the Lutheran Church. The programs are put into a system and given codes. These programs use Greek, Hebrew and Druidic letters or other esoteric languages in their activation codes. Actually, these alphabets also are the way these people numbered with, and the Greek, Hebrew and Druid letters were used as numbers. These programs could be called utility programs because they function much like the utility programs of a computer. Along with all the programming comes cover programming. Generally, front stories cover almost everything in a system. Dominoes have been used in monarch programming as the basis for what is called a motherboard in actual computers. Telephone tones key in on a slave's computer matrix. At times, telephone tones in everyday life will make slaves accidentally wacky. All computers run off of base 2, which uses the numbers 0 and 1. 0 and 1 can be represented as on and off. In the programming, they were represented by he loves me not. The programmers, especially Dr. Mengele, enjoyed taking a daisy and pulling its petals off one at a time. First petal, I love you. Second petal, I love you not. 196. If the last daisy petal was I love you not, then the child was dramatically killed in front of other children to be programmed. The Illuminati's method of death, skinning alive, has been developed into a fine art for both programming and ceremonies. A drawing of this skinning procedure by a witness is on page 338. The daisy game, which was scary for a child, heightened the victim's attention. Matrices were built upon this deadly game. How did it feel to be programmed with Mengele's I love you not programming? A victim recalls, the child was placed in a cage exposed and naked. The low voltage wires were rigged to the metal of the cage. The child experienced a continual erratic or sporadic prolonged voltage of shock until the heart would pulsate and the anxiety level of the child became out of control. Then the DR would enter the scene with his sneering taunting smile while holding a daisy in his hands. The sporadic voltage would continue to flow through the child's body. As the shock continued, the DR stood before the child pulling petals off the daisy. His only communication was voiced in these words, love you not, love you not, while pulling off the daisy petals. This action would drive the child crazy because the child knows full well if that last petal is pulled off it meant death. The child that is not loved is skinned alive before the other children. We can now begin to understand that the expendable children were in other cages placed all around us for the eye to see. They went through the same process as we watched. When the last petal of the daisy was pulled from the flower they were killed. Then the terror of what we had just experienced through the seeing and hearing let us know we were next. But by the time the doctor got to he loves me not, some children no longer knew fear. Their ashes were taken from the crematorium and used in the garden for fertilizer, as a reminder to all what happens to unloved children. In the clinical room, the lights were used to program the day's events. 197. The bright light continually flashed, starting with 7 lights, then 6 dots, then 5 dots, then 4 dots, then 3, then 2 dots, then 1 dot. In the blindness of the lights, we could hear the doctor's voice, love you not, over and over again. A child could have a false trust when the lights flashed 7 dots. By the time one dot was flashing, the child's terror had once again risen. The doctor never pulled the last pedal off for us, but we can't forget how he teased us. He smiled and walked away. No, I love you, and walked away. If we use L equals I love you and N equals I love you not, we can build the following matrix for the internal computer. ln 123,456 234,561 345,612 456,123 561,234 612,345. This type of configuration can even be tied to color programming, and to dominoes, where the numbers are represented as the dots on a domino. By making numbers into dots, the numbers can be represented by lights in the same patterns of black domino dots. This means that dominoes can be used to program a child, and who would suspect anything about dominoes? Another thing that lends itself well to use as a programming code are a deck of cards. Many slaves have this. It can be tied in with the Alice in Wonderland story. When cards are used, a section, also called a world or city, of alters will be given its own computer. To access that computer, a code consisting of several things including 2 cards can be used. In review of what Chapter 4 said about codes, often double codes are 198 employed. What is meant by that is that suppose we have 13 important alters in a section. They will designate each of these A alters. Then they number them each 1 through 13. But then they will double code them so that as we count up, we also count down. Then they attach a generic level number to them, say 2000. So putting this together, we have emerald green 2001-13 for our first alter. Then next is emerald green 2002-12A. The next is emerald green 2003-11A, and so on. Then the magical name of the alter or the tribal name of the alter can be attached onto this to complete an access code. While it seems perhaps complex at first, all an alter is remembering is a color, a common section No and their rank No and their file letter, and their magical name. The name to pull them up will not be their name for public use. Alice in Wonderland, The Wizard of Oz and the 12th Book of Make-Believe played a fundamental role as software in a system. The Wizard of Oz stories are often used to show how and what structures to put in the small victim's internal world. The stories even teach how to create an internal world and its parts. Some of the TV shows and movies, which served as Monarch programming scripts, that is the software, include Batman Bewitched, Bobby's World cartoons, Deliberate Triggers, Demi and Omen movies, Disney movies, all of them. Some with Deliberate Triggers, DuckTales cartoon, Deliberate Triggers, E.T., used in Alien programming, Fantasy Island, Deliberate Triggers, Ghostbusters, used for Who Ya Gonna Call theme, Love Boat, used for mind control of cruise prostitutes, 199, My Fair Lady, Finishing School for Slaves, such as Youngstown, Ohio, Star Wars, Stephen King horror movies, Tiny Toons cartoons of Steven Spielberg, Deliberate Triggers, Wizard of Oz movies. Some of the books which were used as programming scripts, which haven't been mentioned yet, are The Dead Sea Scrolls, The Egyptian Book of the Dead. Satanic rituals follow closely the rituals of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Stephen King novels, Wilbur Smith novels, The Mother Goose Nursery Rhymes were used prolifically for internal codes in slaves. Now that we have discussed the widely used software available to the programmers, we don't want to forget the root program, the tree, which was used as a method of organizing the various programs. Just like a computer's subdirectories branch out more subdirectories. If the programming is tampered with, the slave will want to cut the tree. However, since the tree is in them, this means they will want very badly to cut their arms, especially their veins. The programming is not guarded as much as the computers. Everything guards the beast computer, including defaulters who have to be communicated with using a hand number code system. Such a code might resemble finger signing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 equals 15 and following this with a shutdown code which simply reverses the access equation. Surrounding the central all-seeing eye will be alters and programs with insanity, fear, hopelessness, cutting, burning, aloneness, etc. 200. Strong demonic forces are attached to these alters and programs. They also can trigger the slave to have abusive behavior as punishment. A system is given a life force which is able to regenerate a system, the jokers who protected the programming, and you have the alphanumeric codes, the cards, and dominoes, represented by a dice, that formed the access codes to parts of the system. The alters will often feel the heartbeat, which may be an alter associated with the computer. In the background is a Luciferian blue light. This satanic light empowers the joker. It, along with the joker and the internal programmers, give a system the ability to regenerate itself. One can shut down internal computers which run programming to the levels of the system using the same codes that the original programmers use, but until one also takes care of the 13 jokers and the faceless white coded programmers who control the Omega programming, then the backup computers can regenerate the programming and rebuild the system. Jokers, if the computers are given cards as access codes, it works in well to create jokers who are wild cards within the system, which can imitate anything. The jokers have a Luciferian form. Luciferian is the term that the programmers used. This means that it is spirit. Because the jokers are spirit, they can take any form they need to and they can do what they want to do, until they are bound and cast out with the rest of their hierarchy of demons. The jokers will pop up when a victim tries to study the codes and programming that wreck that victim's life. Around this cult core are the jewels, which are the programs the dwarfs mine. Remember the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs? Also swirling around silence are ribbons, which we will discuss later. Trees. The trees bud at certain times. This is one way the imagery of the tree to connect to the time that rituals are to happen. If the tree is barren of leaves, no programs, i.e. deprogrammed, then the system is to grow more leaves. See internal hierarchies. The programmers build chains of command within the groups of altars that they 201 create. They credit themselves with bringing order out of chaos. When a system of multiple personalities thinks of rebelling, they are in the similar situation as a colony wanting freedom from its mother country. Can we govern ourselves, and what governing structures can we keep? Since the structure itself is colonial, can the mind work together to help itself? The concerns are legitimate questions. And yes, the multiple's mind can function outside of the control of the programmer's hierarchical arrangement, but not without altars taking on different job assignments. In the slave's hierarchical chain of command, adult altars are assigned to ensure that child altars don't get out, unless the abusers want the child altar out. Likewise, commander altars are needed to keep the switching smooth, and to keep things orderly. Subordinate altars are taught to submit to their king, or governor, or queen altar. Immense power and indoctrination is given to the key cult altars ruling a system. The internal hierarchical arrangement means that the host altar coming into therapy, often a Christian, may not be as completely open as therapists think. They must play an internal game of going toward health while not pushing the buttons of deeper, more powerful altars. A lot of internal politics may go on. A front altar may promise a deeper altar secrecy in order to consult with it. This makes for all kinds of triangulation and manipulation within the altar system itself. The entire hierarchy of altars has a lot invested in protecting the core from trauma, which was why the core was split in the beginning. Traditional therapy goes after the core and the multiplicity that protects it, thus ensuring resistance from the entire hierarchy including front altars, who in MPD systems seeking help are often close to the core. The core self is best not directly pursued by the therapist, but gently encouraged on its own to reconnect. 202. Chapter 12. The Science of External Controls. Monitoring, asset control. Every intelligence service since time began has sought methods of owning people and ensuring they stayed loyal. 2 of 13 Illuminati families who are known to have developed extremely well-run bloodline intelligence groups are the Lee family and the Rothschild family. The Lee's family started its Chinese intelligence back in 1400 AD. They had already been an ancient Chinese aristocratic family for many centuries prior to this. Some of their techniques for their agents were state-of-the-art mind control techniques. The Rothschilds' personal spy network and their own mail service was known to be superior to the national European governments during the 19th century. Traditional spycraft has involved the ability to recruit and keep agents loyal. The professional spook manipulates his recruits for a living. He becomes adept at controlling people. For thousands of years, spy operations have honed their skills at controlling people. Because they work secretly, they generally have done whatever they wanted. When you combine the resources and centuries of intelligence operations of the Illuminati, along with the credibility of government intelligence agencies supposedly guarding our national security, the combination is horrific. There are no moral or financial restraints on what is being done. If the intelligence groups want to dabble in keeping a severed head alive apart from the body, or a frozen body with an active head, which they have done, there is no one to stop them. Handlers of slaves use both natural and contrived cues to convey to the slave that they want obedience. A natural nonverbal threat cue would be brusque movements, and an innuendo in their voice. A contrived cue would be placing both hands behind the head, which is a code for "I am your master, obey me." 203. Another cue for slaves to obey is when the master makes a fist with his right hand and touches his forehead. This means, obey. Even children, who were multiples, who were being taught to control their mother who wanted to leave the cult, have been observed using the fist to the forehead to try to get obedience from their mother. Staring is one method that the programmers use. Charles Manson, who was both a slave and a handler, is an example of how penetrating hypnotic stare is used by the programmers. One way to control people is to wear clothes of authority. Dr. Green, Dr. Black, Dr. Starr, Michael Aquino and other programmers have worn Nazi uniforms while programming, and at other time have worn satanic priestly garb. A beginning point to control people is understanding human needs, and understanding the individual to be controlled. A good case officer learns everything he can about the asset, person or slave he is to control. Case officers' handlers have been constantly working at improving their skills of control. Monarch slaves who must function as intelligence officers, who recruit spies, are trained in the art of listening and conversation. Learning to listen without interrupting is a guarantee of success. CIA handlers programmers have an extremely personable side to them, and a very deadly animalistic side to them too. They will be trained to look anyone they want to recruit in the eyes and withstand their stare. Friendship begins with a smile, recruitment with a stare. This is a quote from the book Suvorov, Victor. Inside the Aquarium, New York, Macmillan, page 108. During training, men in U.S. Army intelligence are told to read this book to understand how U.S. intelligence works. The entire lives of monarch slaves are kept on records. Zabigny Brzezinski, and the hells of the CIA, and Sec of Defense Cheney are just some of the men known about who have access to the computer records that contain records on every active monarch slave. Not everyone has a price, but everyone will respond to their needs being met. James K. Van Fleet, an important military intelligence officer, wrote about how to manage people 204. In military intelligence, they keep files on people where they identify which subconscious desires of people are important to the person at the time. All this information is kept in soft files, which are not official files, so these files have never officially existed and are not given up even to congressional subpoenas. The intelligence agencies know that if they find out what the person wants above all else in life, they can control the person. The 9 areas that are monitored to see if they are important at the moment are 1. Emotional security, 2. Recognition of efforts or reassurance of worth, 3. Creative outlets for a sense of personal power, 5. A sense of roots, belonging somewhere, 6. Immortality, 7. Ego, gratification, 8. Love in all its forms, 9. New experiences. Once they monitor these areas and then they determine which needs are priority needs for the person, then they will use what they call the depth approach to subconsciously gratify those needs in a way that they gain control over the person. Modern companies are doing this too. Dough mix isn't sold, but making a family memory with the children is. Soap isn't sold to get dishes clean, but rather soft beautiful hands are sold. Cosmetic companies don't sell an item, they sell you hope or an image. Fruit dealers don't sell fruit, they sell health and vitality. Car dealers don't sell cars, they sell prestige and images. Freezers aren't sold, emotional security from having a full freezer is sold. They have learned to genuinely appeal to the 9 subconscious desires. 205. In intelligence, these desires are called weaknesses, because intelligence case officers and handlers will attempt to manipulate those desires for their own gain by sincerely helping the person. They set up short-range and long-term goals and plans on how to manage a person. For instance, if a monarch slave's day-to-day alters want ego gratification, a creative outlet, and reassurance of worth, the Illuminati may promise the slave that if the alters comply they will give them a singing contract in Las Vegas. If they need to appeal to their emotional security, they can promise a big salary and a nice house. If they need to appeal to immortality, they can promise to award them a star on Hollywood Boulevard or whatever religious immortality they can credibly offer. The slave will get the short end of any deal. Anything the slave gets is going to come at a price. The slave will have to do something in return for the network. Illuminati alters are promised power, honor, glory and wealth. Considering the power and wealth of the elite, they do have the resources to make good on this if they want. However, the price of obedience might be to shave one's head in submission and sacrifice a child. Another important point is that the abusers want to get the active cooperation of the person being used. This can be accomplished by lies or facts if they are convenient, which appeal to the person's views of right and wrong. For instance, a pedophile will talk to the child who they are going to rape to get its cooperation. The CIA handlers will listen to what a slave needs and solve it for them. Bear in mind, they will only do this if the slave doesn't live with the handler and is pulling in the wrong direction. For instance, the CIA has lots of sleepers, who are dangerous people just waiting to be set off. In these cases, the CIA has to work with front alters who aren't aware of the mind control. Rather than force an issue with control, sometimes a gentle manipulation will work. Then again, some slave alters are under such strong mind control that they simply need an order, and don't need gentle manipulation. The isolation that the handlers impose on their slave to prevent real relationships with outsiders, and the strong bonding of the slave to its master, trauma bonding, etc. that is administered via the mind control, actually provides a chance for freedom if the slave survives its master's death. 206. Most slaves are programmed to die soon after their master dies. The co-author Cisco was. If the slave survives the suicide programming, the Illuminati will have already taken into consideration who the slave will be passed on to. Cisco's system survived their programmer master's death, and they were not able to break the intense bonds which made the system loyal to that master. Because there is so much secret mind control slavery going on, if only a small percentage begin to break loose because their loyalty programming backfires on the Illuminati, it has still given us on the other side a significant break. Another example of an MPD system becoming exposed when a handler dies, is when Rothschild, the president of Oilfield Scrap and Equipment in Kentucky, committed suicide. He was the handler of a highly functioning MPD slave, who was his secretary, Mary Davis. Mary Davis could not function after his death and sued in court, Davis v. Oilfield Scrap and Equipment Company, 482 So, 2D 970, Lot, App 3rd Sir 1986, for workers' compensation because she could not function after her handler's death. Because the Illuminati have kept their membership secret, people have not seen the connections between the various cases of multiple personality that surface. In Iowa in 1987, a multiple named Freeman was arrested for stealing a car. In South Carolina in 1990, a Rutherford with MPD was in court. In North Dakota in 1988, an MPD daughter named Johnson tried to sue her abusive father named Johnson for her sexual abuse. In 1984, a multiple named Hall was hit by a truck and was in court. In 1987, a multiple named Jones tried to use his MPD to get off of a murder conviction in Washington. In 1988, Marie Moore, a multiple in New Jersey, ran a carbon which tortured teenagers. The police found a well-hidden body in her house, but the corrupt judicial system did not convict her of murder. In 1988, a Ms. Wheeler applied for Social Security disability benefits due to mental impairments such as MPD. In each of these MPD cases, Freeman, Hall, Jones, Johnson, Moore, Rutherford, and Wheeler are all surnames that have many members in the Illuminati. The secrecy of the Illuminati has protected people from seeing their hidden genealogies. 207. Tracking these genealogies would in turn start exposing the extent of their mind control. As the handlers isolate the slave from mainstream society, they can begin to give them things that will satisfy their long-suppressed emotional needs. These are given in a way that they further lock the person into the control. For instance, the slave has been stripped of power, he craves power, so he is given power over other people's lives. The slave has been stripped of its real family, so he is given roots by a long generational occult bloodline, and a cult family. Each monarch slave exists in their own situation, but there are often common features to how they are controlled. For instance, the handlers like to restrict the mobility of their slaves. Some of the slaves will never write their own checks, will never drive anywhere, and will seldom watch television unless it is something like a Walt Disney movie, which is mind-controlled programming. Some slaves are allowed to drive, but only on a limited basis, and their sense of direction is stripped from them hypnotically. In January 1995, this co-author's newsletter from a follower of Christ who had a feature article on Marilyn Monroe. Monarch mind-controlled slaves like Loretta Lynn and Marilyn Monroe lived tightly controlled lives, and were not allowed to drive automobiles. The one exception is that Loretta has been allowed to drive her car around the ranch. The following is some excerpts from the co-author's January 95 newsletter because it gives a good example of how Marilyn Monroe, a mind-controlled slave, had her life very tightly controlled. Excerpts. On a day in October 1957, a woman named Lena Pepitone was hired to take care of Marilyn Monroe. In 1979, she published her memories of the time she was the primary person taking care of Marilyn Monroe. I personally think that Lena Pepitone was clean and didn't know what she was dealing with. She describes in detail her life with Marilyn Monroe. The inside story of life with Marilyn is nothing like people might imagine. Lena's book is such a clear description of how life with a monarch slave can be, that I 208 decided to use her book as the basis of some articles. Marilyn Monroe was an orphan, and during her infancy the Illuminati science programmed her to be a monarch slave. Before becoming an actress, while she was still a stripper, she spent time with the founder of the Church of Satan, Antoine LaVey. Victims of LaVey have pointed him out as a mind-controlled programmer. At that time, Marilyn was going by several names including Mona. When they made her a star, Marilyn lived on the 13th floor, in 13E at Sutton Place, NY, the world of the rich and famous. That is where Lena came to help her. However, Marilyn's existence was not that of a rich person, but was more like that of an inmate. Marilyn was allowed to have no personal life, outside of the dictates of her programmers and her masters. The programmers and users bore down so hard on controlling Marilyn that they repeatedly came close to driving her insane. The following format, the words in italic, are direct quotes from Lena Pepitone's book, which is entitled Marilyn Monroe Confidential and Intimate Personal Account, NY, Simon & Schuster, 1979. p. 16. Floor-to-ceiling mirrors were everywhere. Even the dining alcove at the rear of the living room had a table with a mirrored top. All these mirrors didn't cheer things up. In programming monarch slaves, mirrors are used a great deal. Within the monarch slave's mind, countless mirror images are made. The slave sees thousands of mirrors everywhere in their mind. Because Marilyn was so stripped of any personal identity, she decorated her house as her mind looked on the inside, full of mirrors. Although other monarchs may have some desires to decorate with mirrors, Marilyn is the most extreme case I know of filling one's house full of mirrors. p. 25. Marilyn's bedroom was definitely not a queen's chamber. There were no paintings in the cramped, square room, only mirrors. Marilyn's controllers kept her down. Even when she was famous and great, she lived like a slave. She was not allowed to have any self-esteem beyond what she was programmed for. 209. p. 29. Mayer was finally able to call for the chauffeur to take Marilyn away. Marilyn was a captive. She didn't go anywhere on her own. She always had someone drive her. p. 32. First of all, Marilyn's life was incredibly monotonous for her. Her doctor's appointments, I later learned these were appointments with psychiatrists, and her acting lessons were virtually all she had to look forward to. She spent most of her time in her little bedroom. Marilyn went out of the house to be either programmed or groomed. Other than that, she stayed cooped up in her room. Does the reader begin to see that the woman was a slave with no life of her own? p. 33. Marilyn, didn't even own a television, never listened to the radio. They stripped Marilyn of any contact with the outside world to ensure that their mind control would work. They were afraid that something might go wrong with the first presidential slave that was allowed to be highly visible to the public. p. 41. Marilyn says, "Shit, my life is shit." She wept. "I can't go anywhere. I'm a prisoner in this house." Marilyn is only telling the truth. p. 43. Because Marilyn had no real friends, she concentrated on herself. The closest friend Marilyn had is saying that Marilyn Monroe had no real friends. Doesn't that strike someone as strange? Marilyn didn't have any real friends. Almost the only ones in her life were her abusers, and they worked hard to strip her of any personal goals or esteem. p. 70. You can go anywhere, Lena, assured her. Anywhere in the world. Who with? She asked sadly. Who with? By myself, Mr. Miller. Your friends? What friends? I ain't got nobody. Many times during the programming, the programmers separate the victim from anyone who could be a support person. They are isolated from having friends and relatives unless the relatives are in the occult. p. 71. Marilyn repeatedly calls herself a prostitute. She says, they laugh at me. What am I? Nothing. A prostitute. 210. Further on the page, Marilyn tells Lena that no one has cared about her for her entire life, including her mother. p. 77. Don't take my baby. So they took my baby from me, and I never saw it again. After Marilyn had a healthy baby, it was taken away from her and she was never allowed to see it. It was very likely sacrificed. Marilyn was too afraid to ask what they were going to do with it. p. 100. Marilyn loses her baby at the same place that some of her programming was done at. One can speculate that they took the baby for some perverted use. p. 134. The operation took place at Polyclinic Hospital where Marilyn had lost her baby the year before. Marilyn said, going back to that hospital's a nightmare. Pain? What's pain? For her, the only pain was in not having her own child. Notice she always go back to the Polyclinic Hospital. Monarch victims have had to endure vast amounts of horrible torture. They learn to survive by disassociation. When Marilyn says what is pain, she is being accurate in reflecting her response to pain. She could not have pain, because she would disassociate it. Certain alters are created to take the pain, and the other alters don't have to experience it. p. 135. I found Marilyn in a small room without any view. It was very depressing, especially since there were no flowers or any other signs that Marilyn had friends who were thinking of her. Imagine a great actor like Marilyn is given a room without a view and no flowers or anything to cheer her up. p. 137. Marilyn's now almost daily visits to the psychiatrists. She was closely monitored. p. 193. Marilyn's half-sister tries to come into Marilyn's life. Marilyn says, I have a right to have a family. And on the next page, gee, you're really my sister. My sister. At least you lived with relatives. 211. Marilyn's masters did not want her to have any family. They often strip the deeper alters of a monarch slave from any ties to any non-cult person. p. 199. Marilyn orders a $3,000 emerald green dress to be made. Emerald green is often the most favorite color of monarch slaves because of their Wizard of Oz programming, which is usually the foundational programming. p. 202. Frank, clip 2 gorgeous emerald earrings on Marilyn's ears. Again, we see that emerald green is often used by monarch slaves. p. 205. Aside from her evenings with Frank Sinatra, Marilyn's life in California seemed identical to her life in New York. She didn't read, didn't watch television, didn't go anywhere. Although the sun was always shining, Marilyn was as pale as ever. She didn't like to go outside during the day. As time goes on, the case officer or handler will weave an ever-firming, ever-tightening web of control around his asset. They will often use rapport. Many of the CIA's monarch programmers are very likable people. They have learned the skill of BS and building rapport. Some of this involves just understanding people in NLP. The handler will look for telltale signs such as absenteeism, lateness, nervousness, or inconsistency. He will rely on intuition, spies, astral projection, or psychic abilities to keep tabs on the asset. Then if a problem develops, it will be addressed with appeals to patriotism, greed, ambition, or fear. Whatever works is the motto of the game. When slaves are picked up, the men picking them up are called draconian enforcers. Both authors of this book are very familiar with some of these men. They are often big male monarch slaves. A popular Illuminati access point is to grab the right hand with the enforcer's thumb in the area between the victim's thumb and index finger. The pressure will be strong enough to leave a bruise after the access. At different times in different states, there have been patterns to what kind of car they drive. They often take the cars from cooperating dealerships, so that there is no license number to trace. They also use stolen license plates on their cars. In 1993, in NY they were using brown Volkswagens 212. In the Oregon area, especially Portland, a full-time monarch slave enforcer named Rex drives his large red pickup or at times someone else's other vehicle, like his Illuminati boss's white pickup truck. He will carry a gun and a cattle prod. The cars in some places have been often red or black. A white or silver car sometimes is used to denote someone of rank. When limousines are used to pick up slaves, they may switch license plates regularly because the plates contain access codes. This was one reason the establishment began allowing people to customize their own license plates. When one wants to control a group of people, as a leader of a country, Machiavelli's book is great. Some of those principles can be scaled down to working with individuals. Fritz has observed that almost across the board, if slaves are left within a non-cult family, relatives will consistently misperceive what is happening in the slave's life. Switches between personalities are reinterpreted to fit the worldview of the observer. The multiple is merely perceived as moody and irrational. Halfway decent cover stories will generally suffice to cover the slave's activities for the mafia, the CIA, and the satanic cult they belong to. The slave merely needs to pull up a good front altar for public consumption, for people want to think the best of everyone. The public will watch the Seven Swans fairy tale where a magical coat turns swans into a princess, never guessing that a new story far greater is happening all around them. One way to control a person is to identify who the key people are in their life and then influence those people. Some of the work in controlling monarch slaves goes on behind the scenes, even without the slave ever realizing it. A number of monarch slaves have been maneuvered into marriages without actual mind control even being necessary. One of the items to successfully controlling people is that they know who they are taking orders from. In the military, officers get frustrated because they end up getting conflicting orders from conflicting jurisdictions. This happens with the control of monarch slaves too, when too many chiefs and not enough Indians are around. When a slave ends up serving several handlers 213, within a short period of time they can get really messed up. This is because the slaves receive severe abuse and their programming can be splintered and destroyed if not handled correctly. Of course, the slave takes the blame, but that doesn't eliminate the problem. If a handler wants a better chance of his slave functioning smoothly, the slave shouldn't be tampered with by lots of handlers. This common sense logic of management seems to have been missed by a large number of handlers. One thing can be said, someone who is a common drug dealer had better not tamper with an Illuminati mother of darkness altar slave if they want to stay alive. It appears that slaves are seldom tampered with without permission. Another ingredient in controlling people is knowing what your competition is going to do. Because the cults work with the intelligence agencies, they often know who, what, where, when, and how their enemies are going to challenge them. The authors of this book could write a book on how the Illuminati intelligence agencies have watched them. People such as therapists and ministers who challenge the monarch drama-based programming have nice growing dossiers in CIA files. A note should be made that the American intelligence agencies tattooed some of their slaves with blue monarch butterflies, bluebirds, or roses for identification purposes. The bluebird relates to the CIA project name Project Bluebird. Some satanic cults tattoo the sign of the great beast on the heads of victims. They also place scars with occult designs on their victims. The Illuminati slaves, who are hierarchy members of the Illuminati, are not tattooed, although a hard-to-see scar consisting of dots and a triangle on the third eye is done to some members. The prohibition against marking up one's body is not consistently enforced in the Illuminati. It seems this standard is enforced more with the women than the male Illuminati members. CIA slaves have received the butterfly tattoos from the age of about 11 on up to 114. Appendix H and every person listed get right with God before they die. Short list of some addresses of abusers who are part of the network, aka New World Order addresses may not be current but are my last address for them. This information may have mistakes. This is only to display to readers that the veil of secrecy is no longer holding up for the mind control programmers. 1. AC/DC Satanic Rock Band, 11 Leon Minster Road, Morden, Surrey SM4, England. 2. Aid, Henry, CIA drug dealer and monarch slave abuser, 1663 County Road 13, Waterloo, Indiana, 467933. Aga Khan 4, H. Prince Kareem, Satanist and leader of Ismaili Muslims, Eaglemont, 60,270 Galbooks, France. 4, Alabama Country Music Group, Satanists and Monarch Slave Handlers, Box 529, F.T. Payne, Alabama, 359675. Bailey, John, Slave Abuser, 1525 Pine Street, Office 10, Redding, California, 960016. Barnes, Gun, Slave Abuser and in Company Sheriff Office, 7309 Grove Road, Frederick, Maryland, 21701 301 694-2152, 1513 Cedar Crest LN, Frederick, MD 21702301663, 83167. Benson, Ezra Taft, Satanist leader of LDS Church, Church of Jesus Christ, Administration Building, 47 ES Temple, Salt Lake City, Utah, 844158. Bowers, Wilbur D., Ipsimus and Ilum, Monarch Programmer and CIA Drug Dealer 1735 NE 11th, Bend, or 97701 PH 503 F2-5162, F for Evergreen, 9. Brown, Edmund G., Jerry Jr., Ilum Satanist and CA Politician and Slave Abuser 700 S Flower Street, number 600, Los Angeles, California, 90017, PHNS 415 928 6346, 415-928-5073, 10 Brown, Charlie, Air Force Intel and Murderer and Monarch Slave Abuser, Box 8, Greenbrier, Thean 215, 11 Bundy, McGeorge, Ilum, 133 East 18th Street, NY, New York, 10021 Bus 212 371 3212 Bird, Robert C., Satanist and Mind Control Programmer and Senator from WVA, 311 Senate Hart Office Building, Washington, D.C. 20501 Clinton, Hillary, Immunity Witch and Mind Control Slave Handler, address besides White House, Rose Law Firm, 120 E14 Street, Little Rock, ARC 72201 14 Cochran, Hank, CIA Drug Kingpin, Hendersonville, TN 615 824-7011 15 Cox, Wayne, Satanic High Priest and Monarch Handler and Dangerous Serial Killer, RT1, Box 84, Chatham, LE 71226 16 Dante, Michael Vitti, Monarch Slave Abuser and Pornmaker, 3485 Cannon Drive, Beverly Hills, California, 90212 858-9425, Orange, California, 92665, 714637-059017 Day, Brad, Slave Abuser and Coke Pusher 5300 Los Pablinas NW Albuquerque, New Mexico, 8710718 Drake, Jim, and Son, Slave Abuser and Porn Druggist, 11173 and Kendall DRF 105, Miami, Florida, 33171619 Fonda, Peter, RR number 38, Livingston, Montana, 5904-720 Fonda, Jane, care of Fonda Films, P.O. Box 1198, Santa Monica, California, 9040621 Gavrock, John, Police Chief working for Ilum Protects Monarch Programmers Handlers 121 Partridge Circle, Winter Springs, Florida, 32708-300-5699-061822 Grace, J. Peter, Business Leader and Illuminati, CCAGW, 1301 Connecticut Ave, NW number 400, Washington, D.C., 2003623 Grateful Dead Satanic Cult Rock Band and Illuminati Cocaine Distributors, P.O. Box 1566, Main Office Street, Montclair, New Jersey 0704324 Green, Jack, CIA and White Slavery and Monarch Slave Abuser and Country Entertainer, Box 485 Agadles Bay, TN 615 859-3284 25 Haggard, Merle, Slave Abuser and Country Singer, P.O. Box 536, Palo Cedro, 216, California, 96073 26 Hasbeck, Vaughn, Monarch Abuser and Danish Cocaine Dister, 515 Rhapsody Packet Cruises 1007 An American Way, Miami, Florida, 3317627 Hope, Bob, Slave Owner and Slave Handler W Intelligence Agencies, 3808 Riverside DR, Burbank, California, 9150528 Houston, Alex, Satanist and Monarch Programmer and CIA, 1155 Ridge Hill Road, Goodlettsville, Tennessee, 37072615 859-3543 29 Hummel, Ed, Monarch Programmer, Cattleman Steak and Seafood Company, 10260 SW Nimbus Save, Suite M3, Tigard, or 97223 503 620-7824, are also Las Vegas 30 Humperdinck, Engelbert, Castro Valley, California, 94546 510 733-6085 31 King Juan Carlos I, King of Spain and Illuminati, Palacio de la Zarzuela, Madrid, Spain 32 Satanic Rock Band, 6363 Sunset Boulevard, number 417, Los Angeles, California, 9002833 Kissinger, Henry, Illuminati P2 Freemason, 1800 K Street, NW number 400, Washington, DC 20634 Kreskin, Occultist, P.O. Box 1383, West Caldwell, New Jersey, 0700635 Lang, Vilton, White Slavery and Drug Running, 264 Bluegrass DR, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075 615 824-6076, are also at 20 City 615-822-3210, 36 Lewis, Jerry Lee, Monarch Slave Programmer and Musician, P.O. Box 3864, Memphis, Tennessee, 37173. 3324 Lynchburg Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38134-901-388-1135 37 Mac Lane, Shirley, actress author New Age Occultist, 8899 Beverly Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 9004838 Madonna, Satanist and Monarch Slave, 75 Rockefeller Plaza, New York, 1001939 Manson, Charles, Satanist and Monarch Slave Handler, Corcoran Prison, 1002 Diary Ave, Corcoran, California, 9321240 Martin, Diane, CIA Drug Dealer and Monarch Slave Abuser, 45641 F. Papane Street, Kenyock, HA 96744 217, 41 McKee, Lloyd, Drug Dealer and Monarch Slave Abuser, 6501 Miaqui, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87107. 3000 Colonnade CTNW Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87107 505 345-4194 42 McCowan, Mike, slave handler and money launderer, Miami, FL 305 386 1512 and 305 251-5320 43 Meadows, Hal, director of the CIA Near-Death Mind Control Programming Center, Swiss Via Amphitheater, Box 27, Lamp, Missouri, 6568144 Merritt, Jeff, CIA drug runner and slave abuser, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 809 744-4045 Mitterrand, François Maurice Marie, Illuminati and close friend to Rothschilds and President of France, Palade El Elisa, 5557 Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honor 75008 Paris, France 46 Nelson, Willie, singer and monarch slave handler, P.O. Box 33280, Austin, Texas, 78784 47 Nunn, Sam, Alliaminity, 303 Senate Dirksen Office Building, Washington, D.C. 20510 48 O'Brien, Earl, CIA Monarch Abuser, 12614 Lake Shore, Grand Haven, ML 49417 49 Overstreet, Tommy, CIA and White Slavery, PC Box 41103, Nashville, Tennessee, 3720450 Parton, Gully, Satanist, Crockett Road, RT number 1, Brentwood, Tennessee, 3702751 Pope John Paul II also known as Carol Voigt II, Illuminati and Freemason, Apostolic Palace, Vatican City 52 Pride, Charlie, slave abuser and white slavery and country singer and CIA care of Chardon Inc., 3198 Royal LN, number 204, Dallas, Texas, 7522953 Prophet, Ronnie, Satanist and Monarch Slave Runner, 1030 17th Avenue N, Nashville, Tennessee, 37208 615 321-053954 Queen Beatrix, Wilhelmina Armgard, Illuminati and Queen, of the Netherlands, Binnenhof 19, The Hague 2513 AA The Netherlands 218, 55 Reynolds, Dr. Herbert H., Illuminati and University, CEO, Baylor University, Waco, Texas, 76798, 336 Guitar Dave, Waco, Texas, 76706 817 753-4011 56 Riley, Ken, CIA and Neo-Nazi and Loretta Lynn's Handler Road Manager, RT3, Rosebrook CT, Gallatin, Tennessee, 3706 657 Rockefeller, Winthrop Alumni Kingpin and Porn Dealer, Winrock Farms, Moreton, Arkansas, 72110 501 727-5481 58 Rorick, David, aka Dave Rowe, Satanist and White Slavery, 1211 Mallard, Franklin, Tennessee, 37064 59 Rose, Yvonne, CIA and White Slavery and Monarch Abuser, RR2, Mount Pleasant Road, Spartansburg, Pennsylvania, 16434 814 694-2496 60 Ryan, Dr. Michael N., one of Ilm's cover-up Doctor Who patches up slaves, 353 New Shackle Is, Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075 615 824 8475 615 824-8496 61 Smith, Dan, car and drug dealer and slave abuser, P.O. Box 262, New Martinsville, W, Virginia, 2615562 Stevens, Jim, monarch slave abuser and drug runner, 1726 and Magnolia, Ocala, Florida, 32670 904 622 1966 904 622-2139 63 Tanis, Bob, CIA and Air Force Intel, monarch abuser and mafia and pornographer, 7278 and Lake Shore, West Olive, Michigan, 4946064 Train, Russell, Club of Rome, 1803 Calorma SQ, Washington, D.C., 20008 4021 202 332-5865 Trump, Donald, Illuminati, 725 Fifth Ave, New York, New York, 1002266 Vanderpool, Darcy, Monarch Programmer, 2620 Regatta DR 116, Las Vegas, NV 891 702 242-4222 67 Walker, Jimmy, Monarch Save Abuser Pornographer, 904 Carswell Cruise, Georgia, 31501 912 285-5594 68 Warlock, Billy, actor, 9200 Sunset Boulevard, number 625, Los Angeles, California, 9006969 Westbury, Kent, songwriter, Satanist and White Slavery 359 Lee Road, Cottontown, Tennessee, 37048-219. Some of the Illuminati's companies. 1. Air America, CIA Front, works out of Tulsa, Netherlands, TX, Berea, Ohio and Jackson, Ms. The Tulsa address is 1419 S 13050 Stave, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 74108 4131 918 234-3041 2. Cargill, Inc., Large Grain Cargill run by Ilum. P.O. Box 9300, 15407 McGinty Road, Minnetonka, Minnesota, 554403. Dungeon Master, Desmetis Inc., Hardgate Porn, S&M Publisher, Box 11314, San Francisco, California, 941014. Eli Lilly and Company, Illuminati Drug Company, Lilly Corporate Center, Indianapolis, Indiana, 462855. Machinery International, Inc., CIA Front, 302 Fall CRDR, Richardson, Texas, 750-802-234-2969-6. Rothschild Pediatric Group, 4770 SI-10 Service Road, Metairie, LE 70001 887-1133-7. Rothschild Pediatric Group, 1970 Armand Boulevard, Destrehan, LE 70047 784 6036-8. Southern Air Transport, CIA Front, 6400 NW 36th, Miami, Florida, 331669. Summit Aviation, CIA Front, Summit Airport, Middletown, Delaware, 19709 300 2834, 5400. Talk Compliments of Bible Research Tools WordPress.com 220. Appendix to the programming sites. Some major mind control programming sites with explanations of their programming. Fritz Springmeier originally exposed many of these sites in 1993, so it is possible they have made some changes since they were originally exposed. Most of these operated for years, and may still be operating. We are aware of that some of their programming bases have been moved after exposure. Besides these major programming sites, there are countless minor ones. For instance, some of the programming sites for water beach tortures have been visited by the co-authors, but are not listed. The massive Boeing plant in the Seattle, WA area with its large amount underground tunnels has been used for programming, as well as the Arco Beaver Valley plant in Pennsylvania. So has the chapel at the Coast Guard Academy at New London, which was built by A.W. Mellon of the Mellon Illuminati family via their Mellon Foundation. This list is not put forth as comprehensive. Without question, this list is only the tip of the iceberg. 29 Palms, CA Area 51, Dreamland, Groom Lake, NV, Area 51 is also known as Dreamland. There are a number of extensive underground facilities in the area. This was one of the first genetic research facilities in the U.S. and perhaps the first major genetic research facility. The people, workers and victims are brought in by airplane and tube shuttle. The worst cases of UFO alien type of monarch programming is coming out of Area 51. The eggs from slaves are being harvested and weird genetic creatures are being developed from human eggs which have been genetically mixed with other things. Bethesda, MD, the Bethesda Naval Hospital 221. Bingham, UT, a red brick house, which was a closed house of prostitution. The building was used for KKK programming. Child porn was produced in the basement, and upstairs programmed child slave service KKK members. The KKK activity in the area connects in with the Illuminati-controlled Kennecott Copper Company, also known as Utah Copper Company. Russell G. Fraser, head of Bingham's Clavern and doctor for Kennecott Copper Company, did the electro-shock to split personalities Black Forest, Germany, because the US, UK and Germany do so much programming, and some of the people in the US were programmed in the UK, Germany or Russia. It is worthwhile to mention some of the German programming sites. A number of witnesses report about castles in the Black Forest which are used for programming and ritual. Basel, SW on the border with Germany is an important Illuminati center. Frankfurt, Berlin and Zurich are all important programming ritual sites. The Jesuits and the Catholic churches are very active in programming in Germany. Boulder, CO, the headquarters for EMC, a type of electromagnetic mind control that is being broadcast to modify the thinking of Americans, and to control slaves. Butner, NC, Center of Correctional Research, all types of mind control are carried out and experimented with on the inmates. Camp Perry, VA. The CIA's The Farm is located on a narrow strip of land between the York and James Rivers near Williamsburg, VA, used for programming CIA slaves. It has red brick buildings, and looks similar to a small college. The official crinonym was isolation. People who are brought in who don't know where they are for training are called black trainees. China Lake Naval Research Base, in Yukon, CA. This facility had a country store, and hangars, and a hospital. Address for the hospital is the code 232 Naval Air Weapons Station, which all provided sites for programming. This site has been operational since the early 1950s. Large numbers of children, batches of 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 children, were run through this facility at a 222 time. This facility did much of the original traumas and mind-splitting tortures that created the MPD. Other facilities then specialized in further programming that was then layered in on top of the original China Lake programming. A great deal of dehumanization in cages was done to large numbers of tiny children at China Lake Naval Facility. Nimitz Hospital did drug testing of the children prior to their programming. Colorado Springs, CO, the Alex system programming and end times military programming is coming out of Colorado Springs and it is connected to NORAD. One of the Colorado sites is doing alien programming with mock UFOs. Dillsboro Nike Base, Monarch programming of many kinds. Disneyland, CA, Disneyland has been an off-hour site for Illuminati and satanic rituals for years. Programming has gone on using Disneyland as one big prop for programming. Many of the Disney movies are used for programming, and some Disney scripts are especially tailored for Monarch slave programming. The Peter Pan programming can use the ship. The space programming can use the space props. The satanic programming can use the castles. Lots of mirror programming is done at Disneyland and Disney World. There is also Magic Mountain programming, and programming using the Around the World dolls, and its theme song. Some of Wizard of Oz and the Cinderella programming was also done at Disneyland using costumes. Pre-verbal children are taken to Disneyland to get them ready for the scripts. Disney World, FL, Disney World was created as the eastern counterpart to the Disneyland programming site. One of the rides in Disney World plays It's a Small World, which is Disneyland developed programming theme. FT Campbell, KT, base programs are placed in here. FT Detrick, MD, involved with medical biological experimentation. FT Hollowbird, MD, this site is no longer in existence, but was the Army Intelligence School. SIC used the school. The place was known as the Bird, FT Hood, TX, programming involving military uses of Delta Monarch slaves. 223, was done here. FT Huahuachua, AZ, HQ for Army Intelligence. Fort Knox, KT, the first Earth Bat was developed here. FT Lewis, WA, involved with the psychic warfare part of the Monarch programming. FT McClellan, FT Meade, MD, the National Security Agency was created on November 4, 1952. Its headquarters were Fort Meade, VA. The National Security Agency, NSA, employs tens of thousands of employees and has a budget larger than the CIA. It has also been kept far more secret, while the CIA has been used as the fall guy to protect the National Security Agency's reputation. In the late 1960s, under Operation Minaret and Program Shamrock, the NSA and its British counterpart GCHQ began monitoring much of the communication within the USA and UK. The NSA monitors all American calls via computers using trip words, specific names, specific addresses, specific telephone numbers, etc. NSA has several computers to record all the millions of conversations which the computers have examined and deemed worthy of recording. How the NSA can get any use out of millions of recorded telephone conversations is beyond me. What intelligence agency could adequately process so much information? These organizations now monitor all communications within both countries. At least one congressman got upset that his phone was bugged by the NSA. See David Corn's article, The Case of the Bugged Senator in Nation, February 6, 89, page 152. NSA has developed a fiber optics network called Internet Computer Network. An orange book is used to specify some of the NSA's security levels. An informant in the National Security Agency states that establishment newspapers like the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times are used to communicate secret messages which are placed within ads, buzzwords and editorials, and via other methods. 224. Because of some of what this person told me, I have given some possible examples in this newsletter of how people might be using the papers for secret messages. For instance, using Michael Jackson with his hands making some type of sign might be a signal. Manfred Adler and the U.S. Senate Committee investigating the CIA found that 90% of the CIA's secret messages are transmitted via the media, with the aid of coded texts and pictures. A raise the forefinger or two raised forefingers while a speaker is talking means that the message is a Masonic message coming from a Masonic speaker. The Illuminati uses code words within the large establishment papers to warn their people what they are going to do with the economy. In this way, people in the Illuminati can take appropriate responses. Goddard Space Flight Center, NASA Mirror Theme Programming. Grissom AFB, in Hollywood, CA. One of the programmer's handlers in the Hollywood area is surprisingly Antoine LaVey. This is one reason Antoine LaVey has followers who will carry out his very wishes. LaVey's children of course were programmed too. His own girls have been participating in the nude and satanic rituals since little children. Homestead AFB, FL Kirkland AFB, NM, LAMP, MO. This has been the site of a CIA near-death trauma center where slaves are programmed. It is an R&R center for the CIA where they can have any sexual perversion or drug they want. This has been a large cocaine supply depot also. Hal Meadows was director of this center, which is deep in the woods surrounded by cabin chalets overlooking a small deep lake. A gravel road leads to the site, which is fenced and well guarded. Hal Meadows' address was Box 27, Lamp, Missouri, 65681, Langley, VA. Slaves for the Once of Intelligence Las Vegas. Sites in and around Las Vegas, NV, MGM's Grand Hotel and Theme Park were built for programming. But there are also some sites outside of the city. Used 225. In the general area of Las Vegas and remote sites, the elite gather for slave auctions once a year where monarch slaves are sold and traded. One of the favorite slave auction sites was 20 miles out of Las Vegas and 10 miles off the main road into the site. The mob is involved with monarch slaves in Las Vegas. A blue-eyed 11-year-old girl will go for $50,000. Toronto, Canada is another regular site for monarch slave auctions. McClellan AFB, CA, very bad child in adult porn using monarch victims is distributed through the space as well as the other bases listed in this list. A T.W. Sanderson worked with monarchs at the space MacDill AFB, FL, near Tampa, FL Maxwell AFB, L Montreal, Canada, McGill University, McGill Psychiatric Training Network, Allen Memorial Inst, St. Mary's Hospital, the Zombie Room, Sleep Room, in the basement, the Isolation Chamber and the Grid Room at St. Mary's Hospital were used for programming. Mount Shasta, CA. Underground facilities around this huge mountain in the Lake Shasta area are putting out monarch programming that makes the people think they are in communication with aliens. This facility is for torturing and reprogramming captured runaway monarch slaves. People are brought into the area via helicopter, plane, or flying saucer. This site is probably the largest mind control programming center. It is in a remote wooded area. It is heavily guarded, has fences, and a large contingent of black helicopters. Mount Shasta is equipped with state-of-the-art high-tech programming equipment. Mind-controlled slaves who are soldiers are programmed and trained at the Mount Shasta facility, Nashville, TN. These sites work with the country western music industry, which is actually a CIA front for moving drugs to finance their dirty black activities. Fiddler's Inn, Nashville fits in with the monarch programming. 226. Papillion, N.E. Patrick AFB, Portland, Old OMSI, New OMSI, Building, near Monarch Hotel at 8800 SE Sunnyside Road, Mormon Temple, etc., where the Old OMSI building had a back door on the west side in which slaves were taken into the bottom floor and reprogrammed. Although security guards aren't visible, they are there with electronic surveillance. The people running OMSI are tied in the Illuminati. The DC-3 airplane outside of the building was used in the programming as a hypnotic trigger. The submarine docked outside of the New OMSI building is also used as a programming hypnotic tool. The New Mormon Temple has an extremely high-tech underground tunnel facility for programming built underneath it. Witnesses have collaborated their testimony on this high-tech programming site under the Portland Mormon Temple. Although building plans are to be public information, the city of Lake Oswego makes it very difficult to view the temple's building plans. The plans show that the foundation walls are far thicker than any conceivable earthquake would ever call for. The reason is that the foundation helps house an underground arena for the Illuminati and their guests to watch perverse shows. Presidia, CA, including Alcatraz, San Francisco, the Illuminati and various satanic cults use the Presidia for their programming. Split Brain and other programming was done at Letterman Hospital. Fort Point was used for Illuminati ritual and programming, as well as a number of churches, underground gun emplacements and the large circular Greek column art building at the Presidia. Alcatraz, abandoned as a prison, was used for water tortures and other programming. Tunnels connected buildings, and the mule horse buildings in the cemetery also were used. This is one of the older programming sites. Psychic warfare activity also was experimented on in this area. Letterman Hospital has been used for the initial drug testing of the infants before programming. Lots of isolation programming in damp cold places was done at the Presidia. 227. Lots of porn and military programming have also been done here. Redstone Arsenal, El San Antonio, TX Salt Lake City, Mormon Temple. This underground facility works in conjunction with the Mormon hierarchy who are allowed to create slaves. The Illuminati put in base programming that still gives them ultimate control beyond the control that the Mormon programming has. Scotty's Castle, Death Valley, CA, Mengele, Dr. Green. Programmed in some of his internal boxes as well as other Illuminati programming was done at this site. Mengele had a large circular red bed in the castle which he stocked with his little girl slaves, who already had kitten sexual altars. Scotty's Castle is a castle located in Death Valley, CA. It has a very interesting history. To reach the castle one is required to drive through many miles of desert. If one drives to Nio County, CA, the same county that has China Lake Naval Testing Grounds, and Inyukurn, and then you drive on HWY 190 into Death Valley National Monument, it is not a park or forest, dead valleys are called monuments. Next you go north on a road after Stovepipe for 35 miles. The man who built Scotty's Castle was Walter Perry Scott, 1872 to 1954. Walter P. Scott was the son of an alcohol distiller and horse breeder in Kentucky. Walter did not get any formal education. He left home and went west where he worked as a mule driver and a water boy. From there he became a horse wrangler. Because of his talent with horses, Buffalo Bill made him the feature rider along with Annie Oakley and Buffalo Bill's family show. The show traveled and Scotty was with it 11 years. During this time, Scotty made many important friendships with men of power and wealth. In 1900, Walter married and left the show. He got a loan from Julian Gerard, a NY banker, to go prospecting for gold which he failed to pay back. 228. Julian Gerard was repeatedly sending people to hassle Scotty to get his money back. In 1905, Walter Scott, Scotty, scattered gold nuggets and $100 bills from NY to LA. Where he got all this gold and $100 bills is a mystery, but it wasn't from prospecting. The idea of finding a secret mine was very obviously a cover for however Scotty managed to get his money. Scotty is well known for his penchant to throw away $20 gold pieces as if they were candy wherever he went. Nobody believed he had a mine. Strangely, the IRS never got interested in Scotty. Why? The IRS went after Charles Coughlin, who was exposing the elite, the bankers, the Freemasons, etc. in the early 1930s on his radio show. There was no reason to suspect Conklin of any cheating on his income tax, and the audits found the IRS actually owed Conklin money. However, the national papers printed front-page stories of the IRS investigation and practically ignored that the man was exonerated. Yet, the IRS left Scotty alone. Although Scotty was married, he became intimate friends with Albert Mussey Johnson, 1872 to 1948, a Chicago millionaire, who was VP from 1906 to 1926 of the National Life Insurance Company. Albert M. Johnson was born in Ohio and lived in Arkansas and Missouri before moving to Chicago. Johnson came out and stayed in Death Valley. The stay helped his health, and he and Scotty remained close friends. In 1924, construction secretly began on a castle in Death Valley. The best of materials were used and the materials had to be hauled clear out in the desert by truck to Grapevine Canyon where the castle sits. Hundreds of workers were hired. The castle got its kitchen tiles from Spain. Special rugs were made on the European island of Majorca for the castle. Tiles for the uncompleted pool came from the Mediterranean. Many of the furnishing of the castle came from cathedrals and palaces in Spain and Morocco. Draperies made for the castle were hand-tooled and selected sheepskin leather. 60 hand-carved panels, each of a different design, were installed in the music room ceiling. A Welt-Mignon organ reported to have cost $160,000, the finest of its kind in western United States, was placed in the music room, even $229,000. Though Scotty could not play the organ, 12 bathrooms were installed, several kitchens were installed, tunnels and secret rooms were built under the buildings. Around $2 million of that time period were spent on building the castle, supposedly from Scotty's gold mine. The castle became known as Scotty's Castle, ideal as a satanic ritual site, as it can accommodate numerous people, is remote, and it has hidden rooms and areas in tunnels. Tavistock, England. This has been the primary programming center for England. The Rothschild programmers work out of Tavistock. A large number of slaves in America have been programmed there. Tavistock has been doing mind control since before WWLL. Under the supervision of London's W Board and 20 Committee, MI6 and MIS's Section BI ran double agents and mind-controlled spies couriers during WW2. MI6 has had an office at Century House, number 100, Westminster Bridge Road. MI5 offices have been in part on Curzon St. MI5 has operated behind a number of fronts, including their fake travel agency Casual Holidays. MI5's address for mail is Room 055, the War Office, London. Special Intelligence Service, SIS, dealt with all types of mind control. Tavistock was under SIS. The British government has had their own telephone exchange with a 222 prefix, which was later linked to another secret exchange. Outsiders could dial 222-8080 to get into the secret Govt exchange. Men like mind control expert hypnotist Derek Trist worked for Tavistock. A 6-man team which wore black berets also helped W mind control at Tavistock. Two people who became terrorists after their visits to Tavistock are Angela Davis and Stockley Carmichael, who went to a conference at Tavistock entitled Dialectics of Liberation in 1967. Its main building is a planned 6-story building. The address is the training office, the Tavistock Clinic, 120 Belsize Lane, London, UKNW's SBA. Tel number 071-435-7111. The chief exec is Antoine Abhalzer. The chair of Professor Com is Nicholas Temple. Both are skilled in psychology. 230. The Tavistock Clinic was founded in 1920, and in 1946 the Tavistock Institute was created as an independent body to assist the Tavistock Clinic. The Institute does more of the research. The Royal Free Hospital at the University of London works with Tavistock Clinic, as well as the Science Policy Research Unit, SPRU, of Sussex University. A large number of British psychologists, social workers and police get their training at Tavistock. Tavistock has set themselves up as the authority on ritual abuse, and MPD did. In other words, the primary programming site is pretending to be the leading institution trying to solve the problem. Now, that's a good cover. Tinker, AFB, okay, Tinkerbell programming is carried out here. This programming makes alters think they are like Tinkerbell and that they will never grow up or age. Titus Phil, FL, at the Kennedy Space Center. Mind-controlled testing is done, and base programming such as the Wizard of Oz programming is done here. Also NASA high-tech programming is done here. Tulsa, okay, believed to have an Alice in Wonderland theme to their programming. Oral Roberts University is used for programming. The programming to infiltrate and capture the Christian church via the healing charismatic movement has centered around Tulsa and Oral Roberts University Utah State Prison. The prison has carried out mind control for over 30 years on their inmates for the intelligence agencies with the help of the U.S. government's power to cover it up. Versailles, IL. Brain implants are put into monarchs here. Washington, D.C. area, the basement of the Pentagon and other facilities around Washington, D.C. such as the Jesuit Georgetown University Hospital are involved with mind control. Presidential models are moving in and out of Washington, D.C. carrying messages and performing their sexual acts for the lusts of politicians. There is also a NASA mind control programming center in Washington, D.C. Secret tunnels connect the White House to other buildings. 231. These tunnels are used to bring in slaves. Some secret rooms in the lower White House are set aside for rituals. Wright-Patterson, AFB, near Dayton, Ohio. Virtual reality programming is carried out here. Youngstown, Ohio. The Youngstown Charm School has been run by Illuminatus Prosser Seward Mellon along with a U.S. congressman named Jim Trafficant. The old stone building originally belonged to one of the railroad elite. This school is for beta models and gives them advanced sexual charm training. This school produces about 6 new monarch slaves every 3 days. Mafia deals are carried out on the second floor of the charm school. A slave who is being trained programmed at the charm school will take a course that lasts a few days. The first day may be spent hanging in a dungeon which was once a basement wine cellar. The torture dungeon has all the traditional torture devices, a stretching rack, whips, hanging chains, etc. In the dungeon rooms were a black Nubian goat Satan, a small donkey Nestor, and a small white pony Trigger, as well as drugs and snakes. The slave is taught silence in the dungeon as they are subjected to bestiality. We have just touched the surface of the vast network of programming sites. 2 examples of an entire series of programming sites. 1. The coast-to-coast campground resorts and 2. The Jesuit-run institutions, which are often programming sites including Jesuit College, WV. An example of the former is the Park City Diamond Caverns, KT Coast-to-Coast Resort, which has had a sensory deprivation tank, headphones for state-of-the-art harmonic programming, etc. These membership campsites are used to program children. Nor have we touched upon the large numbers of programmed Russians and Eastern Europeans that are coming into this nation. When this book was written, more people immigrated to the US from Russia than anywhere else. Europe is teeming with programming sites, including the Vatican, Sibylline Zoplucht and Marienheide. Germany is about the only European attempt at deprogramming 232. Bibliography and sources. The co-authors bring much experience and study with this subject into the creation of this book. The sources that have contributed to their knowledge would take a book as long as this to list every source that has gotten them to their understanding of the subject. Primary sources on primary subject. Trauma-based total mind control 1. Numerous professional papers 2. Personal accounts about slaves, published 3. Unpublished paperwork, tapes, interviews of slaves 4. Therapists 5. Books on mind control 6. Books on associated topics, such as PTSD, the mind, hypnosis, drugs, witchcraft, and the various aspects of control 1. Numerous professional papers. Carol Goatman, George B. Greaves and Philip M. Kroons put out a reference book, Multiple Personality and Dissociation 1791 to 1992, a complete bibliography, 2nd edition, Lutherville, MD, The Sidron Press, 1994. Co-author Fritz has gone through the bibliography, which lists in 150 pages essentially all the articles ever published on MPD and dissociation, and he has read all that he could obtain via the large research libraries. Dozens of the articles, and many of the books which appear in this complete bibliography have been read. Most of the professional literature on the subject is trash. During the 1970s, Americans got interested in multiple personalities, after having lost interest in the subject as WWI got started. I believe the therapeutic community was probably nudged by the military intelligence agencies to lose interest when WWI broke out, and that anyone who did get interested got scooped up into the government during WW2 in the Cold War. 233. Some of the helpful professional papers have been notated in the book itself. A perusal of the index will provide part of the sources for this book too. All the personal account, autobiographical accounts, that are available. The list of autobiographies or biographies of victims which were consulted include the following: Chase, Trudy Chase, Trudy, When the Rabbit Howls, N.Y., Dutton, 1987, Dorset, Sybil Isabel, Schreiber, Flora Rita, Sybil, Chicago, I.L., Henry Regnery Company, 1973, Ford, Sue, Taylor, Bryce with Patrick Stone, written as a novel. Starshine, Huntsville, L. The Bryce Taylor Foundation, 1995. Jones, Candy, born Jessica Wilcox. Bain, Donald. The Control of Candy Jones, Chicago, Playboy Press, 1976. Lynn, Loretta. Vexy, George with Loretta Lynn. Loretta Lynn, a coal miner's daughter. Rockefeller Plaza, N.Y., Warner Books, 1976. Monroe, Marilyn. Pepitone, Lena. Marilyn Monroe Confidential and Intimate Personal Account, N.Y., Simon & Schuster, 1979. O'Brien, Kathy. O'Brien, Kathy with Mark Phillips. Transformation of America, The True Life Story of a CIA Slave. Nashville, Thean, Global Transformation Info, Limited, 1995. Also, Kathy O'Brien and Mark Phillips put out numerous monographs and a number of articles in the Contact magazine, which were also consulted in writing this book. 234. Stratford, L.A. Urine. Satan's Underground, The Extraordinary Story of One Woman's Escape, 1991. Wheeler, Cisco. Wheeler, Cisco with Fritz Springmeier. They Know What They Do, An Illustrated Guide to Monarch Programming Mind Control. Oregon City, or Springmeier and Wheeler, 1995. Others victims, Casey, J.F. and Wilson, L. The Flock. Alfred A. Knopf, 1991. Lockyer, Thiem. Voices, N.Y., Dodd, Mead, and Company, 1988. Lancaster, Ian Parney, J. The Final Face of Eve, N.Y., McGraw-Hill, 1958. Schoenewolf, G. Jennifer and Herselves, N.Y., Donald I. Fine, 1991. Sizemore, C. and Patillo, E. I'm Eve. Garden City, NY, Doubleday and Company, 1977, Smith, Michelle and Lawrence Padzer. Michelle remembers, A Story of Satanic Possession Thigpen, C.H. and Cleckley, H. The Three Faces of Eve, NY, McGraw-Hill, 1957, 3. Unpublished papers, tapes and interviews with victims. These sources will have to remain confidential. Over a dozen Illuminati slaves provided notes from what they have found out about their lives and mind control systems. The co-authors have interviewed and personally known dozens more, who have been visited with. Notes were kept on some of these interviews. Fritz taped some of his interviews, and in more than one case got a computer disk of the person's life story with collaborating evidence for therapists. Fritz is appreciative to the following therapists for the help he received: Dale Cavalcade, Ukiah, CA, who helped me understand the religious covers better. 235. Dr. Carol Clifton, Portland, or, who helped me understand the value of patience, kindness and listening and helping victims help themselves. Dr. Loretta Fox, Denver, CO, who helped give a better understanding of the spiritual dimensions. Catherine Gould, TX, who helped me understand the role of altars within programs. Denny Hilders, Pasadena, TX, who helped me understand the deeper codes and the deeper systems better, and the importance of a person's identity. David W. Neswald, Irvine, CA, who helped me understand the primal traumas better. Randy Noblet, Dallas, TX, who helped give a better understanding of overall picture and how some of the codes are constructed. Mark Phillips, Nashville, Thien, who opened up a deeper understanding of how the network operates and provided some direction for how we should approach dealing with mind control. Doug Riggs, Tulsa, OK, who helped give a better understanding of the religious fronts and who helped tremendously understand how this trauma-based mind control fits in with the Word of God. 5 books and long papers on mind control. Bulwart, Walter H. Operation Mind Control, original edition and the totally revised researcher's edition of 1994, which carried the same title. Chevkin, Samuel, The Mind Stealers, Psychosurgery and Mind Control. Westport, Con, Lawrence Hill and Company, 1978. Estabrooks, G.H. Hypnotism, N.Y., E.P. Dutton, 1957. Lockwood, Craig, Other Altars, Roots and Realities of Cultic and Satanic Ritual Abuse and Multiple Personality Disorder. Minneapolis, M.N., Crump Care Publishers, 1993. Marks, John. The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, the CIA and Mind Control. N.Y., W. Norton and Company, paperback version, 1991, 236. Media Echo. When the State Rapes, Part 1 and 2. Gorodijsk, Netherlands. Thomas, Garden. Journey into Madness. N.Y., Bantam Books, 1989. White, John. Psychic Warfare, Fact or Fiction, An Investigation into the Use of the Mind as a Military Weapon. Wellingborough, Northamptonshire, UK, The Aquarian Press, 1990. DeLawrence, editor. The Lesser Key of Solomon Gosha, The Book of Evil Spirits. Chicago, 1916, 6. Books on associated topics. Both authors have read many books on tangent subjects. The list of books that have been read and researched prior to writing this would take another book to record. The co-author Fritz found himself consulting his own books. Be Wise as Serpents, 1991, The Top 13 Illuminati Bloodlines Volume 1, 1995, and Exodus 20, 4-5, 1978. The co-authors purchased and read the 14-ounce books. They also have a number of the other books used for scripts such as Mother Goose Rhymes, The 12th Book of Make-Believe, Michael Aquino's version of Star Wars, etc., Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, The Island of the Blue Dolphins, Through the Looking Glass, etc. Fritz purchased his own copy of the graphic work of M.C. Escher, N.Y., Ballantine Books, 3rd edition, 1972, in order to have on-handy artwork which contains so many mirror images and inversions and is so often used for programming. As I, Fritz, sit down to provide the sources for the reader, it is apparent that the task is beyond my time restraints. Knowledge accumulates. A random sample of just 2 of almost countless references looked at to come to the author's level of understanding would be G. Nell Sutton's workshop book Ritualistic Abuse of Children Identification and Case Management Strategies, which was used in workshops for Teachers and Child Services Division people on Friday, September 11, 1992 at 815 NE Davis Street, Portland, or another example is The New Yorker's, May 24, 1993, article Remembering Satan, Part 2. Neither one was referred to in writing the book, but these 2 and countless others over the years form the accumulation of understanding that is needed to tackle writing a book on multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder. 237. To be able to write this book, Fritz, the co-author, has studied material, books, newspapers, clippings, articles, etc. from the following associated topics with a close estimate of the number of items studied in each area: aliens and UFOs, 40 items, Amish Mennonite, 30 items, astronomy and astrology, 25 items, behavior modification, 12 items, black religions in the New World and Africa, 6 items, brain, 30 items, Kabbalah, 10 items at least, computers, 25 items, computer languages, 8 items, crime, 25 items, demonology, 30 items, druidism, 20 items, elf waves, 20 items, fairy tales, 7 items, false memory syndrome, 5 items, Freemasonry, 35 items. Holograms, 6 items. Hypnosis, 12 items. Intelligence, 20 items. Jesuits, 6 items. Ku Klux Klan, 15 items. Medical technology, 15 items. Memory, 20 items. Mental hospitals, 5 items. Military, 10 items. Mind, 25 items. Movies, 20 items. Neurolinguistic programming, 6 items. New World Order, 50 items. Particular individuals such as the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Collins, Mengele, Cameron, Wheeler, LaVey, Aquino, Elvis Presley, Doris Duke, and many others mentioned in the book, 50 items at least. Personality, 25 items. Satanic ritual abuse, 50 items. Spiritual warfare, 40 items. Spying, 25 items. Underwater research, 40 items. Voodoo, 3 items. Witchcraft, 50 items. Some of the books that would have been cited if every detail had been footnoted can be found footnoted in other writings by Fritz Springmeier. Also I, Fritz, have spent time examining the Word of God to try to understand what God's written word revealed by His Spirit would teach me about this situation. There are numerous Bible verses that pertain to the information in this book which are not referred to in this volume. The primary issues created by the traumas are A. Identity issues, and B. Issues concerning fellowship with God. Much of the trauma and programming is cloudy issue of who the person really is, and how they can have a beneficial relationship to God Almighty. The Bill Gothard Basic Youth Seminar, which the co-author Fritz has attended 6 times, has been very helpful to him to understand what the programmers do, and how they strip a person of what they need to be spiritually strong. In fact, Fritz knows a number of the programmers have attended the Bill Gothard seminar themselves, and know how to use beneficial information for evil purposes. Likewise, the Christian can take the occult knowledge revealed in this book in 238, use it for good instead of the evil that it was designed for. The Institute has a hard volume reference book on research and principles of life as well as a workbook. Cisco, the other co-author, has studied MPD, SRA, Bible issues, and occult topics in depth. Her personal knowledge added a depth to the book that could not have been achieved without her. William Frost of San Antonio. Thex was a good friend of a tall lean Texan named David Hill. David Hill had been taken in by Mafia boss Joseph Bonanno, who was as a surrogate father to him. After David Hill became a Christian, he used his first-hand knowledge of the Mafia, the occult world such as his Masonic experience to put the pieces together about the NWO. He had just completed a very detailed manuscript for a book exposing the NWO when he was murdered. After David's murder, William Frost was able to retrieve David's manuscript and sent me a copy. The death was not ruled a murder by the authorities, but men who have written lengthy exposes on the New World Order do not commit suicide before they get their books published. It was keen-minded David Hill who warned Billy Graham for many hours about the New World Order, only to be told by Billy Graham that Billy was a captive, Graham's own words, of the New World Order. The information William Frost gave me about David Hill was later verified in many ways by Joseph Bonanno's surprising autobiography A Man of Honor, Simon & Schuster, Rockefeller Center, NY, 1983. It's somewhat unusual for mafia chiefs to write autobiographies. In it, Joseph Bonanno says he looked up to Billy Graham, and that David Hill joined up with Billy Graham. In 1974, Billy Graham came to Joseph Bonanno's house in Tucson with David. Graham sent him a Christmas card every year, and called him soon after his wife died to offer condolences. These things are mentioned on page 333 of his autobiography. David Hill's manuscript was encouraging to me, Fritz, because he verified many of the same things that I'd found 239. His manuscript was quoted in Volume 1 concerning the top families. Information about the names of programmers and programming sites and the Temple of Set membership has come from recovering victims of trauma-based mind control. Information about Illuminati bloodlines, ritual sites, and important buildings has also come from Illuminati members who are recovering from Illuminati mind control. Many more witnesses to Illuminati mind control will come forward if people learn how to help these people, and to believe the things that have happened to them. Now that this legitimate information is being circulated, it can be expected that witnesses with bogus information, bogus memories will come forward to detract from the credibility of this book. All items by Fritz Springmeier, copyright signed by Fritz Springmeier. Additional PDFs and videos, Kathy O'Brien Transform America Part 1 http://video.google.com/videoplay DOS equals 8864457841954131110 Kathy O'Brien Transform America Part 2 http://video.google.com/videoplay DOS equals 8864457841954131110 DOS equals 3762344960926032892 Kathy O'Brien Personal Video http://video.google.com/videoplay DOS equals 8864457841954131110 DOS equals 1363613088812423472 Mind Control, The Mechanics of Mind Control, Tools for the Awakening http:// video.google.com/videoplay DOSID equals 8864457841954131110 DOSID equals 8813424220594533573240. Bryce Taylor exposes mind control in the US. http://video.google.com/videoplay DOSID equals 8864457841954131110 DOSID equals 1496118956250582828 Top 13 Illuminati bloodlines and their mind control. Fritz Springmeier, http://video.google.com/videoplay DOSID equals 8864457841954131110 DOSID equals 2694841576971107107 PDFs. Transformation of America, by Kathy O'Brien. Mark Phillips. http://bibliarisarchtools.files.wordpress.com/2010/Kathy_O'Brien_Mark_Phillips. Transformation of American Culture, 1995. PDF. Thanks for the memories, the truth has set me free, by Bryce Taylor. http Biblia Research Tools Files WordPress.com/2010/05/ Thanks for the memories, the truth has set me free. PDF. The Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable total mind-controlled slave, by Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. Complete text, nearly 800 pages. http://bibliarisarchtools.files.wordpress.com/2010/05/ the Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable total mind-controlled slave. PDF. Deeper insights into the Illuminati formula, by Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. http://bibliarisarchtools.files.wordpress.com/2010/05/ vol2-maybe.pdf 241.